We're going live now.
Oh.
I'm not gonna talk too long.
Are we live now? Still not?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we are. Okay. We are now.
I'm gonna cut straight in.
Nice.
This is so embarrassing.
That's okay, man.
Good job, I'm the tech guy.
Yeah. Our tech guy, guys. Our tech guy.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Centrist Supremacy on a Friday. I am banlsystyle, your co-host, and your other co-host is Pavlov from the Pavlovian Response. Hello, Mr. Pavlov. How are you, sir?
No cheeky bricky donkey. Again, the same shit. I'm just gonna rehearse this again.
I just want everyone to know.
Let's repeat.
Yeah, as professional as we are, of course, this was the second time we've gone live, according to us, because the first time I didn't click the live button. I clicked start recording instead of start streaming. The wonders of OBS. So yeah, now we're live. So Mr. Pavlovian Response, I saw your Wasteman stream yesterday, even though this one is turning out to be a bit of a Wasteman stream itself.
It's a double Wasteman stream.
So what did you guys talk about on the Wasteman stream yesterday? Let's pretend it's the first time we said this.
Yeah. We definitely did not discuss this before. This was not. It's completely new. It's completely new.
First time. Pavlov, you're an actor. Yeah. You must know that you have to repeat your lines multiple times.
It's all rehearsal. It's all in the rehearsal, right?
This is take two. Mm-hmm. Take two.
Take two, bro. Take two.
So yeah. So you guys discussed.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically, we spoke about many of different things, but we focused a lot. And I remember you were part of this conversation. This part of the conversation, we were talking about wombs,
artificial wombs.
Artificial wombs. That's the one. We were talking about artificial wombs, and I definitely remember you gave some good points there, and there was some more people we were talking to. There was Chris, from Pyramidian Media.
Right. Yeah.
Also giving a good counterpoint. Yeah. He was actually giving a good counterpoint, because most of us were pro artificial wombs, but he actually gave some good points that made me question a little bit.
That's right.
Should be pro or not. I still think I would be pro, but with how things are nowadays, I don't even like it doesn't look good. From what I heard, right now the police is free to just come to random people on the street, ask them why are they outside, and if they don't like the reason, or if the people act suspiciously, the police think they're acting suspiciously. If
suspiciously being outside.
Yeah. Very suspicious, man. Very suspicious. How dare you go back inside, you fucking illegals? Back inside your country, in your room, in your home.
I was talking. I don't know. I've mentioned this before. I was talking to a friend. Maybe I shouldn't say it, because maybe we should do it as a surprise. But I was talking about a sketch. We could do a sketch down in Dover. We go to Dover. We borrow, rent, or buy one of these rubber boats, and I'll have like 2 or 3 Iranians with me, and we'll be on the boat, and we'll be the ones arriving. So there'll be like a little webcam thing on me, and we'll be from the point of view of us arriving onto the shores of Britain, and we jump out, and we're on our knees. We're like, thank you God that we made it. And then there's like 3 English guys there going, mate, can we borrow your boat? And then they jump on the boat and go towards France. I'm telling you, that would work. That would be so good.
Oh, Oh my god, that is a good one. That is a
And,
good one.
and as the English guys are passing, the English guy goes, "Good luck with this place. It's a fucking shithole." He's running away. We want to go to somewhere where we can stand out in the park without the police asking us why.
I know, right? But look, man, the real problem is that you can't go to France for that. Like in France, it's even worse right now, from what I
Really?
heard. Um, where
Damn.
can you? Where do you go? Where do you actually go
It's even
to not
worse in
be
France.
perpetually harassed? Oh yeah, man. Like it's really messed up. Look, France. I'm not terribly familiar with how things work there, but I know a lot more about how things work in Portugal, in Greece, in Italy, in Ukraine. Obviously, in Ukraine, it's in terms of the police. Like I heard that nobody harasses anyone. It's kind of like it was here in the very beginning. If you remove the toilet panic, the toilet paper panic, if you remove that from the equation. So
Oh.
basically, people kind of wear the masks in certain places, but mostly they don't really care. So
Yeah, I mean, it's just as I said, at the moment, all of Europe, most of Europe, I think Sweden might be the only place that might be relatively better than the rest. But yeah, most of Europe is as bad as Britain. Although they don't have the British strain, as they put it. But they're all pretty awful now. So yeah, you're right. We're gonna have to go all the way down. We're gonna have to swim all the way down to Morocco. In fact, we should be on the beaches of Morocco. We should be on the beaches of like Spain or somewhere. And then there's a bunch of guys from Morocco that arrive. And then the Spaniards are the ones getting on the boat going to Morocco. So yeah, that's what we're talking about, dude. If you can tweet this out to the various people, because I don't. I've tweeted it out to my people, but I don't have like Chris and them lot on my feeds, so I don't know whether they'll be able to see it or not. So yeah, if you're available,
yep,
just send it out to all the
no
various
problem.
people, so that the peeps have
And
it.
waste, man.
Yeah, get all the waste men on here. And what? Who else? Yeah, so I wanted to send it out to what's it called? To my people on the. Actually, I can do it through my phone, because on my machine I'm logged in as Centrist, so I don't have the Centrist Supremacy link. Well, no, so I have the link. I don't have it as my. Okay, don't worry. I'm babbling. Talk. Keep the people
All
entertained
right, all right.
while
I'll
I
give some
while I
entertainment.
send
That's
this
what
shit
I'm
out.
here for. That's what I'm here for, man. It's the entertainment as the
Uh,
actor, the crisis
Let
actor.
me entertain you. Go, Mr. Pavlov. Entertain the masses.
I'm trying to invite a guy who I was discussing a little bit what happened in Capitol Hill for a while, and this guy, he's a person that I met in Speaker's Corner, and he's a person that I spoke for a pretty long time about philosophy and stuff. But lately, we've had lots of rifts politically.
Oh yeah.
Philosophically, we're similar thinking, at least to an extent, like not exactly the same, but there are many similarities. We're both philosophically inclined, let's say, but our opinions are different about philosophy. But politically, we're very different, and the rift is just getting bigger and bigger with time. Mainly because maybe because of mainly, especially because of things like BLM, for example, because I think everybody at this point knows my opinions on BLM,
Yeah.
on the movement that is. And this person, he does support the BLM, which kind of baffles me.
You're not talking about Tiger, though, are you?
No, 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 not Tiger, man. You know Tiger. It's a different guy. Tiger is not very philosophically inclined,
Yeah,
Banksy.
that's true. That is.
It's a yeah, it's a much more philosophically inclined guy than Tiger. Like Tiger is more of a guy you hang around with. It's more like a comedic relief in Speaker's Corner.
Community.
No, but sometimes so am I. Like I like both Sometimes I like talking about philosophy. Sometimes it's mostly about comedic relief, like making some jokes and whatnot. It depends on really. I think it's important for people to have both.
True.
But this guy is different. He's definitely not Tiger. And I'm sure his reasons for supporting BLM are also very different to Tiger's reasons. You know, because I don't really think Tiger has good reasons to support BLM. It's basically the main reason Tiger usually tells me is this: oh, you know, I spoke with some BLM people. They were nice. I went to their protests. Most of them were nice, and that's it. BLM is good. That's
Yeah.
basically. Uh,
So
yeah.
you were saying, sorry, I missed the bit that you said you guys are politically dividing, as in like moving away from each other. But then what was the issue? Was it just that you find?
Yeah, because he's been talking with me. He's been sending me stuff about what happened in Capitol Hill and demanding that I would condemn it. You know, vehemently condemn it, like I condemned the violence of BLM. And I was like, dude, okay, it just happened. Like, we don't have too much information. I just simply didn't really want to answer that because it just barely happened, and I wasn't entirely sure what exactly happened yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was the first. But even now, I think it's simply not comparable to each other. I mean, yeah, sure, they went to Capitol Hill, and I do understand what people say that that they simply were let in. There is some truth to that because it seems to me like it's just an easy, like, look, a bunch of wastemen with some Confederate flags and some horns and whatever just decide to come in Capitol Hill, and they're just fine, whatever, come in. It's a bit weird. So I do think there might be some truth to that they were simply, nobody really stopped them. But at the same time, I was also very surprised that nobody stopped the looting, the rioting, the destruction, and the violence done by BLM that lasted for a huge amount of time.
Well,
huge
exactly. I mean, all that, mostly peaceful protesting as the building behind me burns to the ground.
Fiery but mostly peaceful, fiery but mostly peaceful.
I mean, the goal of the reporter guy who stood in front of a burning building and went, it was a mostly peaceful day of protesting. Like, the building is on fire. How is it? I mean, couldn't you even pick another location? Like, okay, let's pick a location where there's some greenery and shrubbery behind me. There must have been an area where nothing was burning.
Look, I think this is the reason why they did it. Because look, they obviously need to get something interesting, so will captivate viewers, right? But at the same time, they need to push an agenda. And so, Christopher, how's it going, bro?
Yay.
Glad you joined us.
Hey guys, nice
one
to
of
see
one of our main informants on the situation in the US.
Well, it seems like the storming of the Capitol building is going to be used as an excuse to delegitimize everything about Trump and go after a lot of people in the right wing. I don't know, man. I'm not super confident. As I was saying on Pavlov's stream last night, the Democrats will now have all three branches of the U.S. government. Plus, they can stack the Supreme Court, which means they will have total power. They'll still require, say, I think a supermajority if they want to alter the Constitution, but they won't need to do that because they'll have the Supreme Court, which means that they can merely change the interpretation of the Constitution.
Yeah. You spoke about this. Last time, that if they have access to changing the interpretation, it's almost as good as having access to changing the Constitution itself.
And this is actually sort of the basis of what you call critical law theory, which was developed by Derek Bell, who's the guy that taught Barack Obama law at university, right? And it comes from this very prescient sort of observation that since laws are built on words, if you change the definition of what those words mean, you change all of the laws that those words are used on, right?
Absolutely.
So a really good example of this actually would be the Second Amendment, right? So under the US Constitution, it says the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, it's pretty clear to most reasonable observers what that means, right? Don't fuck with the ability for people to carry arms. But of course, over time, mainly through Supreme Court judgments and stuff like that, this has been sort of watered down and watered down and watered down. Honestly, I think if we don't see the US military take a stand either way before January the 20th, we are going to wake up to a very, very different America. I mean, it is one thing. It would be one thing if the Dems got into power and say the Republicans still held the Senate, or if it was, a close-run thing. But with all four branches of government, there will be literally nothing that they can't do. As far as I can tell, my understanding is that the majority in the Senate is quite tight. So they would only need a couple of people, I guess, to defect in order to block certain policies. But given the sort of rabid nature of the left and the demonization of Trump, I imagine it will be sufficient to simply say to Senate members or House members, what, do you support Trump? Why are you against this policy? Why are you against social justice? You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm really really pessimistic, actually. I think that this is going to provide not just a precedent for the United States, but probably for other Western countries as well. And yeah, I don't think it's a good thing at all. I should point out that this is not the only time that the Capitol has been stormed. Feminists and all kinds of people have done it. But there was like a much worse reaction this time. Pavlov, you were talking about rumors that Antifa might have been involved. I've been looking into this, and it seems like there is some evidence. The guy who's now famous with the
horn guy,
wearing the horned hat and stuff like that, has been seen at a number of BLM protests. And it would answer the question of where the fuck Antifa actually were. Like, usually you would expect them to show up to something like this and fight with the Trump supporters, but there was no organized Antifa presence. There have been flyers I've seen circulating saying that Antifa was planning on showing up dressed as MAGA, and there are some videos circulating, I can't really confirm this, that seems to suggest that at a certain point the cops just let the protesters in. Now, the problem with all of this is that when you get down to the point of, sort of coup operations and stuff, when the fate of a country hangs in the balance, all kinds of fuckery become possible. There's no real way to know one way or the other. This is the big problem. You know what they say, like in war, the first casualty is the truth. And this is what we are seeing. We don't really know what the fuck is going on. We know for sure what people want us to think is going on. This is very, very easy. Just turn on the mainstream news. What they want people to think is going on is that a bunch of sort of right-wing extremists stormed the Capitol and, people died. They had to have a couple of deaths in order to make this sort of like really sort of, stick. Not to in any way crap on the memory of the people who died. I'm just merely saying that you generally, in order to have a really moving sort of event, you do need a couple of deaths at least. I don't know. I mean, I keep wondering, what's going through Trump's head at the moment. So if he does nothing, it seems that the US will slide into a massive tyranny. If the election fraud stuff is true, I mean, I don't really know. They never got to evidentiary hearings. None of the trials ever got to evidence. They were all dismissed on standing. I mean, this is a really, really big problem. They should have at least had a hearing where they got to present evidence. So that question is basically unanswered. But I'm pretty sure, like, some people believe that they have the answer, and I'm pretty sure that Trump feels that it was rigged. So you have a situation. This actually reminds me a lot of old European history, sort of dynastic succession and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean, right? We can imagine Trump as like the deposed king in a way, right? He does have kind of kingly powers in that sense. He is seen as the icon of a movement, the representative of a thing. You know what I mean, right? So it's going to be very, very important to the Democrats that he not just be removed, but also destroyed, shamed, even. They will have to destroy his legitimacy because he's going to be fucking dangerous otherwise, man. You know, the first rule of royal succession is you never leave the deposed king and his family alive.
Absolutely. And it's more than what you said before. It has a lot to do with what you said before, but it's even more than that. They're going to keep Trump as like this boogeyman. Are you like Trump? Are you sympathize with Trump? You want to be like Trump? You want to do what Trump did? He's going to be like the new Hitler. He already is seen by many social justice warriors as Hitler, literally Hitler, you know? And he's going to be seen as this new boogeyman, this new big bad creature. You know what I mean? Oh, President Kamala 2024, huh?
It's Ned. That's Ned.
Yeah, Ned.
Always Ned. Ned's a big ass troll. Don't ever think Ned isn't a troll. Ned comes across as all meek and mild and the fucking Clark Kent of the YouTubes, but he's a fucking devil. He's a demon right under there.
You cut me. You cut me, Banksy. You cut me deep, man.
I mean, Pavlov, you are basically correct, right? When the food runs out and when they introduce rationing and when everyone is on, you know, 200 pounds a month UBI linked to your social credit score and everything goes to shit, it'll be Trump that they blame for all of it. They won't blame bad economic policy. They won't blame communism. They won't blame social justice. They'll blame Trump. I have been thinking a lot about 1984 recently. I know it's become something of a trope, but phrases from that book keep echoing eerily through my head. Not just the early bits, but you know the later bits where you know Winston is talking with O'Brien, and O'Brien is saying how you know all competing pleasures we will destroy. There will be no warmth. There will be no love. There will be no human contact. There will only be the glory of victory. You know, if you want to imagine a future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. All competing pleasures we will destroy. And I hate if that sounds hyperbolic, but that's definitely the way I see shit going at the moment, man. Like, how long, seriously, do people think we can keep the entire economy locked down before it collapses? Hardly anyone seems to be talking about this, and I find that extremely disturbing. This is why they should teach fucking economics in schools. Everyone seems to think that economics is like this thing that just fucking comes from God or something. It's fucking crazy, man. We're going to be in this lockdown's going to go until March. And then
wait. Sorry. We were talking about America and the economic apocalypse, right? And
yeah.
People sort of starving on this. And now we're going to COVID.
No.
Well, they're one in the same, really.
Yeah, the COVID is going to be also used. The COVID.
It's going to bring a zombie apocalypse. What's this?
No, not a zombie apocalypse. Merely an economic collapse. You don't need zombies for any of this shit. It'll be like Venezuela, I guess.
I mean,
humans can be a lot more frightening than zombies.
Yeah, but the thing is that what you were saying, Christopher, in regards to 1984, it runs almost parallel to V for Vendetta as well, and how it all came about, and how the country was taken into a dictatorship through disease, violence, terrorism. A cornucopia of events all converging, if you like, into a singular moment in which a person will rise and become the next dictator. Now, I don't think they will do a singular dictator. I think this is going to be an oligarchy type of thing. It's going to be a syndicate that will take over, because I think they know that the peasants, the people, are just generally far too aware of history and a single dictator rising. So they will at all costs avoid that scenario and create a corporatocracy, a syndicate, an oligarchy, some scenario in which
cathedral.
The cathedral, I guess. I mean, the cathedral is at work anyway, but they will create a scenario in which it'll be a hydra. It will have many heads, so you can't just lob one off and get rid of the overall thing.
It'll be fucking communism. Yeah. Is what it'll be.
Can we just sort of gentlemen? Can we all just calm the fuck down for a minute?
Oh yeah.
I mean.
How do you see this going, mate?
Well, look. The thing is that look, we've had 2 world wars where we were utterly bankrupt, where Germany was utterly bankrupt. These economies are incredibly resilient, right? They're great banks of wealth and wealth generation in Europe and in America as well, right?
How did Germany recover after World War II? Just out of curiosity, through massive loans from the US, without which it would have completely imploded, thus bringing out another war, which was the principal reason why.
Where was the money coming from, Christopher?
Sorry,
where did the American money come from?
It came from the economic activity of America.
Yeah, but who?
What do you mean, who?
Well, the American government.
Who provided them? No, it wasn't the American.
You mean who printed the money?
No. Who provided the money?
The Lend-Lease program was primarily funded by the American government.
Sorry, Lend-Lease is 1940. We're talking about 1923, I think, yeah? So when...
No. I'm talking about World War II.
After World War II.
I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were talking about the First World War. After the First World War. So you're talking about after the Second World War?
Yeah. Even though the World Bank was primarily set up to give post-war loans to Germany, in practice, most of the money actually came from the American government.
Okay, so I guess in this scenario, the only viable country that would be left after the economic collapse of the United States and the European nations, it would be China. China will be the primary lender.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think the situation in the US is going to be that cut and dried. As I was saying last night, I think it's more likely that you will see the US split into 2 different zones of influence, and I think the catalyst for this will be the coronavirus lockdown. Biden has already said once he gets into office, he's going to lock the entire country down for 3 months. I highly suspect that the red states will tell him to get fucked. If that is the case, then the next logical step surely will be, well, we've got to seal the borders between certain states because we can't have people who are, defying the lockdown, cross the border and infect people in blue states. And then, you kind of have 2 different countries, really. I mean, if you seal the borders, and then I feel like it's only downhill from there. I really hope I'm wrong, but I mean, history tends to suggest that this is probably what's going to happen.
No, I mean, I think to a certain extent, we are going to pay a heavy price, and as are our children and our children's children. And I think that there is going to be all sorts of cutbacks and tax rises and austerity and all sorts of things, like austerity on steroids. Okay, but the thing is that these economies are far more resilient than they've survived 2 world wars, right? 4 years of everything centered on,
and they survived those 2 world wars, right, through classical liberal market policies, which are now being completely destroyed. The same
They'll bounce
thing
back.
does not.
They will bounce back as they did after the Second World War. They will bounce back.
It will take a lot of time, though, won't it?
Well, it will. But I mean, it will bounce back. The model that sort of sticks in my mind is after the First World War, Germany was utterly smashed.
Devastated.
Well, not economically. It was completely maxed out, and its credit card complete. And it took 7 years to completely recover. 7 years. Now I know 7 years is a long time, but it's not in the great scheme of things.
Dude, it took 7 years with American money, right? With like sustained help, money, and assets from the US and the rest of the world, specifically so that the country would not collapse further and they would not have another war like the thing that happened after World War I with the reparations.
So I'm talking about 1923. I'm talking about the run on, but that was American money, but it wasn't American government money. It was investors. Now,
okay, so you're talking about Germany after World War I. So Weimar Germany, right?
Yeah, Weimar, yeah.
Okay, so you know the end of that story, right? The currency hyperinflated, the country collapsed due to the massive reparations payments demanded by the French. This was predicted by John Maynard Keynes, and this was the principal reason why attention was paid to him after World War II. And instead of enacting massive reparations after World War II, the opposite strategy was taken, and Germany was assisted to rebuild.
Yeah, the Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan.
Plan. Right. So, I mean, you are kind of correct that Germany did sort of recover. I mean, you know, economically after the Nazis came into power.
No. It recovered. In 1923, there was its economy completely collapsed. The thing is that within 2 years there was a boom in Germany again. Now I know that was American money, right? But it didn't. The thing is that it didn't go from 1923 to Hitler. Hitler didn't come along for another 10 years. The thing is that my point is that these Western economies are incredibly resilient, are very, very resilient. And I would suggest to you that America hasn't had the kind of lockdown that we've seen in this country, right?
Hey, sorry,
that is true.
Give me just 1 second. I think you guys are ignoring one very important thing, which is there's a huge difference between World War II and what's going on now. And the main difference is that in World War II, there was actual, real misery that could not be avoided. In our days, all the misery can be very easily avoided, but it's not being avoided. It's not being avoided because people in power want to lead the nations to a specific collapse. And that raises a question, why do they want to lead with the economy to a specific collapse? And that is the question we need to answer now, because World War II, things were destroyed. You know, Europe was destroyed, especially Germany, especially.
Sorry. Are you suggesting that the powers that be are engineering this to destroy the economy and create misery?
No, I'm suggesting the powers that exist right now are trying to get a power grab with the situation.
I have a more nuanced interpretation of this. I think what is actually happening is that certain selected people in government and certain critical IT infrastructure systems have been essentially owned by either the Russians or the Chinese, and that they are essentially inside the UK government's decision loop. So if this situation, obviously this is very, very hard to prove, but there was the SolarWinds Orion hack recently, which completely owned the NHS, a number of critical government departments. So this is not beyond the realm of reason. If that is the case, and if there is a foreign power inside the UK's decision loop, then it's quite possible for all the actors in government to believe that they are acting sincerely, but have their critical decision-making skills impaired. I think this is probably a more likely descriptor of what's actually going on. Looked at from a who benefits perspective, I think that the country that is getting the most benefit out of this is China. Although China also seems to be completely fucked at the moment as well. But I mean, this is a common thread in a lot of, you know, authoritarian regimes. They wind up fucking themselves up just as badly as they fuck up everybody else up. So I don't really know. I don't believe it's entirely malevolent.
Look,
Sorry?
because they can recover. They don't care if the whole world is as fucked as they are, because they can just snap their fingers, force their people for something different, and recover from it. And I don't think people realize in the West just how much power the government in China has over their people. Not so long ago, they implemented the empty plate law on their restaurants, which means
bro, that's
about this
nothing.
That's
you
not
heard the latest
something.
Oh,
That's something compared to the West, man. Imagine something like that in the West. It would be the biggest scandal in the universe, man. In the West, the government forcing the people to pay for one extra plate or to order one less plate than there's people in the restaurant, because that's what happened in China. You know, they were forced to order one less meal than the people that were coming to the restaurant. Imagine something like that happening in the West. It would be an absolute scandal, man.
The West would do it differently. The West would introduce rationing like they had in wartime.
Most likely, but not even that, man. Not even that. Things like those would most likely not happen in the West, because West.
This is crazy. This is batshit crazy. Oh, I'm sorry.
Crazy?
This is all batshit crazy. How about there was this disease that came along, a pandemic, like we have had for millennia. We have always had plagues and all sorts of different diseases that have come along in waves and waves and waves, right? And this one came along. The last big one was 1920, although apparently 1958 was pretty bad, right? And the government of the world, of the West especially, has been scrambling to try and get on top of it. It seems that the Chinese don't really give a fuck about these people and just sort of nailed their doors shut, right? And said, if you come out, we'll shoot you, right? In the West, we do, we try and actually we try and actually look after our people, and they've tried to do the best under their circumstances, and each country has tried a different method. This is batshit crazy that there's some kind of sort of evil group that are planning to this is some kind of power grab. I think that they're just trying to get on top of things. This is batshit crazy.
Okay, but you don't. Okay,
wait. Hold on, Chris. Let me answer, because this is a reaction to what I said, not to what you said. You haven't said things that are as extreme as what I said. Now, President Kamala, do you know about the political prosecutions that happened in China right after the supposed COVID outbreak? Do you know about the groups of armed medics walking around the streets and just arresting people on the streets that just happened to be people that the communist regime in China didn't like? Interesting, isn't it? It's the perfect excuse to just walk around the streets and take people in just because you don't like them. Oh, they're suspected to have COVID.
Can I come back to that? Can I come back on that? I mean, the thing is if you start
virus that kills less than 0.9% of people, less than that. So horrible virus that is being
let me come back. Yeah, okay. You made a point. Let me come back to it. Let me come back to that point.
Hold on. I'll let you finish. Let me finish. Now you come here, you start calling people crazy. Bro, you don't know what
crazy. I said batshit crazy. Yeah, go on.
Now it's go on. Okay.
Batshit crazy, not just crazy, Pablo. Okay, get
not
it
just
right.
Crazy. Yeah, it's batshit crazy. It's
I don't know. I'm happy to be called batshit crazy. Yeah, I like people pushing back a bit, to be honest.
Anyway,
I'm not being given a chance to get back because Pavlov's going on. You make a whole lot of points, and we're just let's have.
Go on. I'm giving you time.
Right. Okay. What about a different way? That the thing is that they foresee that there's going to be maybe instability created by this pandemic, right? And they clamp down. And that's what police states do in these kinds of circumstances. I mean, just look at it another way. You know, when the Olympics came along, very often in countries where there is an Olympics, in the cities where they arrest. You know, I understand that when they had the Beijing Olympics, all of the vagrants just disappeared. Right? They weren't shot or anything. They were just taken out, taken away.
Same in Sydney, by the way. They did exactly the same thing.
Oh, yeah. And I
they didn't shoot them. They just bust them all out. But yes.
And I suspect that what you'll find is that somebody said that this might actually turn bad. This may be a threat to the stability of China. Let's actually start arresting some of these people to stop any kind of sedition. That's my point. You can talk.
So I don't understand.
That's no point. You didn't make any point.
Look, my point is okay. Look, my point is that I accept that it may well have been that a whole load of political dissidents were rounded up, and the usual suspects were rounded up and taken away and put in some internment camp or some prison somewhere. Okay, and the thing is that I would imagine they did that as a safety measure for security, for internal security. Right? When there's a threat of any kind of possible instability, let's say that there was a food shortage, a harvest failed, they would round up possible dissidents to nip any possible unrest in the bud, to cut the head off of any kind of monster that might. So do you see that what they may have zealot police officers may have done in a police state that is China? They saw that this pandemic had legs. It was taking off. It was probably causing panic in markets. There's a whole lot of stuff that we probably have never been told about because they control the media, right? And they probably just had a clampdown. They probably had a police clampdown, and that's what you're talking. That's what you saw with these people.
Just out of curiosity,
you know what's the first?
Do you know much about Chinese history?
Exactly, that's a good point. But before that, do you know what's the first thing that the Chinese government said when countries heard about COVID? Which, by the way, they tried to cover up the very idea of COVID until it developed. For a few months, they said there was nothing. There was nothing. There's nothing in our country. When in Taiwan, they were already taking precautions against COVID. When in China, it's funny because in Taiwan, they started taking precautions before they started taking precautions in China, when the virus originated in China and not in Taiwan. It's just a fun fact for you there. But not only that, when the virus was actually, people knew about what's going on, knew that there's some kind of a new virus, the first thing that the Chinese did was call anybody who closes their border to them, to Chinese, or that threatens to close the border, racist. They simply started throwing the racist word all around the place. They called the USA racist. They called Taiwan racist. I still remember a speech by Tedros where he complained about racism by the Taiwanese for absolutely no reason. And as the WHO still denied to accept that Taiwan is a separate country from China, when the guy was asked from WHO, one of their main scientists was asked about this, he just turned off the call.
Because
what is the point you're making? So why are you saying that? What
I'm saying is China is using this virus right now. Now, was the virus created by China on purpose? Was the virus accidental? Was the virus whatever? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I'm not trying to say this is what the virus is, that is what the virus is, this is whatever. I'm not saying any of that. I have no knowledge.
So what was your point then? So what
exactly
was your point?
The virus is. My point is the virus is being used for political leverage. And anybody who says that it's not being used for political leverage is not paying that much attention to what's going on. Because it's clear in the whole world that the virus is a huge political leverage that can be used against anyone who you don't like. You know what I mean? Speaker's Corner is the
I have a question for you.
All you have to do is look at Speaker's Corner. There's been gatherings much bigger than Speaker's Corner. There's been BLM protests all around the place. during one of the first lockdowns. And what did the NHS do? They left the NHS, they left the hospitals, and they fucking clapped for the BLM protesters. How great of a job they're doing. And you're seriously coming here with a serious face telling me that this is all batshit insane? That the virus being used for political reasons is batshit insane? Man, come on. Come on, are you serious right now?
Okay, to be fair, I don't think that's what he's saying is insane.
Yeah, it's not what
Correct
I'm
me
saying.
if I'm wrong here, Kamala. You're saying that
I think actually.
What you're saying is insane is the specifically the idea that this is being engineered or a conspiracy. Okay, so fair enough.
Hold on.
Right?
What's the conspiracy theory that I used? Tell me what conspiracy theory I said.
I think he disputes the fundamental idea that this is not being naturally caused. Correct me if I'm wrong again, Kamala. I think this is just a comedy of errors. Correct?
But it's not, man. The truth is that it's not. And I already showed you proof that it's not. You know, when BLM protested, all the media was saying, "Oh, there's no proof. There's more cases." When Trump did protests, hundreds more, thousands more.
But that's a different thing. I mean, that's about.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay. That is about left-wing bias in the media and in amongst the chattering classes, amongst the Islington set, amongst the the intelligentsia. I mean, that's what it's about. Left-wing bias that they favour one thing. There's like two-tier policing. You saw that with, as you say, with the BLM sort of demonstrations, and then condemning other things like Portland.
So what's the break on this, Kamala? I presume you believe that this has a natural endpoint at which it will reverse back the other way. I'd be very curious to know what you think is the force that is going to stop this tendency from getting worse, because personally I do not see one, but if you do, I'd be very curious to know.
I think in this particular in this country and in America, and so I should imagine Germany and France as well, I think that there are a lot of very, very good people who would resist it if it goes too far, and I firmly believe that. Well, no, I mean, I've
sorry, I don't.
Can I just expand on that for a second?
Sure,
because
sorry.
Go on. It was really interesting because I think that the Democrats have won. They've won the presidency. They've got now control of both houses, right? And
the Supreme Court.
And the well, no, I don't know whether they got control of the Supreme Court at the moment.
Well, they're going to start with judges, so
right. But not at the moment. Not at the moment. Anyway, the thing is that if they actually go too far, I think that all the social justice, all the cultural Marxism, I think it pisses a lot of people off, ordinary people off. And remember that half the population voted for Biden and half the population voted for Trump. It's a very, very divided nation, America. And I think that there's an awful lot of good, honest people, good, honest Democrats, right, that if it starts getting extremely silly, they will roll back, they will push back against it. I firmly believe that. And I think it's exactly the same in this country. I think that.
So do you believe the last election was honestly conducted? The US election? Because this is really the crucial question, right? Because normally you would be absolutely correct. However, and I don't know this for sure, right? Because as I was saying before, this has never gotten to an evidentiary hearing. But if these accusations are true and the election system has been queered in those 5 critical swing states, there will never be a situation where those reasonable people will be able to push back. You realize that, right?
If it got to a situation that was
look, you can't always rely on the idea that if shit goes south, somebody's going to do something. It no longer works. I just don't think it's been working. For this whole year, if you look, let's be serious for a second. If you told anybody around you, even the craziest, most conspiratorial person, that things would turn out as they are right now 1 year ago, I'm serious, they would laugh in your face. They would call you
They
crazy.
would call you a conspiracy theorist.
Exactly.
Yes.
Even the craziest, the biggest conspiracy nutcases.
Right. Can I just jump in? Can I just jump in there? Now, look, this is really interesting because I think that up to now, America has been it's been controlled basically by predominantly white people, right? And I think you're now getting to a point where that is no longer so much the case. And I think what you've actually seen in the election is a coalition. Hillary Clinton tried to do it. I think Obama did it. But what he did was that he managed to actually galvanize the minorities as well as the college educated and above people, right? And that worked for Obama. It didn't work for Hillary Clinton. It's worked for Biden. I wonder whether there's now been a change in time, a watershed, that from now on America will veer to the left, will be much more, whereas in the past it's been very much sort of center right. So maybe you're right. Maybe the country America has actually veered to the left. That's why I paused when you asked me that question. It's sort of like a slap in the face. The thing is, it does actually seem to me that America has lurched to the center right. Now, whether that's unstoppable, I don't know.
So Pew has done some research on this. There isn't a most recent one, but there's a very, very famous poll that Pew did on political polarization. And it started back in 2014. Ralph actually references this a lot.
Ralph.
And yeah, I know.
Chris, you shouldn't have said that because now.
No. Like, look, he references like lots of stuff. That doesn't mean I fucking agree with him, right?
No, I know. I get it.
And you can see that political opinion in the US, and I would be willing to bet a substantial amount of money that the same thing is happening in the UK. Whereas before, the sort of political landscape could be defined as like sort of two small peaks that were like relatively close together. Those two peaks are widening and widening and widening. And the left has lurched far further to the left than the right has gone to the right. The data on this is pretty clear, although given recent events, I would be willing to believe that the right has also begun lurching further to the right.
To the extremities, yeah, both sides.
To the extremities. The problem is these two worldviews, right? And you mentioned the black-white thing, right? But what you really mean, basically, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but the way that I see this is that America is either a country founded on liberty with like the best of intentions and good values and a place of freedom and stuff like that, or it is a bastion of white supremacy built off the backs of black and brown bodies and purely exploitative and needs to be torn down. Unfortunately, there's not really a halfway point between those two points of view. Although, of course, the truth, as always, is more complex. Neither side is really looking at the nuance, if you get what I'm saying, right? I mean, the truth is it's a bit of both, right? The truth is that the US was founded on the best values and it also like exploit a bunch of people, you know what I mean? Like all empires, really. I mean, the UK is exactly the same. I don't see how these two things can be reconciled.
Well, right. Excellent. The thing is I didn't mean black and white, but what I meant was that when I said black, I think that an awful lot of Democrats were white voters. But I think they were college-educated white people. So I'm not saying that sort of white people voted Republican and black people voted, or the minorities, Hispanics, sort of voted Democrat. It would seem that the minorities and college-educated people, especially out on the coasts, tended to vote for Democrats, and it seemed that more white people that didn't go to college voted Republican. What was the other point you made there?
Look, the thing
Oh
is
yeah,
that that's the main
about the tits.
problem.
That's right, about the tits. The thing is that the survey that you actually said about polarization in voting, it's like two breasts, isn't it? Two breasts.
Yes.
If you
Yes,
think
I
about,
like that. I'm
if
gonna
you think
steal
about-
that.
Now, in the past, in the 1960s, it was more of a single camel hump. Right. If you looked at politics, an awful lot of Democrats and Republicans were sort of interchangeable in exactly the same way that I think a lot of liberals, conservatives, Labour people were sort of interchangeable. And now what's actually happened is, as you say, because people have sort of moved out a little bit more to the extremities, I'm not saying the extreme extremities, but there's like a gap. There's like a bit of a yawning, there's a bit of a gap where people identify with either the right camp or they identify with the left camp, right? And what you seem to be suggesting is that these two are unreconcilable. I would suggest to you that if what might happen with Biden is that he might actually calm things down. I don't know, but he might actually calm things down, and things might sort of ease up a little bit. And you know that those two breasts, they may go back to being something like the single camel hump. Am I making any kind of sense, or am I sounding?
You are
I
making
understand your point. I understand your
making
point.
sense.
Completely
I just
disagree
don't.
with your point. How is Biden? Look, hold on. Let's analyze some of the things that Biden has said and done. Biden has said that Antifa is just an idea. He has sided with Antifa. Biden has said, if you vote for Donald Trump, you're not an actual black person. If you're black and you vote for Donald Trump, he's incited racial division with that. He's incited racial hatred. That if you vote for Trump, you're an Uncle Tom. You're a house nigger. You're not a real black man. You need to vote for me. I'm on your side. I'm your homie.
Did he use that? Did he use the N-word? Did he use the N-word?
No. The actual quote was, "If you vote for Trump,
No,
you ain't black."
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. No, I just wanted to use the word, house N-word.
No. He never used he never called anyone like that.
Right.
He didn't use curse words. No.
Okay, right. No, but racial epithets.
Look, he sides with BLM. He sides with Antifa. He incites racial division in the country. He obviously said that he misspoke, but he did say that he was part of the most inclusive and extensive voter fraud organization. Yeah. That didn't sound very good, especially.
Say that again. What do you mean by that? Please explain.
I never heard of that. It's a quote. He actually said that on one of his speeches.
Yeah, look, of course he hasn't heard it.
He said something like this. Of course he's not gonna say he did it on purpose. It was accidental. It was accidental, definitely. But whether it is true or not, that's the question. He said this quote, something like this: "We've been part of the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in American history." I'm not making this up, by the way. You can look it up yourself on YouTube right now. I don't think we can show it because we'll get copyright strike because it's most likely taken by the media, the video. But he did say that. He sided with BLM. He sided with Antifa completely, not just a little bit, completely. He incited racial division. What makes you think he's going to try to calm things down?
Yeah, I'm just looking at there's an awful lot of admittedly left-wing newspapers in America sort of saying that claiming that his comments were taken out of context.
Of course. Saying that is just an idea is, completely taken out of context. Obviously,
I'm gonna have to read.
Imagine Trump said the KKK is just an idea. Imagine he said something like that. That's an interesting quote to say, isn't it?
You may be right, and he may be like the bitch of the left. Okay, he may be their bitch for the next 4 years. Who knows?
He's China's bitch is the problem. It's not that he's the bitch of the left, although he is. The problem is that he's
the bitch of the left, and the left is the bitch of China. That's how it is.
I think the problem of external state actor interference is a much bigger problem than.
Sorry. Can I? I'm sorry, Christopher. Can I just I agree. You may be right. It might be that he is going to be the tool of the left and the frightening left. And somebody that I really admire called Konstantin Kissin reckons that is actually the case. That
I like Konstantin. He's a good bloke.
We're in for 4 years of sort of social justice stupidity, right? So that you may actually have a point. I think that people will actually push up against it, and if they do put up with it, I think it will cause a massive reaction against it. Please carry on, please. Please.
Yeah, no. Look, I agree with you, right? I think the thing that you are failing to grasp, right? No, I'm serious.
No, it's good.
Patronizing, right? We have all been locked in our homes for a year now, right? It's already happened. Everyone's like, oh, there might be, look at all that we have put up with. And yet you are seriously suggesting to me that after all of this, there will be pushback. What pushback? It hasn't happened so far.
In the ballot box.
All you've got to do is invoke COVID and everyone lines up like fucking placid sheeple. I think, honestly, if this can be accomplished, anything can be accomplished. This is one of the look, I realize, like, you came in and I was summarizing my position. I realize it does sound very extreme, but trust me, I actually have very, very good and substantial reasons for why I have such a gloomy outlook. I didn't just come straight off Alex Jones and was like, I'm going to eat my neighbors.
They're putting chemicals in the water that are turning the friggin' frogs gay.
Fluoride, yes.
That's Alex Jones, by the way.
Your Alex Jones impression sucks, mate.
The frogs gay. Yeah, that's right.
I will eat my neighbors with new Alex Jones barbecue sauce. If you're going to eat your neighbors, buy my barbecue sauce. That hint of chicory will make your neighbors taste delightful.
Oh.
Yeah, big old tiger in the house.
All right, yeah, cool. Yo, what's up?
Sorry, I didn't see you in the panel in the back.
Oh, sorry, that's cool. I thought it was Pablo was in control. I was like,
no, not today.
hey,
wasn't paying
yo,
attention.
Banksy, turn your camera on. Everyone, turn your cameras on.
Dude, Banksy's camera is actually...
No, fuck you.
I am on cam. It's just the only way to see me is...
camera. Yeah, look, Tiger, let me explain you something. Banksy's camera is actually on. You can see him on the stream. You just can't see him here because he's...
No, I looked on the stream. He's not there either.
Yeah, I've switched it now. If you look on the stream,
no,
I'm there now.
the thing is
is it? Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
I just
Yeah,
switched
yeah,
the different screens. I was doing something.
Glasses
belly, right? That's the rest of him is outside the camera lens. Right? Sorry,
it's an aerial shot. Fuck you.
It's a bird fly view.
he's the only panelist on the panel with gravitational pull. Right? sorry, Banksy. I'm sorry.
It's my ass, Ned.
Hey,
It's my ass.
Everyone can talk all the shit they want about Banksy, but he still won the weight loss contest with Zubida. That's something.
Did he?
He did because he didn't gain any new weight, and Zubida did gain weight.
Banksy, I'm really sorry to be rude, right? But can you show me a picture of you when you had hair? I just want to.
I'm not showing you pictures of me when I had hair. Okay, those are pictures of me as a young man.
You ever I'm not trying to be rude. Look, will you ever
in a private setting? I will show you pictures of me that you would not
right.
believe they're me.
Were you skinny? Were you Sorry, I'm
Let's
being
put it this
rude.
way: when I came to London, I had a 32-inch waist.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
There was a
I have
time
42-inch
where I had a
waist.
32-inch waist and a head of hair that you would not believe. I
Were
had
you
hair
like
a horse's
afro?
mane.
Why do I imagine you're like this super sexy Persian, like, oh, hello, ladies. Yeah.
I wore my shirt with all the buttons down all the way to my navel and a giant medallion inside it. And I drove a white BMW.
Oh god.
Did you have the gold chain and medallion though? I mean, like that's the really crucial part.
Exactly. I had my shirts buttoned down, gold chain in the middle, gold chain, gold medallion, and a white
Persian women
Mercedes
worth it?
or
Like, are they
BMW.
worth the hassle? Are Persian women, are they worth the hassle that they bring, or
Are they? Is the squeeze worth the juice?
yeah.
Is what you're asking me?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's hard because they are one of, as far as female categories are concerned. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm like a super stud, but I've dated a woman from almost every continent. The only two continents, the only two races, is an Aboriginal woman and a woman of a Native American stock. Admittedly, I haven't gone down the Polynesian and the oh man, what are they called? Momoan? No, not Momoans.
Bro, Banksy, you know who you gotta date? You gotta date someone like a chick from that island in the Indian Ocean that hasn't been touched by civilization. You gotta go.
Yeah.
That's it. A Sentinelese chick, man. That's gonna be fire.
You went down through a list, have you?
Yeah. I mean, I had a list when I was young. I wanted the redhead, blonde, and brunette. Did all of that. Then I wanted a woman from the Asian subcontinent, the Indian subcontinent. Obviously, Europeans. There were loads of those. Australian, but this was a European Australian, not
Who are the most
Aboriginal.
sexually open women? Which race is the most sexually open?
women?
I don't know. I think Australian women would definitely be up there in my experience.
They're much easier to talk
to
to.
be that saying, isn't there? Do you fancy a fuck? I didn't, but I do now. You smooth talking bastard.
Yeah, that's exactly how they talk. They're definitely not come back to my place for a line and let's get to know each other better. And you want to look at my goth poetry or any of that shit. Oh no, it's just really.
You really say that?
So are we doing this or what?
Did you, Christopher, did you dress up like a Death Eater from Harry Potter? Did you always dress like that?
Death Eater.
No, actually, I used to dress up,
lose the knickers, Oster.
I used to be like proper goth, mate.
It's like yeah.
Because when I got into it, Marilyn Manson was a big thing, and if you wanted to get fucking goth pussy, that was the way to look. If you were tall, skinny, and pale with like long hair and shit, it would just come flying at you, man.
You are over 18. You are 18, right?
Christopher, did you ever hit it raw and then just be like, deletus fetus?
Deletus fetus.
No, I can't say I. Despite being quite a hoe, I was always very, very nice to the people that I slept with.
No. We're not talking about you being nice. He's saying if you actually hit it raw, did you try to get rid of the if she got pregnant or something? That's what he was talking about.
No, birth control was widely available.
There you go.
Practically everyone was on the pill.
In all honesty, though, I think birth control.
I was not
concerned. The thing is, as far as condoms are concerned, I think you should definitely. I mean, we should advise on Centrist Supremacy to the young people out there. You should always use a condom because pregnancy is not the only thing you can catch.
I think we should advise to the young people listening that you should actually go out and get laid and not stay at home fucking like with your hentai waifu pillow.
That's a good thing too.
Young people are having less sex now than at any time in history, which is like fucking crazy, man.
You need to find yourself a good religious girlfriend, right? Who doesn't sleep around. So you can start a family and have wholesome romantic connections with women. Don't do the casual thing. Don't be like these slags over here, right, with their Guardian Leviosa and this Persian stud with his button done and his white BMW. Don't be like these wankers or this gobnik motherfucker just going holla holla holla. Like, I'm sorry for being racist.
Man, it gets all the chicks. I stopped dancing like that on the street. All the chicks come along, man.
All I want to say, Tiger.
It's true. I've seen it. He starts doing the Gopnik dance, and they just, flock him. Like he'll be buried under a pile of willing ladies.
It's like a herd. It's like a herd. You watch that commercial of a deodorant where the guy puts the deodorant made of chocolate.
The links.
Sure. Man, it's like white chocolate. Yeah, it's like white chocolate.
Yeah. Well, what I'll say is, I don't know what you've been taking, Tiger, tonight, but cocaine is hell of a drug.
No. Yo, Pablo, is it like vodka deodorant?
Is he eating a bowl of it?
Jesus Christ! Why are these streams always turned into such massive sausage fests, man? Like seriously, Pavlov's locker room.
Until Tiger came along, and now
I blame you, Tiger. You're always like steering the conversation to like.
I'm Dionysus, man. I'm the cult of Dionysus.
You're something ISIS.
I don't think so, mate.
feeling
Dionysus was not
devious.
into monogamy and stuff. Dionysus was more about like massive, like alcohol-fueled orgies,
Yeah,
the kind of thing
yeah,
that
I
you
know, I
basically
know.
say you're against.
Look, Paprika,
Well,
you're more
look,
than welcome
no,
to come on the
obviously,
panel. Please
Traditionalism.
take away some of the sausage from this sausage fest.
No,
It's becoming too waste, man.
I'm gonna have to fill in for Kingston. I say women don't belong in politics. I need a virgin, noble wife, preferably somebody of European heritage.
I mean, look, the problem is, I think the problem with Jamie is he just has his priorities mixed up, man. He just has his priorities very mixed up. Look,
he sticks to people who he thinks are smart, but actually leading down a dark path. I'm not trying to be rude, but he doesn't think for himself. I'm just saying.
I mean, look, even people that are smart can be very dumb about other things. Like, nobody's smart on everything. And you can't follow one person on literally everything. You need to follow this person on this thing, this person on that thing, this person on that thing. You know, you can't just follow one person's ideas. Everything all around the place. It's just dumb.
Like, I kind of think like Hitler may have had a point, and bear with me.
Oh,
May have had a point with.
That's still gonna
giving
get clipped, and that is
No,
still
just kidding.
let him, by all means, let him
The
finish
method-
that sentence, because we can't just leave him on Hitler had a point. And then
No, we don't need about it.
dude, like Tiger, somebody's gonna clip something of you saying, "Hey, wait a second, you mean you're a Nazi? That's terrible." And then a few moments later, Hitler might have had a point.
Oh man, look, it's the Armin had a no. Just kidding.
So what was going to follow from Hitler had a point? Can we finish this one?
No, I was just joking. I was just making.
It was
Obviously,
just trolling.
No, he didn't really have a point with anything.
Well,
This conversation has gotten really silly compared to the rather serious one we were having
Look,
before.
I think-
one object if I move this back to more
I
serious
like
topics. I have a question for Kamala. I actually
Right.
really enjoy talking with you, man.
Yeah.
I really enjoy actually having people like I enjoy people pushing back on what I believe. You know what I mean? It forces me to explain myself. You know, I always like want to know if people think I'm full of shit. You know, how else are you supposed
and
to
you
learn?
can also sort of test ideas out, can't you? You know,
Yeah,
you try
exactly.
something else and
It's
get
only
shot
people-
down. You know, like
It's only people who are insecure in their ideas that brook no criticism. But I am very curious. So do you think that basically, I mean, it sounds like you do. You think everything's going to be fine. It'll all be over soon. There will be, you know, some residual problems, but, you know, basically in a couple of years, it'll all be back to like the way it was sort of before the lockdown, correct?
I really do think that's going to happen. I really, yeah, I'm an optimist in that
Why?
regard.
Why do you think that?
Because we've survived far worse. This is nothing. People being look. I know that people have. Please forgive me. That's not right. People have actually died, and that's that's bad. And but the thing is that the actual number of people that are dying. This isn't like the Great Plague. This isn't like the Black Death. It's not like a third of the population were wiped out. Entire villages were. This is very, in the great scheme of things. This is a pinprick. Right.
No,
And-
I absolutely agree.
And
So
if you
why
actually looked at
is
it
everyone
economically-
acting as though it is the Black Death? Because if this was smallpox or the Black Death, I would actually probably be totally on board with lockdowns. You know, if seriously, if I went outside, I could get smallpox and me and my entire family could like drop dead, I would be much more receptive to the idea. So why do you think it is that everyone's acting like this is bubonic plague when in fact it isn't?
Because I think that we've become a lot softer. One of the things that Banksy often says is this thing about war makes people hard, and
hard times create strong men create good times create weak men.
And I think
create
we've got
bad
soft,
times.
and I think
That's,
we depend too much on the nanny state, and I think we've become too dependent on suckling on the teat of the state. And the thing is, we expect the government to actually sort of make good. And I think that we were not too long ago. We were harder. There's some argument that maybe in 1958 there was a flu that came along that was quite as bad as COVID. Right, but because people had actually survived the war, everybody just got on with it, right? And people died, but everybody fucking got on with
But
it.
Ned,
Right, but we're
There's
not
a difference
allowed
between
that
bullets
option
and a
anymore.
flu, though.
sorry, hold
Do
on.
you,
Let
do
me
you
just
think that that government has a tendency to enhance its own power in a crisis, and that due to this softness, the government is assuming more and more power? And if so, what do you see as the break on that? Like, what force is fighting back against that exactly?
Yeah, but just hold on one second, Ned, before you get into the answer. The problem is that this thing that you said about people got on with it, people want to get on with it. The government is not allowing you right now to get on
Agreed.
with it. If the government didn't lock my ass into my house, I'd be out in the parks and in the streets, and I'll be at work and doing all the whatever the hell I need to do. I'm not going to fucking sit. I don't want to sit at home. I wouldn't give a shit right now. Look at Pablo. Pablo literally under the banner of, or the shadow of being arrested. He's literally had to run away from the police for the mere fact that he had the goal to go and stand in a park. He merely showed up. He didn't do anything. He never touched anyone. He never harmed anyone. He never even spoke. He never even raised his voice.
Yeah, but he's
to
a
anyone.
shifty-looking cove. His eyebrows are far too close together.
That's what it is. But what I mean is, I myself almost was. I mean, it was like a moment where I had this, moment of if I turned to the left, I would have got arrested. If I turned to the right, I would have been okay. I had that I was in that 50-50 sort of position.
Yeah.
And I've got a clean criminal record. I can literally go into schools and teach toddlers. That's how clean my record is. I've barely ever even been given parking tickets. So this is the problem. People who are perfectly innocent people are now being criminalized. Do you know that when we come out of this whole COVID bullshit, there are hundreds, if not thousands of people in Britain who have a criminal record. Hattoon has a criminal record right now. People who've gone to Speaker's Corner who have been arrested at least once. That goes down on your record. You have broken the law. You are now a criminal. If someone does a criminal background check on you, it will report this. This will be on your record for decades, or possibly at least
Is it
4 or 5
actually
years.
a criminal? Because I thought it was like a parking. I thought it was like a parking thing. I didn't
don't
think it was
so.
criminal.
I don't think they put. I've never been in handcuffs.
I thought it was a
because
fixed
of a parking
penalty. I
fine.
thought it was a fixed.
Yeah, it is. It's a fixed penalty, because if
And it's
they were
like
going to
a
make it
parking
like
crime.
a custodial crime, they'd have to get it in front of a court, and they don't want to get it in front of a court, because if they get it in front of a court, some smart-ass lawyer is going to point out that all of this is completely against the Constitution
how
and
about-
against common
how
law,
about
and they're not
Jeremy
really too
Corbyn?
keen on that, I think.
But how about Jeremy Corbyn's situation? Sorry, not Jeremy. Piers. And he went to court.
Well, that's the interesting question. I mean, he might actually wind up being the test case for a lot of this kind of stuff. From what I have heard, the court system is now so insanely backlogged due to COVID that it could take up to 2 years to get a hearing. So they could just potentially just keep punting it down the road. I mean, my understanding is that Corbyn wants to get his day in court. But I don't think the government will be too keen on that, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that all these other people, I mean, if you're being arrested, how can a on-the-spot fine involve you being handcuffed and then dragged into a back of a police van? I presume
Because
that-
it's not a custodial sentence,
so
right?
they'll-
Because they can't.
So if you refuse to pay the fine,
Atheist Steve is saying that many people are going to court. I wish he'd fucking jump on the stream, you bastard. Right? Jump on the stream, Steve. But he's saying that many are going to court. Include, for example, Piers. He's saying that a number of people are going to court.
Yeah.
well, there you go.
And look, I tell you what. This Sunday on Speaker's Corner, I don't know if there's anyone who's gonna even show up, because I heard news that the police right now has basically free reign with just approaching people out of the blue on the street.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Outside,
yes, they've been told that.
asking them, what are you doing outside? Why are you not at home? Are
They've
you
been
doing
told to be inquisitive.
Exactly, and they can just arrest you or fine you or do whatever they want with you for the minutest reasons. So personally, I am not going to go to Speaker's Corner this week. I'm not going to go there, and this might be the amongst the first times that I just decided.
The mayor of London has said something along the lines of a state of emergency or something like that. Has he said it?
Yeah, of course. And this goes to circle back to my original question. As far as I can see, there is absolutely no break on government power at the moment. And given that the government refuses to set any kind of target at which they will let people have their freedoms back, they haven't said, once deaths get below X a day, we'll open back up. They haven't said once the R gets below a certain number, we'll open back up. They're just keeping it loose, baby. They're keeping it vague. It'll go on for as long as it'll go on. And this is really what fucking worries me, right? Because it is like a classic psychological trick. If you want to fuck someone over, you basically say, it'll just be 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks ends. It'll just be, another 4 weeks. This time for sure. At what point do you seriously see the population pushing back, Kamala? What countervailing force do you see pushing back against this? Because I personally do not see any, unfortunately.
Hello, Steve. Hello, Steve. Please jump in and good to see you, Steve.
He's in.
Yeah, good to see you, Steve. How are you doing?
Oh, the live has gone down.
Hello.
Like, it's just
Yo.
not showing anything.
Hello.
Am I in?
Let me.
Hi there.
Hold on. Banksy left some orders behind. So let me introduce you, the big celebrity of Speaker's Corner, whom people recognize on the street, by the way, multiple times. I've been Atheist Steve.
Wouldn't Steve the Atheist be more ringy?
Shut the fuck
sorry.
up.
Can I...
You just ruined that for him.
I think that this. Oh, look, they've introduced all of these measures and restrictions, and I think that at the first opportunity they will drop them. They're not power. This isn't a power grab. I don't think that they're power mad. I think we live in I think we live in a democracy, and I think as soon as things start to ease off, right, with the vaccinations hopefully will work, even with the South African one, hopefully, and then it'll go back to normal.
And if the vaccines don't work, what then? You see what I'm getting at, right? This is potentially completely open-ended. It will go on until it's over, but there's no definition over when it'll be over. There's no hard definition.
Okay. Well, if you go back to 19,
now there's a new strain apparently.
If you go back to Spanish flu, flu, that's exactly it burnt out after 3 years.
Okay,
actually, in Australia, it was 7 years before they removed the restriction.
Guys, I just want to quickly say, could you allow Steve's got a bit of a bad connection?
Yeah.
Just give him about a good solid minute of trying to be able to.
Yeah. Let's let Steve give his opinion. Go on, Steve.
Please.
Steve,
you're up, mate.
Science.
He might have problems with his connection still.
Yeah, this is Steve Speaker's Corner speaking, and I totally agree with President Kamala. Right.
This is Steve the Atheist.
I really want to hear Steve's comments.
Islam.
I second what Kamala just said.
My connection, but it's,
guys. Okay, he's speaking. Hold on, everyone, be quiet. Go on, Steve.
The master speaks.
Come on, don't be shy, Steve.
We can hear you now, Steve. Go on, say your piece.
You can do it.
Oh, okay.
is that Tiger the pretend black boy?
I mean, when did I have a claim to be black, Steve?
That's a good start.
Did you hear that?
Yeah,
yes, we can hear you now.
Steve, when did I ever pretend to be black?
But why is it, Tiger, that you say you're black? Self-evidently, you're not.
So when have I ever called myself black?
Really? You're not? Okay, I'm corrected then. I thought I'd heard you say it.
No.
He just supports BLM.
Say part black.
BLM. That's different.
He's not black, he just supports BLM.
Yeah.
Yeah, because apparently you can't support BLM unless you're black.
I mean, you can, but I don't think you should. But then,
well, obviously that would be ridiculous.
Well, I mean, I think you should wear a mask, Pablo. But
no, I thought I'd actually heard you say it, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Yeah. Sorry.
Anyway,
hold on.
What have you got yourself tonight, President Kamala?
Hold on. Wear a mask and
President Kamala.
Pablo, let him speak, man. Shut up.
He wants to talk to President Kamala.
Anyway, fuck off. Go on.
Exactly. We've got a president amongst us. I want to use the opportunity. I take it you've watched
We're privileged.
time over recent months. You've observed it, yes?
Yeah.
Is the president with us?
Yes,
Yeah, he
yes.
just-
What are your thoughts? What are your conclusions, having observed the behaviour of the police in recent months? Your thoughts?
I think they've. The thing is that I think they're at a bit of a loss. If you go onto YouTube, you'll see lots and lots. I think they've been very moderate. Actually, to be honest with you, I really do. If you, what are they doing in France? What are they doing?
Moderate.
Yes.
Moderate.
What are they doing? Yes. In France. Listen, in France, if you're out and you don't have a form to say that filled in that you've downloaded online for that particular journey that you're going on, you're nicked. In France, they really are hard line. If you want to go out, right, with this lockdown, you have to download a form, explain why you're going out for this particular instance. You can't sort of just fill in one for the day, right? And a policeman can come along, ask for your papers, and ask for the form.
My question.
By the way, they also
You're
did
breaking
this
up,
in
Steve.
Cyprus.
Specific
Yeah, it's
question.
very difficult.
My specific question wasn't about the detail of the regulations or of the law. My specific question was about the behaviour of the police, not the law or the regulations that may or may not be behind it, but the behaviour of the police,
And their
specifically
attitude.
the Metropolitan Police.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
I think
You must have observed that.
Yes. I see what you're getting at. The thing is with the dual policing. The fact that they took the knee and they ran away and they've allowed, like the Sikhs have been allowed to have their sort of demonstrations outside the Indian embassy, and nobody's breaking that up. There's been the BLM; they've been allowed to have their demonstration, and nobody's broken that up. But
The Muslims had their French image protest.
And all of
and
those examples that you give are during. So
you're breaking
not
up. Sorry,
slightly
Steve, you're
worried
breaking
about
up.
that?
Dude, why is everyone's internet so shit
Are
today?
you not slightly worried about that
Mine is usually so shit.
inconsistency of the police's behaviour?
Okay, Steve.
Yeah, well, actually, yes, I am. No, you're right. Yeah, that does concern me.
Steve.
This dual policing. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, there's two-tier
Because how can we have a modern, stable, democratic society when the police are so crassly inconsistent at the very same moment, one group and another? That is a recipe for the absolute
Remembrance Sunday.
end of a peaceful, stable, democratic society.
Exactly, because we'll be getting mixed messages, won't we? In terms of,
Yep.
Well, I mean, there are so many examples. So, for example, one example, it was during the second lockdown for London, at the very same weekend, at the very same day, at the very same moment, when there was a mass Shia gathering on Marble Arch.
Yeah.
Thousands of them, no social distancing whatsoever. And at the very same moment, we have police officers in Speaker's Corner telling us off, telling us to go home, telling us to social distance, giving out fixed penalty notices. At the very same time, thousands of Shia Muslims were gathering.
Do you think the rules aren't being enforced for
And there were
minorities?
three police
Double
officers
standards in
with them.
motion.
And those police officers were directing the traffic. Those police officers were directing the traffic.
Yeah.
BLM gathered without any police reaction. I followed BLM as they marched from Whitehall to the American Embassy. No police whatsoever as they marched all the way past Vauxhall down to Nine Elms. Not a single police officer with them in lockdown. Is this not the recipe for the kind of
very good point.
Not to mention the Forever Family protest.
When the powers that be tell the police, this isn't a minor thing. And I'm gobsmacked, President Kamala. You're a sensible guy, that you don't see that and that you're not outraged by it.
No,
Why,
no. I mean, I've
why
just
isn't
said-
everyone calling him Ned?
Atheist.
Ned. We all know it's Ned.
Sorry, atheist. Are you trying to say that the police aren't doing
And when
anything?
exactly?
I mean, that the police.
And
you're
when
saying-
members of the Greater London Assembly ask questions of the Mayor of London, he fobs them off. He doesn't give answers. When Cressida Dick is asked questions about this, she fobs it off. She denies it. These politicians and these police commissioners need to be booted out. They're lying, politically driven arseholes. And if people
Atheist.
can't see it, in my 50 years of life, I've never witnessed anything like this before. And the fact that the vast majority of the general public is snoozing through it astounds me. It's outrageous that our police force are being politicized like this.
Steve, you
Atheist,
don't look a
you
day
saying
over
that minorities
48.9.
can get away with not abiding by things like social
It's not
distancing.
about minorities, Tiger.
Okay,
Get out
sorry,
get out
sorry.
your fucking race-obsessed thing. It's nothing
So,
to do with
okay.
minorities.
So you
Nothing to do with
spoke about two events.
minorities.
So you spoke about two events. You spoke
left
about
and right.
It's not-
Shia. No. You spoke about a Shia protest in Marble Arch, and you spoke about Black Lives Matter, right? So I just jumped to conclusions that you were doing the whole one.
And I
rule
could
for
talk
the-
about Extinction
Can I finish?
Rebellion.
The
So
Sikh
been
it's
protest.
not
anything,
off
yeah.
your
Yeah.
No,
your
no.
I'm
obsession.
just.
He was
Tiger.
just
So you're
Pointing out
getting angry. Look,
Right.
atheist, you're getting
Bring in
angry.
Extinction Rebellion. Extinction
Atheist.
Rebellion, a white
That's right.
protest group.
Okay.
No,
I mean,
because
he's breaking
Tiger,
up.
Yeah.
you're talking nonsense. You're trying to introduce a subject that is wholly irrelevant.
I'm
No, no,
asking.
It's got
Tiger,
nothing to
Tiger.
do with race. Extinction Rebellion is another example.
Yeah.
They are a
So,
white middle class
Tiger,
protest group.
At the
Right.
They
top
were
of,
allowed
yeah,
and
Steve,
ignored by the police. This ain't nothing to do with
Okay.
race. Put your
Tiger,
race
I'm-
card away.
yeah, Tiger.
It
Steve,
seems to
Steve
be-
mentioned at the top the Sikh protests, then
Yeah.
the BLMs, then what was
The
it?
Shia.
The Shia
So-
Like
thing.
you do
and
with
I
everything,
mentioned
I
the
was-
Tiger.
Muslims
You're trying to
protesting.
turn this into a race issue. And it's
No,
nothing
Also,
I'm
the
to do
not.
with
I'm
Muslims,
race.
the
asking.
Muslims
So-
protesting against.
Stephen, you're putting words in
Hold
my
on.
mouth.
No,
So
no, Tiger.
I never
You haven't
accused
noticed
you.
Shia
Okay.
people aren't very different colour
But no,
to you and I.
but one thing I want
Can
to
I
say,
finish?
Tiger,
You're just going to jump down my throat
I know,
all
no,
the time.
Tiger,
It's not a race
I wasn't
issue. I'm
Just
accusing
bear
I'm
with me.
gobsmacked why you're bringing in race.
okay, Tiger,
Why
hold
are you
on.
bringing in race?
Just bear with me,
Tiger?
bear with me. I just
Why are
wanna,
you bringing
Yeah,
in
yeah,
race?
we're talking about two-tier
It's
policing
your
of different
favourite subject,
events.
isn't it? It's all irrelevant.
Yeah, Steve.
So
One thing I
Can
wanted
I
to
even-
mention.
Exactly.
respond,
Put your
or-
race card away.
Tiger.
Okay,
I want to
yeah.
mention also that the anti-lockdown protests.
Tiger. Do you accept
Can
that
we-
Extinction
oh, goodness.
Rebellion are a white middle class protest group?
okay,
Yeah.
can we let Banksy
You
speak
accept that?
so
Yeah,
I can
I
respond?
just want to mention, first of all, yeah, Steve mentioned the Sikh protests, the Black BLM protests, and initially, this is off the top of the conversation, and also what was it? I think
Extinction
I
Rebellion.
mentioned, yeah, I mentioned the protests of the anti-cartoon protests by the Muslims, and what was there was another one, and then the Extinction Rebellion came like only
Was it
just
the Sikh
recently.
one?
The Sikh one,
Yeah.
yeah, that's one. There was the Sikh, there was a BLM, Forever
yeah.
Family in Brixton, also the Muslim protesters in French embassy. So all of these went through without really hardly any issues,
Brixton.
with almost no
So
with
the
almost
point
no
I was
arrests.
trying to make, so I
But
understood
hold
that
on,
was
hold on.
fine.
The anti-lockdown protests were a mixed bag of multiple races. You can't deny that there were multiple people of multiple races. These were not
Yeah.
white-only protests in any shape or form. And yet, the most amount of arrests, the most amount of people with their heads cracked open, with blood dripping down their face. One of the panelists, one of the people, the Pavlov himself, was subject to a brutal attack. So these things happened at the anti-lockdown protests. None of them happened in the other protests.
Did you see the?
Yeah,
Did
so
you see the veteran?
Can I?
on
Can I?
Remembrance?
No, I just want to make my point before you jump in. Sorry. So I wasn't accusing Steve of saying that the police are doing a one rule for thee, another rule for thee in terms of race. I was simply asking if that was
And
what
the other
Steve was talking.
is
Can I
Speaker's
finish?
Corner.
Can I finish? Okay. I was simply asking if that's what he was saying, and he got over emotional, and then he accused me of trying to make it about race. I was simply asking this. I was not saying that he was saying that. I was asking if he was saying that. So let's not get too emotional, Steve.
Well, do you think it's about race, Tiger?
No, I was simply asking Steve if he assumed, because he said that the police are being politicized. And I was asking Steve.
Two-tier policing. There's no question about it.
I was not accusing Steve of,
we know now. Come on, give it a break, yeah?
you know,
We know. You
atheist
said
got a
it.
bit
Now. You made your point.
emotional.
Yeah, okay, very good. You made your point, right?
Okay, guys,
For
take it
fuck's
easy.
sake,
Take
right?
it easy. Okay,
Right. Well,
Calm down, Mr. President.
but
Calm
there
down.
is
It's
a
not just
clear-
the anti.
I mean,
It's not
he's
just the anti.
No,
It's not just
anyway.
the anti-lockdown protest. The police have,
Sorry.
not just the anti-lockdown
there is
protest. The
two-tier
police have
policing.
been
I think
treating so
you're
very,
right
very
about that.
differently. It's Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, even when the lockdown measures were taken down for a while before the tiering began to come into play, there was a moment in Speaker's Corner where Speaker's Corner was kind of running almost as normal, and then Tommy Robinson showed up and all that. Now, I think it was the week before Tommy Robinson showed up, there was a whole bunch of BLM protesters who were given letters telling them from the from the royal parks that they're not allowed to protest at Speaker's Corner, but they showed up anyway, and they tore up that lady who's Posey Parker. I forgot her real name, Kellyanne something. Anyway,
yeah, the
she's
tough.
Yeah, the anti-trans person, or the TERF. Yeah,
Radical exclusionary trans.
That's it.
feminist.
Now she had her posters torn up, or her sort of thing that she had up, and mobbed by BLM sort of supporters because of her anti-trans views, and the anti-BLM supporters, none of them were arrested, none of them were held. Sorry.
When was she when you say mobbed? I mean,
well, she was basically standing in a semicircle in front of her of these BLM supporters who were also attacking her for her anti-trans opinions.
I mean, were they attacking her, or were they?
No, they were verbally. It was a very, very heated verbal.
I think when you say attack, that's sort of.
Well, I mean, in a verbal sense, never physical. But the
Steve,
thing
you
is,
make a really good point. You make a really good point, and I don't know that there's a way of stopping that two-tier policing. I think there is two-tier policing. I think you make a really good point, and I don't know that there's a way of stopping
though,
it.
isn't it?
Yeah, also, Tommy Robinson's arrest was absolutely politically motivated because once they got
planned that before, they said it was.
It was somewhat.
So, Kamala, if I may ask you, do you think that equality under the law is a fundamental principle of a free and democratic society?
Absolutely, and as Steve says,
then what do we have now?
Can I say something about this equality thing?
You see what I'm getting at, right? This is why I have such a dim view of the way things are going. I don't, from my perspective, many of the pillars that make a free and democratic society have been completely undermined at this point. We do not have a free and democratic society anymore. Now, I respect your opinion that everything will go back to normal, and fuck me, I really hope you're right, man. And if I am wrong, right, and you want to point at me in a year and be like, haha, you fucking idiot, you thought everything was going to crash and burn and it turned out all right, I will happily buy you a beer and be like, yeah, man, you're absolutely correct.
Look, guys, let me say something, guys. Let me give you my opinion real quick.
Orthodoxy. It seems that social justice seems to be becoming the national orthodoxy. We seem to be becoming social justice nation.
Exactly. Look, I've been listening for a while. Let me just give you something real quick. Look, I don't really see absolutely any kind of evidence that would suggest that the rules that have been imposed on us are going to be removed. And there's a very simple reason for that, is that you don't have the right to protest those rules. And that's the main freedom that was removed from us. It's the ability to say no, the ability to refuse, the ability to contest things that are imposed on us. And if we don't have that ability, there is absolutely zero chance that these laws are going to change. Because simply put, we are no longer in a democracy. We are in a place where we do as we are told. And that's it, as simple as that, you know?
We've been here before, Pavlov. We've been here before, Pavlov.
Can I ask a question?
I don't think you have been here before, but because I don't think... No, but look, I really don't think there's been any argument shown that debunks what I just told you. Because look, we have no ability, zero ability to contest anything right now, anything. On social media, you get censored. In real life, you get imprisoned. The workplace, you get fired. On a foreign country, you get deported, you get imprisoned, you get fined, you get whatever.
You have zero ability to say or to do anything. What makes you be so positive?
Kamala, where have we been here before? If you could just answer briefly.
Can I ask a question?
Oh,
sorry.
fucking hell. Yeah, go on. You go and ask your
I've been trying
benign
to ask a
fucking
question
question about the price of pork. Go on in.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been trying to ask a question for like 50 minutes. You've been talking about this whole thing, but okay. Do you guys have a problem with like wearing masks or wearing gloves or sanitizing? Or?
I have a problem with forcing people to do that.
World Health Organization, if you care to
straight
your
off the point,
website,
isn't it?
has a
Straight
problem
off
with
the point.
wearing
We're
masks.
actually
Yeah, it is straight off the point.
They are not
Can we have one person speaking at a time, please? Can we be civil?
Let's talk about zebras.
What are you talking about, man?
Well, completely off. We go completely. We
So,
were actually
are we not
going
talking
somewhere
about?
with a
Are we talking about
conversation.
coronavirus and the situation that's
we
going
were
on with
actually
the
going somewhere about police
Okay,
and the limits of police power, and then he's masks.
I'm just asking if you guys. No, I'm just asking if you have a problem if someone asks you to wear a mask.
No,
if you
look,
have a problem with that.
Let's go back.
Is that controversial to ask, Kamala?
Tiger, hold on. Look, Tiger.
You're bringing in another
below
issue
the
when we
president.
were talking about another.
Okay.
Yeah, look, Tiger, I don't think there's a lot of point talking about masks now because, look, I don't mind if people want to wear a mask. If they want to wear one, whatever, wear a mask. I don't give a shit.
We were going somewhere about freedom. We were actually having a
I'll
really
explain to you why I asked this question.
but hold on.
about fucking freedom.
Ned,
you know?
Ned, give me one second. Tiger,
before this young lady got very emotional.
Put a pin in that thought because that one is actually it's perfectly legitimate. It's just that what I was waiting on was when Ned was asked the question, when have we been in this position before?
Which young lady is that?
Regained our democracy or the standard that we previously had back. And I suspect you're going to mention something about Second World War and sort of martial law.
During the war.
No.
During the war.
No. Well, I mean, you would know President Kamala. You were there.
Who's the lady?
Look, Ned. So, are you saying that during the war we
Anyone
had
know
a
what he's
similar
talking
situation as
So-
now?
Is that the first?
I'm not
World War, Mr.
talking
President?
about the point I'm trying to make. I don't know if you still want to stay on my point. Is when people are talking about a second lockdown and these sharp laws and
Did
why
you
the
not just
government
hear,
has,
Tiger, that someone was mid-sentence then? Tiger, someone was mid-sentence when you.
No one was
jumped in.
mid-sentence. I just go.
You have no awareness.
Okay, atheist, can you let me
You have no
speak?
awareness when other people are talking.
Okay.
No,
Okay, guys,
because
guys.
Ned was talking when you jumped in.
Okay, guys. One thing.
No, Ned was mid-question.
So now atheist is interrupting.
Guys,
Banks.
Guys,
okay,
guys.
look, hold on. Here's the new rules. We'll mention what we were talking about. I was telling you, and then we'll talk about masks.
Welcome back, Christopher.
Are we good?
Right.
Okay, right. Can we get back
So
to the
Ned,
actual
back to your
conversation?
question.
Can I
Right.
answer that
At
question?
what point in English
One
history
at a
do you
time.
feel was similar in terms of restrictions to now?
please,
I'm really
please.
curious to actually hear your answer to that.
Right, well, surprise. In the Second World War, there were all of these restrictions. After the war, when the emergency was over, they were lifted. Now, they weren't lifted overnight, but the thing was, they were lifted. Okay, and I think that we live in a mature democracy, right? And I think that this is a benign democracy, right? Run for the good of the people. I firmly believe that, and I believe there's a lot of good people in this country that would not allow an authoritarianism to sort of maintain. This is an emergency situation. We are in a state of an emergency, a crisis. The country is scrambling to get control of it. It is out of control in this country and across Western Europe, and they are adopting extreme measures. Okay, and so as a result of that, they are at the moment. That's the what pertains. When the time comes, they will ease up, as they eased up in the summer. I firmly believe that.
Okay, so was
Do you not,
during
Ned, do you
war
not
were you
think that
unable
they're
to leave
lying
your
to us
home? I
when they
understand that
pretend-
there were some restrictions on travel, but to my knowledge, there was nothing like the kind of restrictions you see now. I know there were restrictions on, like there were rationing and a lot of stuff, but to my knowledge, there was never a thing that everyone had to stay at home.
Okay, no, it wasn't. But it was very similar in other ways. It actually said you will go to work, and if you're not in the army or in the forces, this is the job you're going to do. Right, your children will go to this creche. Your children will go to school. They controlled every aspect of your life. It became quite totalitarian, actually, during the Second World War. They controlled major aspects of your life completely, the ins and outs, where you could eat, where you could not eat. Right, certain times of day when you actually, I think there was a curfew at the height of the Blitz.
Yes, there was. Yeah,
there was the curfew. The thing is that. They needed to.
Some of it
It makes sense. They're doing things. They're not doing this because I've got the power. They're doing it because it's necessary. It's needed. And I think that once they get past the crisis, they will ease off. That's my firm belief. Shoot me down. Shoot me down.
No. Okay, look. Firstly,
based on what? Based on what? I want to know what it is based off. Sorry, Chris. I just need one thing. What is this based on, man? Dude, and you can't just bring World War II here and say, oh, this happened in World War II, it's going to happen now. Dude, it's not the same situation. It's completely different. There's nowhere near the same level of misery, nowhere near the same level of danger, nowhere near the same level of casualties. This is completely different to World War II. This is not a crisis situation. This is being made into a crisis situation. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
that they tell us.
So what can? Okay, look at it another way. What could they do? Let's say that they did the Sweden. They went down the Sweden road.
I was just going to mention that. Yeah,
they went down the Sweden road, and they actually turned around and said, "You're all adults. There's going to be no lockdown. You carry on as normal, but please try and keep social distancing, and please try and maintain this, right? And we'll get through it." Right now, they're in deep shit. Now they're in trouble. They're in the same trouble as us, but they haven't managed to wreck their economy. Now, Sweden is different in that their population density is far lower than ours. It's a much bigger country with far fewer people.
True.
Right? We have one of the highest population densities in Europe. Okay, right. So there is that difference, and which means that contagion will spread much more. So we're not like Sweden in that way. Maybe Sweden could make that option where we couldn't because we're pressed into each other, right? But imagine you took, let's say, it's Steve or Christopher's sort of suggestion, and there was no lockdown. Everybody jumped on the train and jumped on the buses, and we all crammed together. And we were all coughing and stuff. What effect would that have? This is not like other flus.
I'll tell you what effect it would have. People over 85 with serious comorbidities would all fucking die. And the vast majority of everyone else would be okay, because that's how it works. COVID only kills you if you're over 80 and you have serious comorbidities. A lot of people would get a bit ill. A lot of time would be spent off work. But the economy would not collapse. We wouldn't have to inflate the entire fucking currency out the window. Yeah. I mean, the costs of this are, in my opinion, right? Like, honestly,
no.
Hold on, guys. Just can I just get 1 minute? I just need 1 minute, less than that, even 30 seconds. Ned, you just said Sweden is in the same shit as Britain, but they didn't at least wreck their economy. So they're not any better off than us. We are still in that shit, and yet we wrecked the economy to boot.
What if it doesn't work? This is the thing that no one seems to ever fucking ask. What if it doesn't work? Everyone wore masks. It still spread. Everyone fucking locked down. It still spread. Like, if the vaccine does not work...
You do your best, Chris. So you do your best, Christopher. You do the best. You try to do whatever you think is best, and that's what they're doing. Germany
to achieve what?
To do their best.
To achieve what?
To save lives.
To achieve what, Ned?
To save lives.
Jesus.
Save lives.
To save which lives? There is no absolutism. You save some lives, you kill other people. They're like, you can't just save lives. You're saving some lives, mainly the old and sick, at the expense of children, the healthy, businesses, like all these other...
And suicide as well. Suicide, mental health, domestic abuse. Yeah,
Exactly.
Well, there
mental
you
health,
go,
livelihood.
Ned, you literally are pointing out all the issues, and yet you still are on board with the shitty methodology. It's like, no, but the thing is, Ned, you can see it just like
Mr.
all
President, you
rational
mustn't
people.
use such language.
You know, but the
I
thing
think
is,
you guys-
just like all rational, reasonable people, you can see that these. My question, my contention isn't that COVID isn't real. I've lost 2 great aunties because of it in 1 month.
Sorry, man.
So I have literally been touched
Definitely
by
real.
COVID now, and I thought I was going to escape 2020 without any people close to me to die. But
Big ups
nevertheless,
to your aunties, Banksy. That's really sad to hear, mate.
yeah, I mean, but the thing is, they were both. I mean, one of them was actually very frail. So I'll be honest, I think the cold would have killed her. But nevertheless, I mean, this was all in Iran. It wasn't even in Britain. But nevertheless, what I'm trying to say to you is, I'm not disputing the COVID situation. I know COVID is real. I know it's a shitty disease that old people are really going to suffer, and people who are have got underlying problems, who are fat, who are I myself am probably in a danger zone for it.
People as people with diabetes.
But the point is, even if this is true, and all of this is true, and 90% will still recover, and 10% will have really, they may die or they have a shitty time for it. It still doesn't actually justify what they're doing, because what they're doing is actually the economy that they're destroying is going to affect 90% of people. And those 10%, by the looks of things, are still going to die, are still going to have problems recovering from COVID, because they're not really curtailing any of this. And this is the problem. It's the solution, or it's the methodology that they're adopting. I mean, come on, you got to tell me, you can't possibly tell me when the Prime Minister of this country tells you on Sunday that everything's okay, we're in tier 4, lets every kid go back to school on Monday, and then Monday night he tells them, no, the schools are going to be shut from tomorrow. You know they don't know what the fuck they're doing when this shit is happening like that. Yeah. when they're giving you 24-hour warnings before they do a full countrywide lockdown. This was not planned.
Kamala, can I ask you, mate? Serious question. I'm Australian. Fuck you, right? Look, how long are you willing to endure this before you personally would I don't know, lose your mind, revolt, run naked out in the street and pour gasoline on yourself? I'm curious, like, what is your hard limit? Another year, another 2 years, the rest of your have you considered this question? Because I'm asking it of a lot of people recently. I'm trying to get feedback on what
I don't think that there's the finance to actually carry it on too much beyond Easter. I don't know that they're pinning absolute. I think they've bet the house on these vaccines working and them managing to get on top of it by the summer. I believe that they're throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, at the vaccine and getting everybody
right. So you think that if the vaccine doesn't work or is only partially effective,
we are seriously fucked. I think
no, we're not. Right. No, the question is this: do you think the government will basically just throw up its hands and be like, "Well, fine, everything's going to have to go back to like more or less normal anyway. We can't afford it otherwise."
I'm not a financier. I'm not an economist, but we can't afford this amount of borrowing and debt and spending, virtually keeping the entire nation at home on holiday. Not on holiday, but you know what I mean, away from work, right? We can't. The nation can't afford it.
Well, actually, the nation can afford it through a trick called inflation. You know how inflation works, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, this is why I am
printing money. Yeah.
Printing money, right? And every time you print more money, right, the money that is in circulation is worth a little bit more because you can't print stuff, and money is just a marker for stuff.
You get
right?
Venezuela, and you get Venezuela, and you get Argentina, 2001.
Now, you earlier said that we are trending towards a social justice society. What political system would you think exemplifies a social justice society?
Sorry, I don't understand you.
Okay, so Right. Okay. So social justice society.
If the BBC became a government, I think it would. That's what a social government. That's what a social justice government would be. It would be the BBC, but the BBC running the country.
Right. But describe this governmental system. Right. It's obviously not liberal democracy because by definition, not everyone is equal. It is a system that strives towards social justice. Do you know what system of government that is commonly called?
Cultural Marxist.
It's called, no, it's called socialism or communism.
Oh yeah, no, okay, yeah, socialist. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to be leading the question.
No, go on. Please go ahead.
You know, right? Like, and again, this is why I'm really worried because we have two threads simultaneously happening here, right? We have the abolishment of equality under the law, right? All of this new shit based on race, religion, gender, all of this kind of like shit and a quest for social justice at exactly the same time as we have massive authoritarian measures. This is why I'm fucking nervous. I mean, like I said, I really hope you're right, but I am really seriously nervous that we're all just sleepwalking into a thing that 20 years from now, everyone will look back and be like, oh yeah, that's when the fucking revolution happened. But no one realized it at the time. Do you see what I'm getting at?
Okay, well, what about Thatcher? The thing is, in the 1970s, it went. This country, you wouldn't recognize this country in the 1970s. It was extreme. It was extremely left wing, right? And there was sort of demonstrations and strikes all the time. The dead weren't being buried in 1970.
The Winter of Discontent. It was called.
Winter of Discontent. Sorry, yeah, absolutely. And the thing is that what happened was that the people at the ballot box said enough. We can't keep having this. It's got to stop.
Right. So only about 4 years.
This country has become ungovernable, and the people decided to put in Margaret Thatcher, and she completely turned things round. There's your answer. I think that the people, when they've had enough of this bollocks. Right. I mean, I understand that an MP who's a GP, who's a doctor, he's volunteered. He's a serving MP, and he volunteered. They need doctors to come out of retirement to give injections, and any doctors that are not practicing at the moment to give injections. They just want every possible person to give injections, right? Because they want to inject vaccinate absolutely everybody if they can, right? The thing is that somebody stood up in a house, Liam somebody or other, Liam Fox stood up in the House, and he actually said, I have to actually do this national service to actually help people give this injection in this national emergency. I've got to undertake diversity training, anti-homophobic training, a whole load of sort of social justice sort of trainings that he had to fill in, and 21 pages of forms to fill in to show that he was well up with social justice. And he said, all I want to do is help the government to give these injections in this national emergency. I don't need to go on any of this. And there's actually a working party going through cutting all of this out.
Kemi Badenoch is the one of my favorite MPs. Incidentally, if you guys don't know who Kemi Badenoch is, she's this awesome black female conservative, stood up in Parliament and took a massive steaming shit all over critical race theory. It was fucking awesome. My God. Like, if only the Conservative Party had another fucking 20 people like her.
That's my point. This country is made up of a lot of good people, like Badenoch, really, really good people, decent people of all colours, shades and hues, right, who don't agree with cultural Marxism or this lurch to the left, which has happened here, seems to have happened in Germany, is definitely happening in America. And I believe that there will be a correction, a reset, if you like, if you will. Right?
Interesting. Okay, I mean, look. Honestly, man, it gives me some hope. It is. I think your points are cogent. Like, you know, it's nice. Maybe I'll fucking sleep better tonight. You know.
No,
I mean, you know, seriously, like, you know, my view on the trajectory of things is very, very dark. I mean, I don't mean to be a doomer. I'm just, you know, saying what I honestly believe. I mean, fuck, I don't know, man. I'm really worried that now that the precedent has been established, that in order to prevent the deaths of a very small number of people, everyone must essentially give up all of their fundamental freedoms. That this principle will be recycled for other shit. That's generally the way it goes. It's actually called the ratchet effect in political science. Once a government raises a tax, even if they revoke it, they never revoke it entirely. There's like this slow sort of ratcheting effect whereby the government gains increasing more and more and more power and more influence. I hope about this that you're wrong. I mean, the next election should be what, 4 years away? Yeah, just under 4 years away. I don't know, man. You could do a lot of damage in 4 years if they don't open the economy back up. I don't know. Maybe they won't be that stupid.
Listen, I think that he was trying to do that in the summer. I think that Boris Johnson was trying to do that in the summer. Steve, am I talking bollocks? Come back at me. Shoot me down, for fuck's sake.
I wish I could share your optimism, but like Christopher, I'm not nowhere near so optimistic as you are.
Steve's a doomer. I'll have to start calling you Doomer Steve, mate.
I'm not normally, but now.
Oh, no, me neither. I'm usually quite cheerful normally, actually.
Well, exactly. It's not. It's genuinely scary times. Genuinely,
seriously,
and I have to say, just like you said, Christopher, that, it's the ratcheting effect. What the principle that has now come to play could be used again and again, and it's a principle that I just vehemently disagree with and think and vehemently stand against. You cannot remove people's basic freedoms to allegedly protect the tiny minority of your population.
Yeah, guys,
is the first point, and the other point is, and okay, for a long time, it was quite a long time now. Politicians have lost the trust and confidence of the people, but I think a lot of people are waking up to that they're being dishonest to us.
Yeah, they're definitely taking advantage of the situation.
The figures, they're twisting. It's so obvious, isn't it? When we just prior to going into the next lockdown, they have one of these stand-up things in Downing Street, and that there's people beavering away in the background, presenting the statistics to look as dangerous and as scary. This is all Project Fear, and it's the use of data and statistics to scare us. And this isn't a conspiracy. It's all written down. Their plan, their methodology is all written down. It's very, very clear. Project Fear is written down. It's the methodology of scaring us to behave in a certain way and to ignore the fact that our freedoms have been removed. Again, as I so often say, Speaker's Corner, in my view, is the microcosm of the issue here. The way they've dealt and managed Speaker's Corner is symptomatic of the bigger picture of removing people's freedoms. The video footage that came out yesterday of people in Scotland, a family home in Scotland, where the police forced their entry simply because a neighbour had claimed that they had some people in the house that they shouldn't have under the COVID regulations, and these police forced themselves into the home and were violently aggressive with these parents in front of their children.
And there was an epileptic seizure.
This is literally the stuff of Stasi Germany, or of North Korea, happening in Britain, where I thought we absolutely treasured our freedoms in this.
Well, I don't know whether you've seen that film. It's
Germany
terrible.
yet, but it's trending in that direction. Though Kamala did ask you a question, Steve, I'm curious for your answer as well. To what aim do you think this is being done?
Wow, and that is the big question, and I honestly don't know the answer. I can see it's one of two potential answers, or maybe a combination of the two. One is just incompetence, and the second is that there is a bigger plan, and then you get into the reset type concept that are they ultimately, do they have other objectives that they're using this all to achieve? I've always well, up to this point, majored on the incompetence side of things. that their absolute incompetence. Our public sector is so absolutely incompetent to the core. They're so risk averse to the core. They never learn from their mistakes. The bigger the wrong decision they make, less likely they are to actually do a U-turn and back out and put their hands up and say, "Do you know what, guys, we were wrong. We're going to do something different now." It's all, Boris clearly is a politician that cannot be trusted. I think we all put our faith in him for Brexit, and to be honest, it does look like he's achieved that. But in terms of how he's managed everything else, he is not a trustworthy politician.
Yeah, well, Cummings has left. I've noticed a shocking decline in Boris's ability to govern at exactly the same time that Dominic Cummings got booted out. I don't know if you know much about Cummings, but he seemed like a really fucking smart guy, man. Like, regardless of whether you agreed with his politics, that dude seemed like a really big-brained individual.
Absolutely. And if anyone was gonna attempt to sort out our public sector, to sort out our civil service, it was Dominic Cummings. And now he's gone. I have no hope or trust that this government will sort out the incompetence that goes to the core of our public sector.
He'll be back. And you remember that Golf's there as well. Golf is the dog's bollocks. He's the business. Golf is a really effective guy.
Sorry. Hold on once again, Ned. Just hold on to your thought. I wanted to just circle back to since we kind of ran the course of this conversation about the police and two-tier and all that. Did anyone actually address Tiger's initial thing that we were going to talk about as the second subject of his wearing mask issue? Tiger, do you want to have your say and introduce your piece
I'm going to say
this stage?
I think these people whining about a second lockdown are okay. Well, I think all of these anti-maskers whining about a second lockdown are fucking idiots. It's just third lockdown are fucking idiots. It's I think during when they started opening up the pubs, I mean, barely anyone was wearing a mask, or wearing gloves, or just had their own, it's not like social distance. It's like being reasonable. They were bunched up in crowds. They probably didn't even know each other. It's just, or you get these people burning masks in these rallies. I just sort of think, how can you do this level of dumb shit and then get upset that there's another lockdown? It's just,
I've never seen a mask burn.
No one's saying, look, it's not hard. I'm not, and I hate this because I'm not a big fan of this totalitarian police state shit. But it's like you're not hurting anyone, right, by simply wearing a mask. You're not, it's not going to hurt you to wear a mask. Yeah, it's like me riding a bike, me riding a bike and wearing a helmet. I'm not, it's not, I'd rather not wear a helmet. I'd rather let the hair.
Dude, the issue is not the mask. The issue is the
okay, hold on, guys.
Like Tiger, you can't complain.
Hold on, Tiger.
You can't tolerate this shit and then complain about it.
Tiger, does it hurt you?
Okay, can I give a bit of response there?
Just a second. Tiger, does it hurt you to wear around rabbit ears? No, does it hurt?
No.
If the government tells you to wear rabbit ears, are you gonna fucking wear rabbit ears?
Are you seriously comparing rabbit ears to wearing a mask?
This conversation's disintegrating.
No, but that's clearly, look, I'm comparing it to a bicycle helmet. I don't have to wear one, but I should.
How about the dunce hat? Would you wear a dunce hat if the government?
Dunce hat.
It's like a hat.
Like, this is the stupidity I'm talking about. He's literally comparing wearing a mask to a nun's hat.
Dunce's hat. Something pointless to something pointless.
So exactly, like, and this is the madness I'm talking about. Is that they're acting like someone's been asked to sell away their kids or give off shit tons of money just for wearing a mask. I don't like wearing a mask. I find it fucking aggravating. I could barely breathe in it, but I do it anyway because this is the rules. And it's not hurting me, so I'll do it. I'm not bothered by it. I don't.
So to be clear, Tiger, if the virus comes back, it wasn't the fact that masks are ineffective. It's because you didn't achieve 100% coverage with every single person in the country. Is that correct?
It's not even 100% coverage. It's like people.
Okay, so how do you determine whether or not
nobody cared? No one took the lockdown seriously. I remember I was on my way to my brother's house one day. And one guy tried to threaten another dude with a knife. No one gave a fuck. And that's the problem. Obviously, you know, the suicides, the obesity, the mental health during the lockdowns was
you threatened him
terrible.
with a knife because he was wearing a mask.
No, it was it looked gang related. It looked gang related. It was definitely gang related. But it was just like, you know, doing that during a pandemic. You know, people just the fact that none of them were wearing masks had nothing to do with this gang related. Like, but it's just like you're acting like being asked to wear a mask is like being told to give away your child. I don't want to wear a mask either. I don't want to wear a mask, and I don't like this fucking lockdown, right? But this is what it's fucking come to. And I'm fucking pissed. I want to go back to work. And as much as I like talking to you guys, I don't want to be here 9 o'clock at night talking to a bunch of old dudes.
Good, Tiger. You're learning to hate your fellow man rather than hate the government. You know, you'll be progressing along nicely soon.
Government. But it's not hard to wear a fucking mask. Just wear a mask.
Hold on.
Fucking sanitizer gel. Wear some gloves.
Guys,
stop going on dumb rallies.
Tiger, stop it.
Oh, come on, let me come back. Let me come back on some of this now.
We get it, man. Hold on.
So
Steve,
you mentioned
let me say one thing, Steve. Look, Tiger, nobody's telling you to hate anyone.
One thing.
Nobody's telling you can't have an opinion, you can't have a specific viewpoint. No. Tiger, look, what I'm telling you is this. I don't think this virus is relevant enough for all of these reactions. I don't think the virus doesn't exist. I never said that. I don't think the virus is made by Satanist, reptilian, Freemason.
Let's just talk about what you do think, Pablo.
No. Hold on. After Pablo's finished, Steve has to go because this is like the second time.
Yeah, Steve has to say something. But look, Tiger, the thing is, oh, sorry, go on, Steve. I'll go after you. Steve?
Okay. So Tiger said a few things. He mentioned gloves on numerous occasions. Gloves have never, ever been part of the either enforced or even recommended PPE. In fact, they've specifically said wearing gloves could be more harmful than just washing your hands sensibly. So gloves have never been part of it. You say, then moving on to masks, you say masks don't do you any harm. Go and read the World Health Organization's own website on the subject of masks, and they list a long list of bad, deleterious side effects of wearing masks. They are bad on many, many fronts. Yet we know surgeons wear them in the operating theatre, but they're not fiddling with them every 2 seconds like every person that you see wearing masks does. And also on masks, there has never been any recommendation to wear masks outside. There has never been any evidence or any statistics that people catch COVID outside. So therefore, wearing masks outside is absolutely ridiculous. And it's never been part of the regulations. It's never been part of the advice. But you wouldn't know it here listening to some people and watching many people walking through the park on their own. People sitting in their own cars wearing a mask. I mean, what are these people doing? They're not even following what has been recommended by the government. At the end of the day, you cannot simply sit there and say mask wearing has no harmful impact on you. It does on many, many fronts. Have you not seen people vaping with masks? There was another video that came out yesterday of I can't remember if they were skaters or dancers, but they were dancing outside. They had masks on, and because they're outside, it was cold, and you could see all their breath, mist pouring through the masks. These masks don't work. They don't work for the general public. Yes, they work in clinical settings when surgeons wear them in operating theatres. They do not work outside of that setting when people are stuffing them in their pockets, fiddling with them all bloody day. They simply do not work. They are petri dishes for fungus and for bacteria. And again, there's been studies of that. They are filthy, filthy things to wear, and they do not work. You also mentioned about people going to the pub and being careless. Again, there is no data to show that people have caught COVID in pub settings. So don't harp on about all people going to pubs and being disease spreaders. Not one jot of evidence that anyone has caught it or the pubs are an area of transfer of COVID. This is all absolute and utter nonsense. But I do. If you do anything, just go and look at the WHO website and look at their page on masks, and there's a long list of the negative sides of wearing masks. They are not good.
The funny thing is, the places that were actually categorized, and I think there was documentation to show that they actually do spread COVID, is universities and school sort of areas. Well, not necessarily schools, because kids can spread it amongst themselves, but it's the adults that are going to get the most of the symptoms from them. But it's actually universities were one of the biggest places that COVID would spread, because kids, young teenagers and whatnot, they would congregate all the time. The other place that I don't know if you guys saw a documentary on this, but when there was spring break last year, where the Americans did not give a crap about the COVID thing, and they all went to spring break, they actually managed to trace where these young people went from spring break. They caught COVID at spring break, and then they went to their subsequent locations where they live, and then they started spreading it in their locations. So there was a thing about spring break, and there was some numbers about universities, but universities stayed open throughout the lockdowns and throughout a lot of other times. So it's a bit weird.
I remember. I think it might have been after spring break when Richmond had one of the highest rates of COVID positive tests in the country. And do you know why that was? Because all the middle class students were coming home to mummy and daddy after coming back from university. It wasn't people actually living in Richmond, it was the students coming home from university. You have to look underneath the statistics that were being given, because they are lying to us. They are spinning these statistics to scare us into submission. And the one thing I've been amazed by is how, let's be honest, the significant proportion of the British population, they've won. They've scared them. They've scared them into submission. People like me and Christopher, we're in the minority. In the minority, Project Fear hasn't worked on us.
Steve, I'd just like to say to you that it seemed to me that pubs would be a place where you could quite easily catch COVID, seeing as people be in close proximity to each other, wouldn't they? And it's an enclosed area.
Atheist, when
you might think that data hasn't shown that. I know what you're saying from a sort of common sense perspective. It would make sense, but the data doesn't back up that as a reality.
Yeah, the problem with common sense stuff like that is.
If I can just say, the hospitality trade, specifically pubs, have invested thousands and thousands of pounds to make their premises COVID safe. And what does the government do after they've done that investment? Smack them in the face and say, you can't even open. You can't even sell takeout.
Absolutely.
All the pub chains.
Atheist, when you say that they're lying,
money into it.
Is this what this is about? Because you can't go to the pub, Steve.
Yeah, that's all it is.
That's what it boils down to, isn't it?
Steve, when you say that they're lying, I mean, do you think that they have some kind of goal?
Well,
Here's goes Tiger trying to bait.
Not baiting. I'm just asking him.
Goal is
they're lying.
Project. At one level, their goal is Project Fair to scare us into submission. So at that level, that's the reason for it. But then obviously there's the next question: for what aim? For what?
Yeah. But one thing, Tiger,
about earlier.
Yeah, but Tiger, this is something someone mentioned as well in regards to pubs being able to sell. You do realize right now under this lockdown rules, restaurants are allowed to sell takeaway food, but they're not allowed to sell alcohol with that takeaway.
Yeah.
What is that all about? When I can go to Asda, when I can go to Tesco's, when I can go to any supermarket and just fill my trolley full of alcohol and just come home with a barrel full of beer and cartons and cartons of wine and whiskey, I can do that. But if I dare to tell my local restaurant, oh, could you send me a bottle of wine with that Vindaloo, those poor bastards are going to get done. What is this? How does this even make sense? Who sat down and saw these rules and thought, oh, we'll let them let restaurants sell food, but they can't sell alcohol?
I'm curious to know about Atheist. I mean, you're saying the government is lying and the fear, but I mean, do you have any ideas of what their goals may be?
Well, we talked about this half an hour ago, didn't we?
He says he's not sure.
So I'm just okay. You're not sure. Okay, that's cool. I'm just curious. Do any of you guys know what the goal might be?
We can only guess.
Well, he actually already answered that question. If you recall, Tiger, he said that either it is incompetence or there is some deeper goal, and that he doesn't know exactly which. And I agree with him here. I was willing to give incompetence the benefit of the doubt, but I'm now starting to trend more towards the idea of some kind of plan because of the sheer awful concatenation of events. And Steve is right. There's like a lot of lies being like, you know, spread about this.
It's just a load of politicians trying to do the best they can under the circumstances and making a.
They're not doing a great job, though, are they?
Well, yes, they are.
Hold on, but the thing is, I completely
been vaccinated in this country and in the rest of Europe.
Bro, Ned, I completely agree. They are trying to do the best they can to stay in power and to achieve more power.
No.
That's what politicians are all about, man. Dude, seriously, can you seriously say that politicians don't have their personal interest to stay in power as their best interest? That's always been the thing. It's no conspiracy theory. That's human history.
Hancock was asked 2 weeks ago in Parliament about the Nightingale Hospital in London, and his answer was something like, "Oh, you know, it's sitting there waiting to be used if it needs to be." At that very point in time, it had already been dismantled and it no longer existed. And I fail to believe that the Secretary of State for Health would not have been aware of that.
Whenever you have a national emergency, you will get fuck-ups like that. Whenever there's a national emergency,
it's incompetence.
But that's
always.
Secretary of State for Health not being aware that this major Nightingale Hospital in the capital city that cost millions of pounds just to put it together, he doesn't know whether it's still there or not. It took Richard Tice, the chairman of the Brexit Party, to investigate it as a journalist to find out the real truth, that it was no longer there. It had been completely and utterly dismantled.
So to make IC wards elsewhere in the health service, to actually distribute.
But he didn't know that. Allegedly, he didn't know that. Allegedly, he gave another answer.
I think Steve is speaking to a deeper point. Does everyone remember the initial rationale for the first lockdown? We were going to lock down for a number of weeks, right, to give the government time to increase NHS capacity to cope with the victims, and that was it. Right, the government's position has now completely pivoted to we are all locked down until coronavirus is what? Cured? No more? Deaths are under 5%? Nobody fucking knows. It's completely
because we're in a dynamic situation, fast changing situation. They're running to keep up.
Right, but in any crisis, there should be a definite end state. Okay, so to use your example of the war, okay, you know when the war is over, right? Because you know, you declare the end of the war. The enemy surrenders.
Herd immunity. That's the end. That's the end point. Herd immunity.
Okay, that could take a really long time. I mean, if herd immunity is the goal.
Well, there's the point, Chris. There's the point, Chris. The thing is that we don't know, and even the best experts don't know. And if an expert says he does know, he's a fucking idiot because we don't know.
Right. Okay, but you're completely missing the point, right? If the aim is to save lives, right, then surely you can say the moment that deaths get under X, right, we will consider that a success. Actually,
and
now I think about it.
That in the summer. I think they tried to do that in the summer.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because this is the thing. If they say that and then they open back up, they'll probably think the deaths will go back up. So that's kind of like a malformed figure. Okay, I don't think that point might have been as strong as I thought.
No. But I think But you see, that's exactly. I think you're helping me to make my point. The thing is that they are having to adapt to changing circumstances all the way through. This isn't a static thing that's the same all the time. They sort of thought if we can survive till the summer, that's what they thought. If we can survive till the summer, then hopefully there'll be a vaccine when the winter comes. Now. The vaccine will have arrived. We would have actually got it, and it didn't work out like that.
I'm just glad that we can, rely on the case numbers because the PCR testing is so accurate, and I'm also really, really glad that a foreign government like Russia or China hasn't completely hacked the living shit out of the NHS. Oh, wait. That actually happened. Not 2 weeks ago, the SolarWind Orion hack, where the NHS literally got completely fucking owned by China. So I'm also skeptical.
So why was that significant? Why is that significant?
Well, I'll tell you why it's significant. If we are in this crisis, okay, based on things like the number of cases, right, particularly rather than the number of deaths, it's always the case numbers you see on TV. You never see the number of deaths because all the deaths are going up.
High enough.
They're not as high. Now, if these case numbers are being conducted through unreliable tests and are being run through an unreliable data collection system, right? And anyone who wants to influence the UK in any way just has to jack those numbers. Can you not see the potential for abuse here? I mean, it seems like it's massive. Anyone who controls that number controls the entire country, right?
Well, it's right. Okay, and what you say is absolutely correct. If, in fact, let's say bad actors got into the system and they started fucking up the numbers, playing about with the numbers. But supposing something else went on, they hacked the system, they broke into the system to actually get the data for their own sort of intelligence service, for their own intelligence purposes, right? To actually help them work towards their own vaccine. Because it seems that the Russian vaccine is uncannily like the Oxford.
No. Look, it wasn't AstraZeneca or Oxford that got hacked. It was the NHS.
Oh,
right.
Right.
Very different. I mean, I get what you're saying, right? But I was kind of
using the algorithms, the data, to actually inform what they wanted to do in China or in Russia.
Are you seriously suggesting that the CCP would listen to the West and try and adopt any model that they have? Are you freaking serious?
No. But listen, to know is better than not to know. And so the thing is, they will always try to hack any kind of system that they can, okay, all the time. And they got lucky with this one, right?
No, it wasn't luck. It was very, very well prepared. I've seen screenshots of the tool. They had admin access to like literally every single machine in the NHS, and I think also the Foreign Office and a bunch of other places. The hack also hit the US, I think the Department of State, definitely the Department of Defense.
I'm completely unaware of what you're saying. Has this been covered in the press at all?
The SolarWinds hack. Oh no, yeah. It was very, very low key. There were like a couple of articles about it, and then it just vanished. Presumably because people asking questions like, so you're telling me the Chinese or the Russians like literally owned the entire fucking government computer system, and you're not sure like what they did while they were in there?
Owned.
They had like wide access.
Owned is hacker speak for when you co-opt a machine. Yeah. If I was to hack you, you would say you had been owned.
You or pwned you. But yeah, I mean the thing is, the reason Christopher, I presume Christopher is an IT geek, and most IT people, we all knew about the SolarWinds hack some time back. And actually, there was another company as well, Firebase, who also got hacked. And that company is a company that actually is legitimate. I mean, I spoke about this, I think, on another panel. The Firebase is a company who is what they call white hackers, white hats. They are a company that hacks companies' systems and tells the company their vulnerabilities. And they themselves got hacked, and their tools were stolen, because all hackers or legal hackers, and the NSA as well, has a series of hacking tools, codes, scripts, things like that, which they will use to take advantage of the vulnerabilities in a company's infrastructure. And that company, who is an official hacker, got hacked, and their tools were stolen. And now those tools are in the wild, and anyone could potentially use those tools to get into other systems. And the SolarWinds one is basically a major vulnerability.
It's the crown jewels.
Well, it's not a crown jewels. It's just a company with hacking tools. I mean, those hacking tools could have also been available in other forms in other places. It's just that it is pretty damning that a company who's a hacker company themselves got hacked and their tools were stolen. And also SolarWinds is one of the biggest RMMs in the world. It is the biggest RMM in the world. They are literally the company that industries and governments trust to monitor and manage their systems for them. So
it wasn't just the health service, it was just
it's a massive global thing. That's I mean, the SolarWinds thing is a globally impacting issue, but I think they're coming after things like the NHS and probably other government agencies.
After the NHS.
Yeah, as in they'll hack.
Why would
NHS.
they come? Why would they come after the NHS?
Well, I mean, hackers. There's all sorts of reasons why hackers would come, but I mean, if they have nefarious reasons, absolutely, they would go after.
Yeah, but why? Well, sorry, forgive me, but why would they come after the NHS?
I mean, the motivations are unknown. I mean, by the way, we don't even know who has access to those vulnerabilities that was stolen, or the access codes and whatnot were stolen from SolarWinds. Again, we don't know. These are effectively, it's like you having 100 of copies of your front door key, throw it out into the street, and then who's going to come to your door.
No, that's the wrong analogy. You've been given a master key which opens everybody's front door.
Yeah, but that master key has been copied 1,000 times and been thrown out into the streets, and who knows who could pick it up and come to your door. So effectively, that information, it could be out. I mean, we don't know. Again, we don't know because they don't know about the hackers. But that information, the SolarWinds information, could be out in the wild, or it could be a very specific group of people who want to do a specific thing. And same with the Firebase one as well. The tools could be out in the wild, or it could be in the hands of just a very specific group who want to do very specific things.
So if Zebeda's got this master key, we are all totally fucked.
Zebeda, I could open my front door to Zebeda and put a neon fucking sign, and that fat bitch would not find the door. So I'm not worried about that one.
Well, in fairness, look, if I got the master key, I wouldn't know what to do with it either. But look, going back to the point, Christopher, the thing is that it wasn't targeted specifically at the NHS. It was targeted at just about everything: the NSA, the FBI, the CIA, MI5, fucking everybody.
Yeah, and my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong here, Banksy, he's just left. My understanding is that they had admin access to all of these machines, which means they could have put fucking whatever they wanted on, man. Now, like, have you stopped to think about what a state actor could do with this? Like, what if it wasn't just some group of hackers that were looking to suck a bunch of information and sell it for Bitcoin, right? What if it was actually the CCP cyber warfare division, or the Russian cyber warfare division, or the Iranians? So can you think of any scenario in war, right? Because I hate to break it, but we are actually at war with Russia and China and all of them. We have been for some time. It's just not a shooting war. But in every other aspect, we may as well be.
Yeah.
Can you think of anything an enemy state could do with that kind of access?
We're not dealing with friendly states, that's for sure. Even if they're not direct enemies in the Cold War sense, we are dealing with information. There is absolutely, the information warfare never stopped. People think that after the Berlin Wall fell, we were all hunky-dory with Russia. No, none of those things changed the information war. There is absolutely a war going on.
And Putin is investing more in the FSB today than the KGB ever were invested in, and particularly in terms of the cyberspace.
Yeah,
significantly bigger resources that they're using now. So industrial espionage, on every front you can imagine. They would definitely be wanting these master keys to be snooping on everything we do, whether it's stuff of national state sensitivity or industrial economic sensitive confidentiality.
Solar flares. Solar flares. Go on.
From the sun.
Solar. Well, no, you was going to make a point. Go on, please. I stopped you. Go on.
No, I was just going to go back to the data because before we went off on that subject, which was an interesting subject.
No, go on.
The one COVID related data set that has never been produced or certainly shared is the data set of recovery rates. You think that would be quite important, wouldn't you? This is a serious, deadly disease that people go in and get hospital treatment, and therefore the numbers and rates and percentages and timescales of recovery.
We wouldn't want any positive news.
I would think would be a very interesting data set. Sorry?
I said we wouldn't want any positive news, would we?
Well, no, exactly. So that was the first point on the data I was going to make. And then the second point on the data, if you look at the rolling average data for totality of deaths for any reason, we are currently not at a high point. So again, going back to this core point, this isn't a serious...
Sorry, say that again. What did you just say? What did you just say?
That the total numbers of people dying for all reasons, when looked at on a rolling average, currently is not at a high point.
All right.
Which obviously contradicts the Project Fear that we've got a massive, deadly, serious disease for which we need to remove all of our freedoms to deal with. If the totality of people dying across the entire population for any reason is no higher than it normally is.
Well, it might be that the government's doing such a wonderful job that it's actually keeping people alive.
Not on all other fronts.
Right. This government is wonderful. It's done a fantastic job. It's keeping everybody safe. And the thing is that there's going to be a rollout of vaccinations and everything's going to be lovely.
Spoken just like a president.
So on that, there was a vote. Was it Wednesday that they voted in Parliament for the latest lockdown? I think it was 15. Only 15 members of Parliament across all parties voted against that. That's a bit worrying, don't you think? Whatever the subject, you'd expect there to be opposition to it.
No, they see that
we only had 15.
They see that this is an emergency, and they've got the government's back. I think that they see this is a national emergency, and they don't want to just make fuckery for the sake of it. They see that.
Are you a bit worried that this is similar to the Brexit situation, where Parliament, members of Parliament, were not consistent with the spread of population? Even though, like I said earlier, most of I accept the majority of the population have fallen for Project Fear, but I don't think it's of the ratio of 15 versus 600 and whatever the remaining number of MPs. What's it, 650 in total? So I am concerned that members of Parliament are not in kilter with the proportion of feeling across the general population. They're all being subservient.
Do you not get the impression that people are sort of going to work, that actually it's pretty much as normal in a lot of respects?
What do you mean going to work? What do you mean?
Well, I'm seeing an awful lot of building work. I'm seeing an awful lot of road work. I'm seeing an awful lot of people. All the buses seem to be running. It seems. I know that there are shops that are closed, but there's a lot of shops that are bloody open. Right? Do you not?
I'd say there are swathes of our economy that are closed. So some retail now, so non-essential retail, hairdressers, barbers, salons.
Yeah.
All pubs, all cafes, all restaurants.
Yeah.
Nightclubs, bars.
Yeah.
No. These are big areas that employ a lot of people.
No. You're absolutely right.
I think the chattering classes, the chattering middle classes, they're either on furlough, so they're quite happy getting 80% of their salary. Many firms are topping up the remaining 20%. So they're happy sitting at home, painting their nails, getting there, or they're working from home. And I know, and I know I was in this category. Some people working from home are working their socks off. I was working more hours and doing more stuff than I've ever done throughout my entire career. But I think we have to accept there are stacks of other people who are not working their socks off, working from home, not least again in the public sector. You know, I've been trying to deal with something regarding my council tax. Well, me trying to get hold of someone in the local council tax office and then getting any level of service back from them has been near on impossible. And as the messages on the phone say, you know, our staff are working from home and systems may not be as efficient as normal. Bollocks, they're putting their bloody feet up because they're so weak management and such jobs worth, they're not doing their work. So I think swathes of people. So if you're working from home and getting away with doing diddly squat, or you're on furlough, of course you're happy as Larry, aren't you? You want this. It's almost in your interests for this nonsense to carry on for as long as it possibly can. So I don't think building work is still going on. There's a lot of development in London. It still seems to be going on. But I mean, just go out and about. And the other big thing that we've not mentioned is schooling. This is widening the gap between the poverty gap in terms of education, because for some reason the public state school teachers don't seem to be able to teach remotely from home. Private education can do it, but for some reason state can't. That's another bloody mystery that needs sorting out. But we know why.
Steve, that's not true.
That's militant teaching unions has them by the short and curlies.
They are teaching. They're doing distance learning, aren't they, at the moment?
Not in the private education sector. They are very, very well. In the state education sector, it's very, very patchy. The children in state education, huge numbers of them are getting far from full, decent quality level of education that they'd normally be getting. Because of the teachers, because of the teaching unions.
And the disruption, yeah. Well, in a sort of a way, I mean, look, would you like to step into a classroom with 30 kids, at the present time? Being devil's advocate. If you were a teacher and you were told, look, you're going in, right? How would you feel about it? I'm being devil's advocate.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think
neither would I. To be honest.
I've shared my view, my general view in terms of the disease. So if I genuinely, I mean, teaching probably isn't a profession that I'd ever go into, but if I was in it, if I was in it, the current circumstances would seriously not have one eye, and I'm being absolutely honest, would have not one iota. And if my colleagues were slacking, then I'd be even in there, even like a shot. And I mean, it's not a teaching situation, but I was one of the first people in my organisation to put my hand up to say I want to go back to the office as soon as I could. And, I didn't have any qualms about travelling on the tubes and, all the hysterical nonsense that some staff screeched about. I was first on the list to get back in. I absolutely would be in there teaching children. Because if you're a teacher, isn't it supposed to be a
vocation? It's a vocation.
A vocation. You're there to better the futures of those children. So how dare you say, I can't go in health and safety, I might die or I might catch COVID. Get in there and do your job. And any teacher that refuses should be sacked, should be dismissed for refusal to follow reasonable instructions.
But what about if they've got, you can't be asked to work in a dangerous situation if they genuinely believe that that's a dangerous situation.
Firstly, I don't believe many of them in their hearts do believe it's a genuine dangerous situation. They're just work shysters. They don't want to work. They want any opportunity not to work.
To be really honest,
that's being unfair because many of them are very hardworking and committed, and I'm sure some of them might have genuine concerns. But that's the downside of Project Fear. You put fear into normal, sensible people's heads where it shouldn't be.
To be really honest with you, I for much of this year I believed that this was what's it called? That this was, that this was just a bad flu. That COVID was just a bad flu. But it now seems that people, very fit people, good people, younger people, are getting long-term lasting damage, blood clots, lung damage, all kinds of, thromboses.
Tiny numbers. Tiny numbers, though, Ned.
The thing is,
tiny numbers. And how can you hand on heart say seasonal flu never had those implications.
Yeah.
Can you hand on heart say that?
Guys, I've got...
We didn't hear about it, but you don't know that it didn't happen.
Christopher,
yeah.
Sorry, guys. Christopher's posted the actual cause mortality figures of 2020 over and comparing them to the 5-year period of 2015 to 2019, and there is a percentage sort of uptake in deaths. Admittedly, it's not a massive. I mean, there was. It's basically, I mean, it's got here, in October 2020, there were 43,265 deaths registered in England, 2,713 deaths more than the 5-year average. So there was an uptick.
Okay, so sure. Banksy, scroll further down in that article, you'll actually find a graph with data from 2001, which is the crucial point. It's interesting, the text up at the start, presumably hoping that most people won't scroll down and read the whole thing, is stated like that.
So are you saying
another way of putting
mortality rates for the month of October have fallen between 2002 to 2020?
No, let me finish. Right. So there is a graph from 2001, right, all the way to October 2019, which is when the last figures come out, okay, right? Okay. The all-cause mortality in 2001 was wait, how does this work out?
So do you want me to share my screen and share this information with the audience as
right,
well?
No, it's per 100,000 people. Okay, right? So it was 1,500 roughly for males, 1,000 for females. Okay? It is now 1,000 for males and 793 for females 9 years later. Right? So all-cause mortality has in fact fallen, right, over the long scale. That's the one right there. You can even mouse over it if you want. It'll show you the things, the actual numbers.
Put it up, Banksy.
Yeah, maybe like zoom in a little, Banksy. Like,
how is
yeah,
that,
there you go.
Guys? Hopefully everyone can see this more clearly. You should.
What are the different lines?
You guys able to see
Wales and England. The dashed lines are Wales.
See, yeah.
The solid lines are
England. Yeah.
Now, generally speaking, this is regarded.
So I think if you move away to the grey box, it's an overall decrease.
Yes, it is quite a significant.
That is falling,
decrease,
as it moves,
actually.
Generally,
mortality rate for men in England is down by a third, from about 1,500.
Well, yes, actually, from 15. Yeah.
Around 1,000, probably not a full third, like maybe 28% or something like that off the top of my head. That's quite a significant reduction. Now, obviously, the first part of the coronavirus epidemic from March to October are included in these figures, right? And it says so up the top that for the figures up to 2019, coronavirus is the third most cause of death. Right, but it's still behind fucking Alzheimer's and heart disease, I believe, is the other one.
Yes.
Now, the problem is, right, the way that this is always counted is and if we didn't do what we did, it would be much worse. Well, that is a counterfactual argument, and it is difficult to prove. And the answer to that argument really is how much worse. Like, even if deaths among males in England increased by a third, we would still only be up to October 2001, right? So how bad can this possibly be? This is the question I was trying to answer. If we just let the entire thing rip, right, and did absolutely nothing, how many people would die? That's not a very easily answerable question. You would think that people would have looked into that, but no, because it affects different age groups differently. It's entirely likely that it could wipe out. Doctor friend of mine was saying that in nursing homes among sick over 85s, you get up to 70% mortality rate. It is absolutely just killing old people massively, right? But among the young and the healthy, there's not really a problem. Now, this begs the question, is it better for the elderly who do survive to have everyone else working, to have enough nurses, to have enough of an economy to not inflate the currency so that the money that they leave is completely worthless. Like all of these things, this is fucking government, man. It's always like you do one thing, right, to save a group of people. You wind up killing another group of people. This is why I'm a fan of classic liberalism. Government should stay out of it as much as possible. Sorry, I don't mean to go on a rant.
No problem. So, okay, we're done with this. So I'll stop screen sharing.
Can you show I've put the COVID map, and this may answer
Is this your
the question.
first one, or is the World COVID map? Is that the one that you're talking
about? The World
about?
COVID map,
Okay.
yeah, they're the same one. This may sort of answer your question, Chris. The thing is that if you actually have a look, I think America sort of just let rip. They let the market decide, and what you see is a huge, great red blob. 22 million. Is that 22 million cases or 22 million? I don't know what the mortality.
Which part of America do you mean? Just out of curiosity,
United States.
Yeah. Right. But which
21 million
United States? Because they pursued very different policies. There's also differences in population distribution. Okay, look at New York, right? New York is like right in the middle of the fucking screen where we are looking. It has a very high population density, but it also instituted a very strict lockdown, right? How can we know? I mean, everyone's acting as if this is all just completely settled and a really easy question to answer. It's not an easy question to answer. The only real question to answer is all of this worth destroying the entire economy and the lives of everyone and driving everyone insane through forced isolation.
So what do you do though, Chris? What do you do? Look, you're supposing Boris Johnson called you in. You got the phone call. Please come in. What could you do if he did nothing? If he just did the Sweden option, there would be increased deaths. That we must agree on that.
Okay, so if you're asking what I would do if I was dictator, right?
Yeah.
I would close all international flights. I would tell all of the elderly people to isolate. I would try and hire more workers. I understand there is some supply shortage of NHS workers, but if necessary, I would just pay them more money, right, out of the government purse. And be like, right, you people are hired to go and like look after these old people, make sure that they are secure inside their nursing homes and try and isolate anyone who has symptoms, right? Everyone else I would let get on with their lives fundamentally.
Okay, can I come back at you with that? Can I
please
just come back? Right. Look, okay, let's say you do that, but you're not a dictator. You are an elected official in a democracy. Because it's a get out if you say you're a dictator, because it doesn't matter what fucking happens if you know. But look, if you're in a democracy and people rely upon you to actually come to it, the thing is that you've got to do something for the common good. And if you did what you've just said, vast numbers of people over 80, maybe over 70, loads and loads of old people would actually die.
So how? I expressly said you would be isolating them specifically. I mean, that's the crucial part of the plan.
Just for one second, can we just hold that headline? Lots of very old people are going to die. You're going to be telling us bears shit in the wood next.
Yeah, he does have a point. I mean, I think the average age of fatality from COVID is like
how many fingers am I holding up, Stephen?
That's right.
Sorry, Christopher. What were you saying?
Well, Steve makes an excellent point. Old people die. That's what they do, right? Like, again, you know, you're essentially stealing the lives and the education and the mental health of the young to help people who may only live another couple of years anyway, especially since the vast number of deaths are those with serious comorbidities. So they've already got like COPD or fucking cardiovascular problems. Like it's not killing healthy people in any serious number. There are the occasional cases, but how do you really know? Those people might have had, the young people might have had something seriously wrong with them. They might not have known. And
as a politician, could you really take that option?
Okay, now that is a great question, right? Now, personally, if it was up to me, Boris would say this: my fellow Englishmen, we must accept that people die. Some people will die so that the rest of us may live. May God bless England and see us through this crisis. Right?
That's a pretty good impression, actually.
Thanks.
The thing is, though, come on, if he came out with that, the press would tear him limb from limb.
Well, okay, that's correct. Now, you raise a really, really interesting point. Okay, but on the other hand, they've just completely locked down the entire freaking economy, right? Like, the way they've done it is really sly as well, right? They haven't said, we accept that many people will have to lose their businesses. There will be more suicides, more drug addiction. There will be husbands beating wives, divorces, child abuse, and the impoverishment of many. But we must do it to save our old people, right? Like, he didn't say that either. Okay, but that's the fucking truth, right? So if I was in his position, right, I would not say that. I would say this country has survived adversity from the Second World War to the winter of discontent, and we will continue to survive. We are doing everything we can to help the vulnerable, and the rest of us must get back to work and make sure that Britain powers on, right? That is a palatable message. Oh, God, that hurts my throat.
But the thing is, like, he's literally, in a nutshell, saying, Britain, we're going to lock everything down because we want to save a few old people, because we can't accept, like, a certain amount of old people dying of COVID. But it's okay. Here's my friend Rishi Sunak, who's going to just print money because he has a printing press right in the back, the other door here. And he's just going to keep printing it like it's tissue paper. So they're in denial of the economics of the situation.
I don't think they're overprinting money. What they're doing is that they are lending money, and they're lending money. It's government gilts. They haven't resorted to the printing press quite yet. Quantitative easing. They've not resorted to that quite yet.
But the government is selling bonds
all that
in order to
all that debt.
Yeah, in order to get Bank of England to print more money, though, aren't they? Aren't they selling bonds?
They are.
Yeah.
At the moment, the interest rate on UK bonds is extremely low. So low, in fact, the rate on the 6-month bond, last time I checked, it was actually negative. Now, if you have a bond with a negative rate, technically speaking, it will just extinguish itself sooner or later. So as long as you spin the debt out for far enough, it's technically free. I don't really.
Sorry, Chris. I thought that a government bond was the GDP, the rate of interest, the rate of inflation.
You're talking about debt to GDP ratio, right? And that is a common.
No. But I thought if you bought a government bond, it was actually linked. It was pinned to the inflation rate. So Correct. You were guaranteed that if you got inflation of 600% in a year, that would be reflected in your interest rate. You would be compensated for that. Am I making sense?
Yeah. No, you are making sense. So, okay, just for anyone who doesn't know, a bond is an instrument where you give the government a certain amount of money, you get a paper back, and then every month or period, 3 months or whatever, you get what is called the coupon, right? The coupon is the interest on your investment, and then when the bond is extinguished, the money is paid back, right? Now, because of the general global uncertainty and the very, very flat interest rates everywhere, at the moment, 6-month gilts have a negative interest rate. That means you pay the government actually to park them there. Do you get what I'm saying? Negative interest rates are really weird. So the government can effectively kind of print money for free at the moment. But at some point, they do have to give back the original investment. And if they just keep printing money in order to pay that off, that is going to inflate the currency because they've already taken the money that was given to them when the bond was bought and spent it. Money is just a marker for stuff. You can't print more stuff. If you print more money, every single bit of money already in existence is worth slightly less.
Right, which goes back to my original point that this has a shelf life. It can't. This can't go on. This can't go on. I don't know how long it is. They must have done the sums. Rishi Sunak could probably tell you we can only do this for another sort of 6 months, 8 months, 12 months.
I've already put it down to April. Pretty much April is it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Sorry, what are you basing this on?
No, the furloughs are ending in April.
They've been extended and extended and extended again. Basically.
Well,
that's a good point.
Then they may actually then go into the. I think they've calculated that their leeway is up until April, maybe even March. April, May, but I don't think they can afford to go beyond that.
But that's because of the vaccination, isn't it?
Well, that's because
I was going to say. I just imagine it's vaccination related, not finance related.
Well,
it's tied to the. Go on, sorry.
I just think that they're playing their odds. It's like, okay, we can probably push this thing till maybe April. Hopefully by then there'll be enough people vaccinated so that we can then boast about the fact that not that many old folks are going to die, and then we can get everyone back to work.
And the summer will come as well. Warm weather will come.
Yeah.
Which
the summer will absolutely make cases go way down.
Yeah. And maybe by that point, the combination of vaccinated people and people being able to go back to work, it will keep them from having to print so much more money that will then seriously affect the British pound. Sorry, Steve.
Do we all think most people will get the vaccination?
That's a good question. I think that
how many of us will have it?
I think everyone's a bit edgy about it because it's new. Right. I think once a bit of time has passed and the side effects can be seen, one of two things is going to happen. Either everyone is, or a majority of people are going to be like, no, fucking miss me with that gay shit. I ain't touching that. I'd rather fucking get COVID. Or it will be generally seen as safe. Now, I'm sure the government will obviously be pushing it's safe. But I am seeing indications, particularly from America, that a lot of people are just like, nah, I'll pass. Thanks.
The thing is, a lot of people who will pass are younger and people who most likely are going to survive it anyway. The ones who are not going to have a choice to pass are going to be the elderly and the vulnerable, which are the ones that we want anyway to be vaccinated, so that hopefully they will not, they will then, because they're the ones who increase the fear factor, because they're the ones who die the most.
They want 50%, don't they? They want 50%.
Well, I mean, as I say, I think if they can get into that 40s and 50%, then for the rest of the people who do not want the vaccine or who are anti-vaxxers or for whatever reason they don't want this vaccine, they can sit at ease, because as long as 50% gets it.
The other thing is that they're going to use social engineering to nudge people into doing it, aren't they? They're going to, plane travel. Yeah. You don't travel on a plane if you haven't been vaccinated. Well, whether you like being vaccinated or not, you're going to take that jab.
Absolutely. Not only planes, there'll be your workplace. If you're a civil servant, you'll probably
insurance, like car insurance or whatever,
maybe through car. I mean, I think eventually, if not enough people do take it up, if they still struggle by, I would say maybe October, September to still be within that 30% population vaccinated sort of numbers, they will then make it so that if you go into a restaurant, you have to prove that you've been vaccinated. If you go into a supermarket, you will have to. They will then bring it to that level.
They're aiming for 50%. That's what they. I've seen somewhere like that's their herd immunity. But also, there's a poll which they ask. I don't know how reliable it is in this country, and it said that something like 75% of those people that were asked, the respondents, white people, 75% of white people said that they would take the jab. Right, and amongst the BAME community, it was a lot lower. It was about, I think it was about 40 or 50%.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Why would BAME be lower? when they're supposed to be more at risk.
Well, because the BAME community are actually
it'd be the other way around.
White supremacy is the answer.
Well, no, it's because it's high trust society. It's to do with high trust. White people are still under the impression that they can trust their government and their advice, and BAME communities have known for a very long time that they shouldn't trust their government and their community and what they say. So this is to do with the high trust aspect. The white middle class person still believes in that this government, their government
still believes. We just have faith in our government, you bloody bastard. We still believe, despite of.
But
no, it's true. You still believe. You still have faith.
This one.
But right, we
I wanted to ask Christopher.
Belarusian sort of saying we've got a monster government trying to take up. We got this bloody Banksy turning. We got Steve, right, and an Australian, right.
I'm just being honest.
Australia has a rich cultural heritage inherited from the English. I'm allowed.
But I mean, no, it's true. It's true. The white people still think that their government is working on their behalf.
Trust our government, yes.
And unfortunately, I think that number is going to decrease after this situation. I'm very positive that after the white communities and the way the police have treated them, especially in London with the two-tier systems, the white communities are going to become increasingly distrustful of government and their police service. But when Britain isn't London, Britain is Lancashire and I don't know, Cornwall and those other white places, and if you go to those places, you'll find the people are still innocent, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. They still think their government loves them.
It's interesting. You agree about two-tier policing, as do I think a lot of people on this panel. But I don't know that we're representative. It'd be interesting if you went out into sort of, just sort of the respectable middle classes, whether they sort of agree with this.
Well, they wouldn't know about it.
That's it.
They wouldn't know about it. We only know it because we're in this bubble and we live in London and we're aware of it. The mainstream media don't cover any of this stuff for the very reason.
Exactly.
But we've also got a sort of rightish agenda, haven't we?
Yeah.
Right of centre, but sort of right.
No, but your average Joe Bloggs in Yorkshire or Plymouth isn't going to have any awareness whatsoever of two-tier policing.
Yeah.
No.
I'll tell you this, Ned. My brother, who is incredibly middle class. Well, that's what I mean. My brother, who's incredibly middle class, who lives in London, and has very middle class type, hoity-toity type, snooty friends. They are full on blue pilled and are full on with whatever the government tells them. If the government says take this vaccine, yes sir, here's my arm. If the government says put this broom handle up your ass, oh yeah, here's my rectum. They have no problems. They are like he has no issues with anything that this government is saying right now, and the lockdowns and the masks.
Was there something wrong with the broom handle idea? Was it?
I just threw that in for comedic effect, but Pavlov keeps telling me off about these sort of jokes because I'm supposed to be a highbrow show here. I can't help it. I always go into the filth a little.
I didn't get the memo about the broom handles.
Yeah, that's the next COVID. That's on the tail end of this lockdown. Funnily enough, it's the tail end of this lockdown. Boom, boom.
It's a new way of administering the vaccine.
Possibly the enema version coming from Pfizer soon. But
I did see one survey, and I have to say it was only a Twitter survey, but there was quite a few thousand people had answered it, and it was seeking to ascertain whether there was a connection with Brexiteers, Remainers, and then pro-lockdown and anti-lockdown, and there absolutely was. I mean, obviously it wasn't 100%, but there was a very, very strong correlation between Brexiteers and anti-lockdown people.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I can see that most Brexiters, they value all the traditional values of Britain: freedoms to assemble, freedom of speech, freedom to.
Does that go
where
back?
You want to go.
Does that go back though to the same thing that's happening in America with non-college educated people tend to be Brexit, and educated people seem to be anti-Brexit. Is that a thing?
No, I don't. I don't go with that. I think that's an oversimplification and not true. I don't think it's anything to do with education levels.
I think that was a
people have different opinions, don't they? So
I think that was a
nothing
Brexit
to do with
propaganda.
education.
Yeah, I think that was a Brexit.
And I also don't think I don't honestly think it's a left versus right thing either, because I've spoken to many people, even on the far left or on the centre left, who are adamant, strong Brexiteers, and equally very anti-lockdown and are very concerned what's going on. So it's not a left-right thing either.
But what I noticed,
and again, the media.
Just
going to say the media very, very quick to try and accuse the anti-lockdown movement being a far-right movement, but again, absolute utter nonsense.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. When I looked at those footage of the anti-lockdown that were when they were allowed in Trafalgar Square, for example, with Piers Corbyn, and how they came and took the speaker systems and all that. When I was looking at the demographics or the general layout of the land, there were people who I've seen who are pro. They're not Brexiters. They are Remainers who were there at that protest. Right. These were not just that anti-lockdown protest was not a left and right thing. It wasn't a pro-Brexit, anti-Brexit thing. I would say maybe the majority were pro-Brexit, but there was a substantial mix. People that I'd recognize who are lefties in the like Remainers.
Yeah, I'd say, I've been going to protests and demonstrations for decades, and I'd say, this whole anti-lockdown thing is the most mixed, diverse sort of protest group movement I've ever seen. Diverse in terms of race, diverse in terms of class, and diverse in terms of left versus right politics. It's a complete mix of left and right wing.
Well, I mean, actually, here's a person who was at the forefront. Sorry, when I was mentioning people that were Remainers. Haiku, cuckoo.
Yes.
He's a full-on Remainer. He wasn't a Brexiter. Even I don't think Corbyn. I don't think he was a Brexiter, was he? I'm not sure.
I don't know what word is, but they're clearly two people that are on the left. Very firmly on the left,
exactly.
Who are very anti-lockdown.
So to say that this was a right-wing thing or this was like a bunch of Tommy supporters or anything like that, this is obviously media's spin. Any person who knows any of the characters involved in this, I mean, the thing is, I was amazed that they would try to even spin it as a right-wing thing when Piers Corbyn is one of the leading figures of it.
How can you be surprised? How can that surprise you? I mean, anything you want to demonize, you just label as right wing these days. Bada bing, bada boom.
Piers Corbyn.
I mean, you watch next. Owning a cat will be fucking right wing or something, like just any fucking thing they want. You know what I mean, right? And then the more you protest about it, right, the more right wing it becomes.
Yeah.
By definition, right? Those crazy right wingers, they're going out and protesting, because of them conspiracy theories. They point out like the craziest fucking like kooks in the whole bunch, get a few fucking 5G idiots, and boom. BBC Live, 5:00. Insane tinfoil hat wearing 5G fuckers. Protests, they're killing everyone else, and the cycle is complete. You must have seen this.
Aren't we exactly the same though? Don't we congregate with people with the same beliefs and tend to reinforce our existing beliefs, doing exactly what they're doing? And do we really understand where they stand with people on the left?
I don't think
I mean, you make a good point about echo chamber.
Are we as close-minded as the people we're accusing of being close-minded?
I don't think so. Data tends to suggest that it is the left wing in particular that shun people. Right wingers, generally speaking, will argue with you, and most of the centre-right crowd are much more like, okay, you've got different opinions, but I'm willing to chat with you. It's only sort of the mid and far left that do the actual shunning, right? The way it's usually described is that the right wing think that the left wing are misguided. The left wing thinks that the right wing are evil. They're garbage people. Yes. There's something wrong with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Disciples of the Orange Man.
Because their stance is from a moral perspective.
Correct.
They think that they hold the moral high ground, and so anyone that doesn't hold their beliefs is not only wrong, they are immoral for doing or thinking what they think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and the fundamental idea behind the coronavirus crisis is a moral one, right? Like seriously, people don't see this. It is a moral question of whether we should save these people at the expense of these other people, right? This is why government shouldn't fucking make these kinds of decisions, because they're terrible. You know what I mean? I'm a big believer in small government. The government should just be like, well, you know, this is like a horrible crisis. We'll try and help people as we can, but you can't just seize control of the entire machinery of society. On the other hand, wartime powers, as you pointed out, Kamala. So I don't know. I thought that point sounded better coming out.
No.
One thing I will say, Ned, the reason everyone calls you Kamala is your own fault, so it's on you. I can't be responsible.
Well, I have been thinking of transitioning, actually.
You make these stupid names in order to try to be all triggery and all like edgy and shit, but nobody buys into it, and then for the rest of the panel, you're just referred to as Kamala. Okay, that's how it works. You should have just come in with Ned and just be Ned.
Bed, and now I need to lie in it.
Yes.
All hail President Kamala, who's seems to have become a white man in her image. That's very offensive.
Look, it's Kamala Harris. That's right. It's supposed to be an election poster. You know, President Kamala Harris 2024, whatever the next bloody election
chose
is.
the avatar of a middle class white man from the Carry On movies. I mean, like the cognitive dissonance here is amazing.
That photo is Sid James, Ned.
Yes, it is.
It looks like Sid James.
It is. It is Sid James.
Okay.
I didn't even bother to actually even download one of Kamala's photos. One of those gorgeous.
I'm glad he's not using a photo of her. I mean, that chick is just dick poison. Like, you know, I feel my nutsack just shrivel up and start trying to dig to the center of the earth every time I fucking see.
Look, I don't want to be all pro-Trump here thing, because I've never been a full-on pro-Trump. I just like Trump. I think Trump is the president that America needed at this stage with all the woke bullshit. But hands down, and I saw some moron on Twitter or somewhere, some idiot talks about, we had the greatest first lady, the hottest first lady ever in Obama's wife, Michelle Obama. I'm like, dude, you gotta be out of your fucking mind. I accept that the left are going to propagandize this shit, but you can't bullshit me and tell me that Michelle Obama is better looking than
Michelle
Ivanka.
Obama is a transsexual. You know that, right? She's
no.
There's a lot of
yeah, I don't know, man. I've seen
with a woman that had two children.
Kind of. You know,
I find her quite attractive. I like strong women. She's a woman. She is a woman.
You like bodybuilders in this case. I mean, come on. Look,
she's got very muscular arms through abnormally thick shoulders and muscular arms.
She's intelligent.
She's like a foot and a half taller than Obama too. But the thing is, look. I'm not saying that she's ugly. I'm not saying at all that. I think she's perfectly normal, perfectly fine for the ugly range of female, first ladies that have come before her. I mean, come on, let's look down the line. Look at George W. Bush,
Nancy Reagan.
Reagan, I mean, the only one I would say that is on like a reasonable high caliber was Kennedy's wife, Jackie. She was all right.
Oh, Jackie was hot.
I could do with Jackie, but come on. Ivanka outshines all of them on 1,000 level. Come on.
She is pretty fucking hot. I will give you that.
You know what I mean? Look, here's the thing. The thing is that will there be another Trump?
There'll never be another Trump.
No,
because
a clone. Somebody is somebody out there looking at what Trump did and getting the success and looking at the vast number of was it 70 million votes or something like that? He got half the population voted for him.
Well, this is the thing.
Is there somebody out there looking at that and thinking, I'm going to do that?
This is
I'm
more
sure
than
there are
Obama.
people who don't think the election system is completely like fucked.
He got more votes than Obama and lost an election. How insane is that? And Joe Biden apparently got more votes than Biden and Trump. Obama.
Suspiciously insane.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see, people.
Hold on, guys. I think it's clear why Biden won. I mean, he did such a great job in his campaign.
Yeah. I mean,
no, sniffing all those little girls gave him superpowers.
Who fucking wrote it up?
Yeah, apparently those young girls that he was sniffing had cocaine, sewn into their hair.
Oh, creepy.
Has anybody told him he's president yet?
I don't. I think he just like he won like the local bowling championship or something. That someone's told him, look, well
actually,
done.
he was
Here's the
spacing out a
trophy.
few times, thinking that he was back in the 1982 Senate race or some shit. There was some point at which he like totally spurged out and started referring to some Senate race he was like running, because he's been in politics for a really long fucking time, which is how you know he's going to make everything better. Because he's been around for 52 years or whatever. Yeah. And look at all the better things that he's done in that time, Exactly. And this is the fucking left, the supposedly anti-establishment fucking resist crowd. Like, oh my fucking God.
Didn't he run for president in 88?
Sorry?
I thought didn't he run for president in 88?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
He actually had to jump out because he was copying Neil Kinnock's speech.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's a great plagiarist, or at least his speechwriters.
He lifted entirely Neil Kinnock's campaign speech and used it for himself.
Man, that was a great speech, man. Say what you want about Neil Kinnock, man. That fucking guy was like fire on the podium. Like, game recognized game. You know what I'm saying?
But the thing is, I mean, I don't care about their speech being copied, because Melania, I think, copied Michelle Obama's speech at one time. Who cares? These people don't even write their own stuff anyway. But as far as the left electing supposedly some sort of rebel, that's all. I mean, I think Trump, the great thing about Trump is he's exposed the underbelly of all of these assholes. He's exposed the left and the right, the Republicans and the Democrats, and how they are, what they are, and the fact that they don't really work for the people. And this is why when you said, Ned, Kamala, Princess, that...
later, save it for later.
Cupcake. The fact when you said, would there be another Trump? Not if he comes through the political system. Trump didn't come through the political system.
True,
Trump came from outside of the system in. He was an infiltrator. If anyone from that House of Representatives, Senate, none of these slimy, yellow-bellied, spineless assholes will ever do and say the things Trump will say, because they come through the system. You won't make it in that system unless you're that sniveling little weasel. So
you guys want to hear a cool conspiracy theory? I like this one. No, seriously, right? Hear me out. So with all of the election brouhaha in the US, right, and the possibility that those systems have been queered, a number of people started to ask, quite rightly, okay, these systems were in place in 2016. Does this mean that the election for Trump was fucked with? Now, it's a really, really good question, right? And I heard this like great theory that apparently Hillary Clinton pissed off the Russians so much that they actually exploited a hack and blocked the Dominion malware, and that's why Trump won.
So they hacked the hackers to make sure that Trump wins.
Because Clinton pissed them off so much. They were like, because the Russians know about Dominion because it was developed in Venezuela and stuff like that. So they apparently blocked the Dominion hacking thing, and that's why Trump won. And that's why it was such an upset, because, when you've got that kind of technology, supposedly anyway, according to this theory, you're going to win. So, it's that much of a surprise when you lose. I know, I just like that theory. I think it's kind of funny.
Did they actually have, because I thought this was the first year that they had rollout on postal votes, which is the big question, that they reckon that that's the big van loads.
No, the postal votes is what they use to justify it. The supposed actual hack comes from the voting machines, most of which were made by a company called Dominion, that has like just some very, very shady attachments. According to one witness statement that Sidney Powell has, which you probably won't even be able to talk about soon, one of the witnesses swore on an affidavit that they used to work quite close to Hugo Chavez, and that they were around when he started Smartmatic. Smartmatic was a company that was bought by Dominion. Although if you fact check that, they'll say, oh, that's not true. Functionally speaking, it's true. There are only like 3 of these companies. They've all bought into each other, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And apparently Chavez had very, very strict specifications about how he wanted this designed. And the whole thing was essentially designed as a way to retain democratic legitimacy whilst at the same time ensuring that you would always get in. Now, that is a thing that any leader would want to seek. I don't see any conspiratorial thinking needed to think that a leader like Chavez would want technology like that. That just makes perfect fucking sense. You get to know that you're going to win, and you get to say to the people, oh, well, you chose this, right? So you have democratic legitimacy and a guarantee. I mean, that's the best of both worlds. That's 2 scoops, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. That is, I mean, I was saying that by hook or by crook they will try to take this thing, but I was to the final sort of days. Yeah, I was holding on to the fact that Trump is an incumbent and incumbents tend to win. So I did make the prediction of, yeah, he's probably going to win. But Ned was on it. Ned was 100% on it. He said, nope, he's going to lose, and Biden will win. And you know, here he is.
Oh, well, I thought it was because of COVID.
Princess Admiral President Kamala.
Well, no, but that's because of COVID. The thing is that I understand that there was a great deal of polling which actually showed that people were not happy with the fact that he couldn't handle COVID. His handling of it was really, really bad.
Biden isn't going to handle it any better. We'll see in 2021. It's going to be just as big a shit show.
No, you got to understand that his handling of it was seen to be bad because he did not back the principle that everyone must suffer in order to save the puppy or to save granny or to save the oppressed, you know, or to save the, you know what I mean, right? Like that is Trump's fundamental sin, right? Is that he won't get on board with the idea that we all need to sacrifice to save the, you know, the whatever marginalized group, you know what I mean?
You know,
and the left is all about
Julie in the home for the elderlies, who's 95 and has multiple lesions and cancer, but we have to save her from COVID because, you know, she's going to get to see next Christmas. Probably not, but who knows?
Yeah, this is the problem with moralistic thinking.
Well,
right?
I understand it in America. You got $1,200 and that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
$1,200, and everybody got it.
They're still debating whether they should give them $2,000 for the last 9 months. 9 months. They were originally going to give them $600
for your health. If you get COVID, I mean that'll cover like free doctors visits. There's no medical. You know, if you haven't got a job, if you don't have Medicare, you are shit. You are up shit creek without a paddle. If you need, I don't know what happens if if you go to AE and you can't breathe or something. I suppose you must just die.
No, they still treat you. They will treat you if you're in critical condition, if you're in AE. But they will then send you a bill, which will mean you'll have to become homeless in order to pay it back. So they'll make you homeless, but they'll save your life.
Where are you going?
Sorry,
someone. Here's something. I'll just throw this in. This year, if you think it's bad now, there's 3 things you get coming down the pipe, which is really going to send you, probably going to give you a sleepless night. You probably know about this, but there's the internet safety bill, which is effectively going to close down all.
You're talking about online harm bill.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought it was the internet safety bill. That's what I thought it was.
Online harms.
Right. That's going to actually give like an $18 billion 18 billion pound fine for anybody that for the social media companies. So they're going to really crack down on like live streams like this, like Veli's, like anybody's live stream now, because they're just going to have to play safe. So you're going to sort of see Sargon and this and.
Well, no, this is what the thing is. What's going to happen is they're effectively going to force these online platforms to become publishers. As this is it. This is the moment, at least in Britain. And if that's the case, then these guys will purge everyone because they can't afford to get sued.
No, yeah.
And then the old tech will take off, because what governments don't realize, especially these boomer fucking politicians who try to make laws about a technology and an environment that they have no idea how it works, is that everybody's going to go onto platforms which are hosted in Russia and in China. Well, not China. China's fucked up. But like in Iceland or in Switzerland, countries that they don't have jurisdictions
I see
over.
great opportunities for Iceland, actually, in the coming apocalypse. Yes.
Yeah.
Can they block it?
Well, yeah, they can become then Britain.
Yeah, but you can also
China.
use a VPN.
No, but it's not that. Britain will then become de facto Pakistan, China, and Iran, where they block Facebook and Twitter and social media. So does Britain want to become that? Do the people of Britain actually want to become like that, where the government starts blocking?
That's so naive. No. They won't block Facebook and Twitter. Right?
No.
Facebook and Twitter will become sanitized to the point of repugnancy, and then any other alt-tech platform that comes up will be branded as alt-right and full of harmful conspiracy theories, and then blocked on basis that it's an online harm.
Exactly.
We're not like China. We just restrict the wrong kind of speech, the kind of speech that might harm people.
Well, this is what I mean. So it becomes China.
That's de
facto China.
Can I just give you the second one, which is the Law Commission? The Law Commission is currently redrafting its provisions for hate speech. And in the provisional draft document, it's got something like 15 mentions of cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad. So the kind of things that Hatun Tash does at Speaker's Corner, it really does look like that I don't know how they'll justify this, but it may well become, hate speech in some way.
Strawberry guy just came on and went. I don't know what exactly.
And what's the third thing?
Baroness Varsi. Baroness Varsi is writing a report which will be completed in the summer, looking at Islamophobia in the Conservative Party. And so apparently, it's going to be pretty much the same as, the anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. So everybody will have to sort of go out of their way to show that they are in no way sort of anti-Islam,
Islamophobic.
And you don't think that we are sliding towards a totalitarian hellscape?
I know.
I admire your optimism, man. But all of those three things that you just cited, absolutely approve my view that the trend is towards stricter controls on speech. We don't know when the controls on freedom of movement and religious gatherings will be reinstituted. What other rights do we have left? Just out of fucking curiosity, if you could name a couple.
Well, I just want to, before you get into that, introduce that strawberry guy.
Hello. Yep.
How's it going? Good, man. Okay.
Couldn't sleep.
I was getting hungry, man. I was getting hungry. I'm joking.
I don't.
I'm just going to duck out
now.
now.
Know the strawberry man?
Really good seeing you on the show.
Hello. Thank you.
By the way, Steve, before you go, just one thing. Sorry, just one thing, Steve. Before you go,
just one thing.
No.
Just one thing.
Big ups to Atheist Steve.
He might be listening though. He might be listening. So just say it.
I just wanted to ask if he thinks that whether or not anyone will go to Speaker's Corner this Sunday. Like,
I think Rax will. I think Rax
not gonna go. I'm most likely not gonna go. But
I think we should make alternative arrangements, gentlemen. But I will not speak about them on a public channel.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
One of the things about war is you got to know when to fucking cut your losses, man. And you're not gonna win against the fucking police. Like really.
If
they have far greater resources than you do, man. Like
I've considered just sort of going there because I haven't been in recent weeks. So I don't know if they have me nabbed as a target, but I would just consider going around to skulk around by myself and just survey the scene, because it's been fairly, I don't know if it's escalated week on week, but it's been fairly horrendous, the police presence from what I've seen elsewhere. So just for the sake of my own eyes, I might go down and take a couple of snaps just so I can say, well, yeah, this is why it wasn't worth it.
Covert infiltration by advanced scouting party. I like it. I like it, TSG.
Can't they lock the gates? Can't they lock the gates like they did? Apparently they did it at the last lockdown. They actually locked the gates.
No.
They completely
No.
locked.
But hold on. They only locked the gates on the day that after the storm, because tree branches could fall. They did lock the gate. Was the only
no,
reason.
because with the gates, they'd have to get approval from the royal parks, and the royal parks are actually quite lenient last lockdown. So
right.
Yeah,
but they did lock them. I know what you're talking about, but it was because of the storm.
Yeah,
they locked up back then.
So TSG, you should be aware, as should anyone else listening, that the laws of the park and the laws of the street are not the same set of laws.
Yep. Yep.
Police have a lot more powers in the park. I don't know if you've ever gone to like St. James's Park and like looked at all of the shit that you can't do in a park. It's fucking insane. So if you are going to go, I would stick to Marble Arch. Even the corner is probably considered Hyde Park unless you're walking on the sidewalk. And
oh wait, so hold on. There are park rules now against people being in there generally.
Oh no.
No, they just have much more latitude because of the park bylaws. Is my understanding. It certainly seems to be the case. They are much quicker to move on people in the park as opposed to people around Marble Arch.
Okay.
But I mean, technically, being in the park itself, you're allowed for one exercise session. You see, that's even worse than the previous Tier 4 stuff, which you were allowed for unlimited amount of exercise. So if you're not in the park for at least one exercise session, or you can't demonstrate that and they suspect you're there for other reasons, then you might get in the shit. I mean, on the note of that harms bill, this is what I wanted to finish off with the old tech. This is what I mean. The old tech is going to be available, and more people are going to be even on there. I suspect Trump is going to hopefully adopt Parler, and if Trump adopts Parler, the Parler people will literally rub their hands in glee, and they will be the greatest. It'll be the greatest day of their lives. But I think that's where we should all end up anyway. I think these kind of opinions, these kind of conversations, are no longer going to be on the very sanitized platforms.
No, of course they won't. But what I've actually heard about is there is talk already of alt tech, whereby the alt tech that you're talking about, the BitChutes, the Parlers, the Rumbles, and so on, MeWe, everything around that generation of new social media is suspected. It's just it's just come about at the wrong time, and it's going to be gone. Like maybe not Telegram, but basically it's not going to be this round of new internet, shall we say, that is going to actually challenge the hegemony of the Silicon Valley giants. It's going to be the next generation.
Why?
If that makes sense. It's going to be old tech. Because, okay, consider this, Banksy, and this was a couple of years ago I heard this. Because of the amount of internet traffic that the three big giants, Amazon, Google, and YouTube Facebook gather together, obviously YouTube's under Google, so they gather about 90 to 95% of all internet traffic. They drive all of that towards one of those three sites. And what people used to talk about was an idea of a simulated internet experience, whereby basically those three tech giants would have enough leverage over the internet as a whole to cancel out anything and or sanitize anything they didn't want online, and do basically what China did and create simulated versions of those websites. But so take for instance something like Newgrounds. Does anyone remember Newgrounds?
No, I don't know.
I remember Newgrounds.
Yeah, it's a gaming website mostly, but it also has video, stuff like that. Yeah,
I think it had sort of like the first kind of prototype versions of memes as well that were coming out. Like there was a lot of comedy on that site.
So many
Flash
awesome
games as well.
Flash games.
Yeah, so Newgrounds actually it doesn't drive anywhere near as much traffic as it used to, I think. So it could basically tank. But what would be the purpose of a simulated internet would be to resurrect sites like that were popular, but have them constrained to what the zeitgeist of the Silicon Valley types is. So if you talk about alt tech, they could do that. They could just shut these websites down and within 24 hours say, oh, we're back up, but it's a completely simulated version. It's now not even controlled opposition, doesn't even come close to it. It is just the same company running the domain name of something that used to be opposed to it.
Yeah. So basically, like you said, like buying out Facebook will then go around start buying out all of these companies, these smaller sort of players.
Exactly.
Because they just can throw money at them. I mean, let's be honest. If you've got a website that has maybe 1 million subscribers or 1 million users, and suddenly Facebook comes and says, "Oh, here's 500 million pounds." Who's going to say no?
And we're going to keep your. And the thing is, they're going to say to them, "Yeah, we're going to keep your site running at the same time, so that they can have a clean conscience about it or what have you." But I mean, this is what happened with alternative media from 2012 onwards. Is citizen journalism initially became quite a big challenge to the media monopoly of, say, Rupert Murdoch's empire or what have you, and then eventually, what people started realizing is that they could actually go into mainstream media outlets and develop a successful career. And because that was a more stable option than what they were doing before, if they had like a decent following of, say, 1 million upwards viewers, right, in a relatively short period of time, they could market their skills and basically end up working for the MSM and filling them all in on all the practices that the MSM was falling behind on, because that was the original adpocalypse. Was the MSN had all these advertisers that were coming to them with massive deals, and then the MSN got completely undermined by internet-based sort of alternatives because of the fact that there was just this skills gap that they couldn't cross. There was a tech gap even. There were just things that people could do on the ground, like filming the Arab Spring, for instance. I mean, that was a crossover of internet and real-life aggregation, but you wouldn't have got footage as clean and quick as on-the-ground journalists. And even, does anyone remember that the first time this really hit me, actually, was when there was a huge chemical explosion in China around 2016, maybe 2015 to 17. And I was on Twitter at the time, and I wasn't even following that many people, but this footage showed up, right? I was in the house where there was news on the TV, and that showed up about half an hour to an hour before it showed up on the news.
Yeah.
So as recent as that, right, this has still been going on. There are just people on the ground that film stuff and upload it, whereas MSM have to go and put someone on the ground themselves.
Well, the thing is, if you actually follow some of these citizen journalists like Subject Access kind of guys, you will see there are official photographers who sell their pictures to newspapers, official camera people who sell their footage to big corporations. But Subject Access is live streaming right there on the ground, whilst these other guys who are like contractors or whatever, they're taking their photos, they're taking their videos, and then they have to then go and upload it somewhere, send it to some MSN company.
That's it.
And they have to then do their editing or whatever of it, and then publish it. By the time they do that, everybody's watching Subject Access.
And that's the other thing you got to remember. The other advantage they have is they're covering stuff that nobody else is covering. Like maybe with the exception of the this week they did the Assange hearing.
Yeah.
But no, when it comes to the protests, completely different story, and they can develop an audience that sort of. This was the argument that was made originally. Is basically there would be a siphoning off from the MSM to the new media, the new citizen journalism. But as I say, after a while, it would have just got to the extent, in my mind this just makes sense, like that just seems obvious, that people would be on the ground in a certain area and just become like not rogue, freelance journalists that are just or even mercenary journalists. They're just hired as and when needed to film stuff for the MSM. Stringers, okay, there we go. They're just people that happen to be in certain locations. The mainstream outlets have them in like a massive Rolodex. And if something happens around there, okay, mate, go get some footage. It's I think even the paparazzi run on the same model, I think, where it's just, we're camera guys. And as you say, the process is a bit slower than live streaming. But before live streaming, that was there was a slight incumbent advantage conferred again on the mainstream media side of things.
Yeah. Well,
it's really complicated, but I've been looking into this fairly recently, and you fill in the gaps along the way.
I mean, I think you're right in the sense of, because this is where I think the real issue comes in, is mainstream media, large tech companies. It's finance. People, I mean, the guy like Subject Access. Let's be honest. If the Guardian came and offered Subject Access a salary of £100,000 a year, I think he'll take it. I think he'd be a fool if he didn't take it. Why wouldn't he take it? The guy's, I mean, he might be making some reasonable amount of money, but he's not gonna make it. He's not making 100K.
Yeah, but the thing is as well is like I have to come back to with Subject, his niche. Right, so long as the Guardian is not reporting on that, his niche is not something the Guardian will pay for, and like they're not going to pay him £100,000 for. He needs to sort of make his way as and he's not exactly a journalist either. Like I say, he's a bit more of a paparazzi guy because most of the time he's just filming, and he's not necessarily gauging the audience as such. So he's not a presenter.
Yeah. No. I don't mean about the methodology or what he's doing. I'm saying that if they want to kill, or if they want to stifle, or if they want to control a particular citizen journalism, right now they have that kind of finances to say, okay, this guy is killing us because he's showing things, and we're not, that we don't want him, first of all, to show. Second of all, he's doing it way ahead of us before we can get our spin on it. So let's bring him on board. Offer him
we will stuff his mouth with money.
Exactly. And then we will then have some reign over how he produces, what he produces, and we will then be able to put our spin on his material. So
exactly. And they can spin the story.
And they'll do that. Sorry, go on.
Well, except I thought that mainstream media was dying, news-wise. I thought that the fact is they can't afford to stuff people's mouths full of money these days because they just don't have the revenues.
Well,
yeah, there are too many people, to be fair. That's a fair point, actually. And I don't know that all citizen journalists have access to the kinds of connections.
But I understand people under 30, they're just not watching television, mainstream, they're not watching terrestrial television or anything these days.
Well, yeah, I mean, right now mainstream media is surviving on boomers. They are only viable because of the boomers generation.
I'm not saying
it as a derogatory thing. I'm saying boomers. 4 years. Yeah, because boomers grew up on traditional TV. Even Gen X's grew up on traditional TV. So Gen X and boomers are the ones who are sustaining effectively the viewing figures of mainstream media. Eventually, they will die. The problem with that is I watched a video recently about a guy who was criticizing these online commentators, Young Turks and Karl Kalowski or whatever, and all these, news, sort of YouTube news sites, that they were talking about how they're the future of media and they're the future of the news and blah, blah, blah. But they're only thing that they do is go to mainstream sources in order to then commentate on those mainstream sources. They themselves
parasite pundits.
They themselves are not producing first person or first target content.
Oh, sorry. It's much simpler than that. Actually, it's not parasite pundits. It's grifters, isn't it?
People
who basically put an original-ish take on a story that's broken by someone else. So like if you take Akkad Daily, for instance, like I won't knock Sargon of Akkad for everything. He's made I've seen him for 6 years. I've been watching him for 6 years. He's been quite entrepreneurial. It's just the case that now he is forced by way of the platforms he's using into a situation where, and again, resource constraints, because he obviously, if the MSM can't handle every citizen media person on the ground, he definitely can't. He's just forced to, pull up a Guardian article and be like, this is woke going broke.
Yeah.
This is woke going broke. And here's why.
That's Tim Pool big time, isn't it?
Tim Pool, Tim Pool started off as citizen journalist. He was producing first-hand stuff, but it was a much. I mean, let's put it this way.
Make money.
But think about it this way. I mean, I've gone out in the streets. I've done this shit. I've done what Subject Access has done. It's bloody hard work. You're out in the cold, in the shit, in the wind, in the rain, and it's fucking exhausting. Running around
you don't
the
get
streets,
anything for it.
and you barely scratch a living. Whilst Tim Pool managed to raise his profile enough with being on the Joe Rogan and all that. Now he sits in a cushy, wonderful, comfortable little, studio
No, he
or
had
office.
to do that. He had to do that. He tried to do some. He had to try to do some reports in like Paris and Madrid and some other places.
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
He was recognized.
He couldn't make any money from it. He actually said, "I actually did." He said, "I did a report on some poodles in Korea." And it got bigger. It got bigger numbers than my
The
report.
yellow vests. I think it was the yellow vest, wasn't it? Yeah.
The yellow vest. He said, I just can't make this pay.
Yeah, maybe that's where it is. But right now, he can sit in a warm, air-conditioned or heated studio.
But he's not.
I don't think it's quite a palace, Bunksy.
He's not news gathering.
You guys, hold on. You said he's not a palace. I've seen Instagram photos of the place he lives in. They are building an indoor skate park in the basement of the place he fucking has his studios. Yes.
Oh wait, no, yeah, because they got a fairly sized studio as well, didn't they?
It's a giant
I thought you were talking about
mansion he's living in.
No, but that's her studio. I thought you were talking about the apartment because he sometimes vlogs from there.
No. He's moved out of that. He moved out of that a long time ago. He's no longer in the cities. He's out in the sticks, and he's got a place so massive. They're building an indoor skate park, a skateboarding park, ramps and everything.
To be fair, I'm not surprised. Like with that beanie and his particular stance on life, like his rebelliousness, I'm not surprised that he's building a skate park of all things. Like he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that would go for a swimming pool or a hot tub.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
But the thing is, he did a little tour of the house, down towards where they were going to have the skate park on Instagram. And I was like, son of a bitch. He sits and just talks shit over material that other people produced. And the fucker lives in a mansion.
But I mean, to be fair, he is still kind of sticking it to them. He's like, here's your take, and here's why it's balls. Here's why it's absolute toilet.
Yeah, but the thing is, like what we were just discussing, there's a cycle that is eventually going. This window of opportunity is going to close because, as we're saying, that mainstream media is dying. Well, if mainstream media is dying, and they're the ones who are the ones on the ground who send reporters out on the ground to get that information, then what's going to happen to these pundits, effectively, like the Tim Pool and the TYT, who never produce actual first-hand material? They're just living off or grifting off other people's first-hand material. Well, if CNBC, if The Guardian, if CNN, if BBC, they suddenly... Well, I mean, the BBC's government funded, but if these other ones suddenly die out, well, where are these guys going to be? They're not going to have any fucking content to talk about.
It's very true. Although what I was thinking whilst you were saying that is that at the same time, if you're on board with alternative journalism absent the MSN, then it's not necessarily a good idea to keep bringing that stuff up, because at the end of the day they are still challenging the narrative, and grifting off MSM journalism encourages much less infighting than, say, filming. Like, imagine if Sargon of Akkad had a really original take on a Tim Pool video as opposed to a BBC video. Do you get what I mean? Now he's grifting off one of his own as opposed to the people they're praying against.
Maybe I'm being a boomer, but who exactly is Tim Pool?
Holy shit!
He's
holy shit, bro! You don't know who Tim Pool is?
Let's pull up a picture. Let me.
Find a picture of him like face swap. Holy crap, that's hot.
That's it, Pavlov. Our relationship is over. Yeah. Our relationship.
You're done out here, man. You're done out here.
You're done out here.
We're getting on it, Pablo. Don't worry, I'm on it.
You're finished out here.
He started off as a citizen journalist. He worked for Vice and various other sort of news outlets back in the day.
Banksy, there's an image of him in the thing. Oh yeah, no, he did work for Vice, didn't he?
Yeah, he worked for Vice. There you go. Strawberry Guy has posted it. I will share my.
Look at the irony of that. A person that has a strawberry for a face provides us a face of Tim Pool.
I could be Tim Pool in disguise, Is that what you're suggesting?
No,
I don't know.
Yeah. This is Tim Pool.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh,
there you go.
Why is
yeah?
Is he a big deal? Why is it a big deal?
Oh my God, that's him without the beanie.
Holy fuck!
The
rare no beanie shot.
The rare on beanie shots of Tim Pool. He never takes off the beanie. I think he sleeps in that fucking beanie. He probably has sex in that beanie.
But actually, Banksy, do you know what's just occurred to me is one particular guy who's avoided the grifting, so far as I can tell, for about 5 years now, maybe longer, is Corbett Report. Have you guys ever heard of Corbett Report?
Corbett Report. I haven't seen it in ages, but yes, I remember vaguely.
But he is still going, and he's. If you've ever seen Michael from Vsauce, I swear to God, he's the spitting image, and they're both Canadian. But
I know Michael from Vsauce. I just don't know this bastard. Who's this sort? I heard he's just a journalist,
Yeah, so Corbett Report has always managed to keep his takes fairly original, and even at one of the
Corbett Report.
No, this is Tim Pool on the screen. Corbett Report is a different
journalist, right?
Yeah, I think his name's, I can't remember his first name actually, James or Stephen Corbett. And he has always had original takes based on his own research and based on his own opinions. And I've never seen him in the same room with Michael from Vsauce, so they could actually be the same person. But yeah, he's actually really mild-mannered reporter as well. Like, he's got a very, very smooth presenting style. And it was actually one of the recent protests. I grabbed a flyer from it, and his name was on there. So he's obviously, he's made a name for himself based on what he's doing.
No, but seriously now, why is Tim Pool a relevant person?
He's an influencer.
Well,
in alternative journalism.
He has 1 million subscribers now. He's at like 900.
Is he a soy boy?
No, he's Hispanic though. I don't know if that makes any difference.
No, he's Korean. He's Korean.
No,
is he Korean?
No, he's not. Yes, yes, he's mixed. He's mixed race.
What?
Yeah, I didn't Korean. Yeah.
Wait, what? I didn't ask his ethnicity. I asked if he's a soy boy.
Soy boy.
Yeah, I think. To be honest, I think he's probably only a couple of degrees from being a soy boy.
Oh.
But for the time being,
he has the face, man. He has the hairline of those kinds of people who drink lots and lots of soy. And
I tell you what, I think he's a pretty honest sort of broker. I think he's a pretty honest broker.
Not anymore. I've become a little bit skeptical of that since this last Trump sort of election. I've noticed him pushing certain views.
I know what you mean. Kept the flame alive that Trump was actually going to win the election. It just kept banging on about, and that he was going to overturn the result.
Yeah, he pressed that because he knows his audience wants to hear that. So he appealed to his audience way too much. And for me, as soon as I see someone have the audience dictate their views or push their ideas, as in the person alters their views in order to appeal to his audience, then I know that the audience now has him by the short and curlies, and so he's no longer he's not going to tell the hard cold truths where it matters, because he wants the audience to remain on side.
But it is just basic demand and supply, and I think most of the time he's just talking about civil war anyway. And the other thing you got to remember is some of them will be patrons, and some of them will be giving him source material behind the scenes, like in a Discord server or in maybe just even in Patreon itself.
Those mansions don't build themselves,
Yeah,
exactly. Those skate parks are not funded for free. You need to have some serious cash behind you for those skate parks. So I'm not joking. These guys are making bank. They are making good money off this YouTube gig, and they're constantly bitching about how terrible it is on YouTube, and it's banning us. I only have this one mansion. Look at this. I can only afford to have one skate park in my house. Sorry?
Won't someone like him disappear in the next couple of years?
Disappear?
Well, be taken off of YouTube.
Well, I mean, he is desperately skirting that line. You know what I mean? Sargon is on much thinner ice, I think, than Tim. Tim has kept himself.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, I think so. I think Sargon, they're gonna at some point, they're just figuring out how to totally to get Alex Jones' ass.
Bro, one of these beautiful days, they'll just fucking take down Sargon, and then it's gonna be what?
Yeah,
no, then it's gonna be you, Pavlo. Then it's gonna be you.
No, man, I'm
you're-
too irrelevant to be taken down.
Yeah, we're just
No.
we're not a blip on the radar. Do you realize that in order to even be a blip on what's it called on YouTube's radar, you've got to be at least 10,000 subs in before they can even give a shit about it. They don't even assign a person to your account. Like, big YouTubers, they get a person dedicated from YouTube to them, so they can contact.
Really?
Yeah, they get people that they can contact directly, and so
I would not feel comfortable about that.
Burst his bubble, didn't you? You had to burst his bubble. He was living the dream. He thought he was an entity. He thought he was somebody, right?
Who?
And
Pavlov.
Yeah, and now you killed it.
What do you mean? I said it myself that I'm not relevant enough.
You bastard.
I never really had a bubble, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm joking, man.
Sorry,
joking.
Pavlov. I
broke
the fourth
I'm
wall.
crying, man. I'm crying.
Did I break some kind of fucking fourth wall here? I mean, no.
Yeah,
I mean,
Banksy.
Oh, sorry.
Just one more for you. What about We Are Change? What do you make of We Are Change
We
media?
Are Change. I like it. Don't get me wrong. He used to go out and fuck with the Bilderberg shows all the time. He was messing with the Bilderbergs like severely. The only reason I know about those sniveling little fucks is because of We Are Change. But
nice.
But they clamped down on him. They clamped down on him hard. I mean, he was getting arrested the day before the Bilderberg meetings because he was known.
No way.
Yeah, man. There's videos of him. They were coming to his hotel and shit. When he was fucking with the Bilderbergs, because they didn't want it, because he was a known character by then, so they shut him down.
The days of the Wild West are over. I mean, Trump. They determined we must never have another Trump, and
Exactly.
the YouTube and social media made Trump. We must never let that happen again.
No, but I don't think we were ever really in a kind of Wild West frontier with this. Because, I mean, like I say, it was known as early as 2012 that this was happening, and there were people already strategizing about bridging the gulf. And with the internet, we've gone straight to the Gilded Age again, really fucking quickly. Like where everything is, like I say, 3 companies drive 90 to 95% of all internet traffic through them, and they're all in the same goddamn valley, living off the same culture. Mark Zuckerberg literally got tutored. Like they went round like all these people. Peter Thiel, the guy who made Napster, Larry Page, the guys who owned YouTube, like they were close enough to Google, like he'd sell off the platform. Jeff Bezos, all of these people, they got. I read this very, very recently in a book called "Move Fast and Break Things" by Jonathan Taplin, and he just says, yeah, these guys were all in the same circles, orbiting one another, and so it's really, really unsurprising that they've done it. But yeah, it's now a case of when, if ever, will someone come into office who is actually going to say, look, these companies have got to get broken up because this is getting ridiculous now, like in terms of power. But you've probably got a serious revolving door going on whereby you've and regulatory capture, where it's like, people who work for government as like media consultants or what have you end up working for Google and vice versa. So sort of the connections between them get tied together as well.
Similar.
Well, the deputy prime minister of this country, Nick Clegg, now is the PR man for Google, isn't he?
There you go.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Wow,
Google,
that's a
they make him into like something executives.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a very stark example.
Oh, dude, this has been going on for years. Most politicians, they get some kind of executive position. They don't actually work. They probably barely even go into the fucking office. The fact is that this is their golden parachute. This is most politicians' golden parachute. After they finish politics, the companies that have funded them throughout their years while they were in politics, and the laws and the legislations that these filthy politicians passed in order to make sure that these companies get all the tax breaks and get all the loopholes that they can possibly get. Once these guys are out of office, their golden parachute is that they get an executive position with one of these companies who they basically do fuck all.
And
the company
banks,
just
the
pays
banks
them.
is a big one. The banks are the big ones.
Oh, the banks have been doing it for decades. But now the tech companies, the tech companies have realized they have to do the same thing. They have to grease the same sort of palms. So that's what they do.
And they've had all the advantages as well. I mean, and I think in terms of alt tech competing, I mean, at the moment, Google is just way too strong as a player. Like if you ever look at the computer banks they have available, like just the raw processing power, and then you got the self-correcting algorithms on top of that.
They own entire data farms.
Entire
farm, and custom built for them with the temperature gauge for their servers to the exact centigrade or Fahrenheit, because they keep their temperatures exactly at a particular temperature, so it's not too cold and it's not too hot all the time.
And that enables them to take a serving president off of Twitter.
Well, that's Twitter. I'm talking about Google. But yeah,
and it also enables them to. I'm just going to coin a term here. I think honestly, Google has broken the human psyche, because I'm just going to call it a separate intelligence at this point, right? The separate intelligence that they've generated with these huge computer banks, which look like the old-fashioned mainframes, but have all the processing power of a modern microchip, right? They have been monitoring thousands upon thousands of people, right? Just their search results and their preferences, and then the algorithms correct for stuff that people want to see as opposed to what they need to see, and then it just delivers to people the supply of what they consciously or unconsciously demand, right? The things that just make them tick. And so that the fact that model's working, I mean, it's polarizing society to a ridiculous degree, but at the same time it is just, I don't even know the word for it, man. I don't even know how to explain it. But these machines, they just have
social engineering.
Well, there's social engineering, but it's also just any individual that comes across Google and has never, let's say they've been living under a rock the entire time for Google's existence. If they came across Google for a moment, they would just be completely susceptible to its manipulation within a week.
Let's do a quick test. Thanks. You go to the Google page that you open.
Okay.
Right, and write whatever 3-digit number you want. Just imagine a 3-digit number. That's it. And now write new COVID cases.
Oh, just delete that and type new.
No. After that. New COVID cases. It doesn't matter which number you write, it's gonna show up.
Huh.
That's
Arizona reports 666 new COVID cases.
Holy fuck.
And it doesn't matter which number. It does not matter which
new
number.
Confirmed cases of COVID-19.
Right, another number.
What am I missing here? What's just happened?
So it's basically every combination that you could possibly have of 9 numbers in 3 characters is going to show a result of somewhere in the world where there have been that many new COVID cases at some point.
But look, that's not even the point. The whole point is that it does, imagine this: you hear about some kind of a number of new cases, and through Chinese whispers, it gets distorted, and you no longer have the right number, right? Yeah. So you type the new wrong number on Google, but it doesn't matter what the number is, because it will show. That's the funny thing of this whole situation.
I mean, that's a very unique form of flooding, right? Which is where you fill, you just fill and saturate a certain topic with stories so that people just get confused and don't know what to make of it. It's very, very.
People are just gonna think that there's people are just gonna think that whatever they hear about COVID and whatever they hear about new COVID cases and how bad it is and whatever is true, because they will find.
Do you think this has been deliberately done by the media?
I don't know, man.
People just go through all these 3-digit numbers to try and find one that hasn't been cracked, so that they can fill that niche with their story.
No, man. Hold on. That's not. Look, even if this was orchestrated, that's not. That's Banksy and Sargon.
No way, that was you. That's crazy.
You go to one of his gigs.
Yeah. This is one of the events.
No, but look, just to finish my thought. Look, even if somebody else.
Were you a card fanboy?
Absolutely.
Who?
Oh, you're with Count Dankula too, and he closed his eyes. Jesus.
I've been with them all. I met him at backstage, and
Have you been with Paul Joseph Watson?
No, actually, I haven't met him.
I have.
I haven't been to an event with Paul Joseph yet. That's Dr. Random Account. The thing is, I'm actually looking for my picture with Tim Pool. I have a picture with Tim Pool.
No way.
Yes, way.
You've been a very promiscuous guy, Banksy.
Day for Freedom.
I'm a slag. I've been with them all.
Was it at the Tommy Robinson Day for Freedom?
It was that, but also the day that Count Dankula was in court about to get his judgment. There was a protest. Sargon and Tim Pool and everyone came into London, and we had a little protest walk down to Whitehall. And that's where I was chilling with Tim Pool. I was standing there just chilling with him, talking. In fact, there's a video footage of it as well.
Wait, Banksy, are you saying there's a chance that you could wiggle your way into his mansion and just happen to bring 4 other guys with you?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna show some leg.
Try and pull some strings, man. That'd be so cool.
Where are we going with this?
I'm gonna wear that Jessica Rabbit outfit.
2 guys taking a long, slow shower together.
Thanks for the nightmares, Banksy. Imagine you.
That's right, baby. That's right. Tim Pool's gonna walk in. He's gonna be at some bar. I'm gonna be on the stage with a pole. I'm just gonna
fix your dreads.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna grab his tie and just like pull him slowly towards me as I push him away with my stilettos.
No.
I've come to fix your dreads.
You know why.
That's right, baby. That's right. Actually, I was trying to get the audience to see this little thing as well, but unfortunately, I am unable to get the audience to see the images that I showed you guys. Let me go back. Oh shit! Let me go back. Where did I find it?
But yeah, look, just to answer Lot Strawberry, because I didn't answer before. No, I don't think they go around doing this themselves. If anything, there might be algorithms doing all the job for them.
Oh,
like
sure, yeah.
And the algorithms do all the shit. So definitely no, they don't do it.
Nobody does it manually anymore. Nobody would do that manually. Impossible.
Of course. But look, the truth of the matter is that we all know that the Google algorithm is already biased. Like, it's very biased. It has a practically an AI, like an algorithm that determines to give you not the answers that you're asking for, but the answer.
Yeah. I mean, based on your past preferences and such, like, yeah.
No, not even that. It's based on what Google chooses to be the convenient answer for the question you're asking.
So if you put down the 10 greatest scientists, you'll.
It's gonna show you and suicide. That's like the most basic example. But there's many others. There's more sinister examples too. Like, for example, try to write American scientists. This is a good one. This is I had a big discussion with Tiger about this one because Tiger was
I remember that. Yeah,
his usual thing. Banksy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up? You want me to share your screen?
He's watching his own little world with Tim Pool.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find that Tim Pool picture, and I don't know where the hell I've archived it.
They're sharing a skateboard at the moment.
I know. I don't know where the hell I've put all these videos. Oh my god, these were years ago. I got to get like a rough. 2017, 15. It's about 2017. It was in 2017, so I got to look at like 2017. Okay, Pavlov, you want to share the screen, or do you want me to do something?
No, tap on yours.
Okay.
Just type on Google, on images. American scientists.
On images. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just type.
American scientists. Or maybe
images?
I'm not sure if it's invented scientist. It would probably be
Trump is on there.
Trump
Wow.
is there.
Trump?
I have no idea why Trump is there, man.
I think it's gotten mixed up between scientists and like leaders because you've got a lot of founding fathers and or presidents in there. Wait, who's the guy in the top right? Sorry, just out of curiosity.
Oh my god, yeah.
Who's the guy in the top right?
Franklin was a scientist. He was actually a scientist.
Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah, the lightning strike, the lightning.
That's right. With the key at the end of it and all that story.
Yeah,
that was Benjamin Franklin.
Scratch that. Replace scientist with inventor, man. I think that's the word. That's the word that gets the biased results, the Google results.
There you go. Oh, look at all those white people that invented things in America.
I know, man.
Obama.
Very proportionate, isn't it?
10 African American inventors who changed the world.
Of course, man. Of course.
Is that Barack Obama's dad? Is that a photo with him and his dad? I'm not joking.
Because he invented Obama.
Yeah, he invented Barack Obama, man. He invented an American president.
I mean, these are obviously, I mean, this
Son,
is like...
I struggled with your mother for many days. And eventually, Eureka, I made the discovery.
Holy shit.
You went through many trials and many illegitimate children before you got there.
I mean,
wow.
Yep.
But the thing is, like, what is this? This is an actress. Why is she in the list of American inventors? Elijah.
That's Rita Hayworth. She is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth. Yeah, but what's she doing in the?
You've got wait. You've literally, if you look further down, you've literally got Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam's not a real guy. He's a propaganda instrument.
Where?
Scroll down to the bottom right. There you go.
Uncle Sam why the hell? I guess no. What he's done is he's picked up America. Or American, and he's trying to. It's linked to that.
Try putting the search query in quotes.
Yeah, there's Boolean algebra.
Because at the moment, right, it'll be searching for American and scientists. If you put it in quotes, it'll search for that specific phrase.
Inventors. That might be a little bit better. There's my IT man with the Boolean algebra. No, I'm still getting the same fucking result though. The same Uncle Sam is still coming up. It hasn't really changed.
But yeah, anyway, look, the point is...
Well, Uncle Sam did invent the patriarchy, I guess. So.
He invented Murica.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a weird thing. I mean, where's like, Edison and like...
Exactly. Look, the point is that Google messes with your search. It doesn't just give you what you're looking for. That's the main point I'm making.
Yeah.
And then go from there.
Oh yeah, I've stopped using Google for honest searches now. If it's a controversial topic that I'm searching for, I'll use DuckDuckGo or other search engines because I know Google is not an honest broker anymore.
DuckDuckGo is awesome. Yeah, for anything controversial, Google is now worse than shit. Yeah. It's still quite good for like obscure academic stuff, like Google Scholar. Is quite good if you're searching for specific stuff, but it's got to be kind of like historical and or
academic
niche.
Yeah, but academic. I mean, it's fine. All the IT shit that I search for all day long, they're all fine. I get all that because it's all like I don't think they really give a shit about C++ or JavaScript. It's not. They haven't quite accused JavaScript as being racist yet, although they are actually getting there.
So master and slave processes are no longer allowed.
Yeah,
parent and child processes are no longer allowed.
What's wrong with parent?
Apple is going back to its entire fucking code base.
Chris,
apparently, I'm sure there won't be any fuckery at all, and I'm sure that definitely won't be an opportunity to insert malicious code. I mean, come on. I'm sure the kind of people going through there, like literally censoring the fucking source code, will be all fine, upstanding people without a political agenda. Imagine the kind of person who gets hired to do that shit. Like, I
have to go through this.
I actually, I have to recommend you, Chris, when I can find it, a PDF where because I literally downloaded this for my masters on how critical race theory shows that certain types of hardware are inherently systemically racist.
Oh, mate, yeah.
What about the
I
tech
love
itself?
Papers like that, yeah. I mean, they infuriate the shit out of me, but
yeah.
You ever watch James Lindsay?
No.
Oh fuck yeah, man! James Lindsay is my fucking spirit animal, dude.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Have you read Cynical Theories?
No, I haven't. I should.
Oh, you should. Everyone should read that goddamn book if they have the brains to get through it.
Peter Bogdanovich, is it? Peter Bogdanov and Helen somebody.
Bogosian, Peter Bogosian.
Peter Bogosian, that's right. Yeah.
And Helen Pluckos, yeah.
Well, I can tell you, technology is absolutely racist. I can show you right now, and I will demonstrate. This is Tiger's fucking best day ever. Tiger would love this. He would actually cream himself. I will show you, and I want to see if the audience can see it as well. Let me just check OBS. Yep, I will demonstrate to you now that technology is indeed racist.
Oh, jeez.
Watch and enjoy.
For my next trip.
Okay, Noel, we try now. Come to your hand. Two black. Yeah. So what I'll do again? Come again, Sashi. No, you two back over way. What I have to do, they get. What you have to do? That's how racialist thing is. Yeah. I have to use that piece of white.
No.
Napkin and shoulder again. Napkin again. Right, put your hand out. What do you call it in a hand?
Fucking racist machine right now. All over. And you can, and you say, and you want to say to me, technology isn't racist? Fucking racist, fucking soap dispensers, right there.
Well, there you go, man. That's why we absolutely got to abolish the tetrarchy or what have you.
Critical race theory, right there. They have to go back into the code of that soap dispenser. And by the way, I want to note that the soap it dispenses was also white. It was
very white, suspiciously white. Actually, who chose that color, and what agenda did they have in choosing such white soap? Is this a coded message to imply that white people are cleaner than black people? I mean, how far down does it go? Maybe I should write a paper on the whiteness of soap and its connotations for whiteness generally.
That's right.
Need some token charcoal soap in there.
That's
Can
right.
I just I've got a whole load of computer bots here, but is it an ARM processor or an RISC processor?
I can feel this, Banksy, if you want.
No.
So, ARM is a kind of processor. RSIC is reduced instruction skill chip.
Is it going to completely change? It's completely going to destroy, the current processor makers. It's like a massive, great big quantum.
No, man, RISC processors have been around for ages. They're just processors with a stripped down instruction system. So instead of like doing all of the things, they just do some of the things. I mean, a graphics processor is technically a RISC processor. It's like a multi-core thing where you like, instead of using one big ass chip, you like split it off all into like a bunch of sub chips. But then you run into this other problem called the bus problem, which is about how fast you can shift data between these chips. So you get diminishing returns, because if you have like a data input leading to 64 chips, they've all got to go through a chip that decides which chip gets the data that comes in through the bus, and this is your primary backward.
Let me just I'm sorry, Christopher, thank you for that explanation. That was a wonderful, detailed and very well put together explanation. But you know what Ned heard after you went, the RISC processors have been around for a while? You went, oh yeah, RISC processors have been around for
I suddenly got this image of Tim Pool in the shower, right?
That's pretty much it.
Guy.
No, wait. I thought you would have seen the image of Banksy in a Jessica Rabbit today.
So yeah, these chips have been around a while. They're not new.
No, I thought that this was a massive, great big quantum leap forward. That they were now making a tablet. They were now in tablets, and they were more powerful than the most powerful sort of Intel.
Well, the thing is, are you talking about the new M? Is it the M processors that Apple has released?
Apple.
Yeah, they no longer have a separate what we'd consider RAM. It's all integrated, and so that bus issue that basically has to communicate between the RAM and the processor, I don't think it's been eliminated, but it has been amplified, or it's the speed has like increased tremendously,
exponentially. Yeah.
But the problem is these processors have problems with the software that they run now. Certain software, especially those that were built for the Intel processors of Macs, are now not working on these new processors. So now software developers have to go and start building or upgrading their software to actually work on these new processors.
Oh, wait, that sounds like a bad idea, because if you're having to rebuild all the software from scratch, I mean, the amount of inbuilt stuff the amount of planned obsolescence, the amount of I don't know how to say it, like
everybody
subversive
has to
stuff.
buy new stuff. It's terrible, isn't it? if you're the software designer, that's a nightmare, isn't it?
Yes,
it's true.
It is.
It's true.
There's a
Well,
whole
not
bunch
only
of
that,
software
right? These chips are going to have like highly limited memory because that's the way they're designed, right? So you might get like a certain amount of memory on the chip that works really, really fast. But if you want to use more memory than that for any reason, you've got to offload that code onto the motherboard and off to like the memory chip. So again, you're still back to the same thing. So you'll have certain limited kinds of applications that run much faster and others that won't, which I think is going to cause like the big rewrite and stuff like that. That's probably
what I'm saying. Like, imagine if that hits internet browsers and suddenly everybody has to use Chrome, regardless of whether you like the idea of doing that. I mean, it just seems to me like they're going to be able to build into stuff like that software.
Nah, the issue with Chrome is the same issue they used to have with fucking Internet Explorer back when that was like still a thing and not the joke that it is now, right? They all implement their own versions of fucking HTML, right? And then you try and design a website and it works on one browser and it doesn't work on another one. I remember when this first like happened, it was like really, really annoying because HTML is supposed to be like this solid language. So you wind up in a situation where certain sites will only work with one kind of browser. Google having market domination, you'll wind up in a situation where you have to use Google to access certain websites.
Which, if we go back to the idea of a simulated internet, is basically they get control over what websites get recreated and reborn, and then which ones you never see because you don't have Chrome.
Sorry, I got you all off the topic of Tim Pool. I'm terribly sorry. It was just something I thought that there'd been this massive, great big breakthrough with computing.
Actually, we don't have to talk about Tim Pool. I'm going to go back to the put everything back the way it was. I'm just sharing my screen for nonsense because I can't find the damn Tim Pool photo that I took like years and years ago, and I just don't know where I've archived it. So screw that. We're going back.
I don't know. Without evidence, I can't possibly believe that you met Tim Pool.
I know.
Banksy, I'm sorry.
I can't believe that I was even there.
Photographic evidence to believe you there.
Exactly. If it wasn't photographed or videoed by someone, it didn't happen. That's how I see it. That's what the internet has taught me.
And that's why all of history is complete shit. Because where are the pics?
Exactly.
Am I right?
Where's the video? Give me a YouTube link. Did Abraham Lincoln really free the slaves? Where's his link?
The Acropolis. The Acropolis was never even built, guys. Not even once.
That's why they make movies. That's why they make movies.
Yeah.
I mean, what is Byzantium, really?
It's just a pyramid. I never saw a single person working on them, ever. Did they really build them? I don't think so. I think they're just, where's the Instagram of Tutankhamun? I've never seen it.
Aliens is the only possible explanation of the pyramid. I saw some dude with a weird haircut on History Channel, saying it's definitely possible. Is it possible that my dinner was cooked by aliens?
There was probably a point in the history of that meme where people were Googling that and it came up as an autocomplete. Like, is my dinner auto-completed made by aliens?
Yeah, probably.
Probably, yeah. I'm willing to go down that road.
Honestly, on that show, right, you can gauge the amount of bullshit that like they're about to say by the vastness of the dude's haircut. I don't know if you've ever watched much Ancient Aliens, but it's kind of a guilty pleasure of mine, and just the crazier their hair, right, the more fucking bullshit they come out with. It's fucking mental.
Fucking hell. That was I thought you were going to say something like, the music amps up a little bit, the ambiance gets slightly creepier, and then you just come out with the haircut.
It's true though. Like, watch it, man. They'll wheel on some fucking expert, and they all just have the craziest hair. They look like the fucking doctor from Back to the Future, like kind of dumped into a suit instead of slicked up a little. It's fucking mental.
That's brilliant. Oh gosh, they must have had so much fun. Do you reckon that was like an Easter egg that they actually built in? Like, nobody will ever notice this, but the people who do, oh yeah, that separates the men from the boys, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you know, before I actually went to university and stuff, I used to be into like a lot of this stuff. I don't know if any of you have ever read Zachariah Sitchin. I was so disappointed when I found out he was completely full of shit. It's such a great story. You know, aliens came to Earth and like, you know, started the Sumerian civilization. All this great story, as long as you don't actually know anything about ancient Middle Eastern languages or know anything about history or archaeology or, you know, it's but it's a great story, you know, and I guess that's what's important, you know.
Is it a bit like the Da Vinci Code in that respect?
Well, yeah, except that Sitchin was said that he was writing factual stuff, right? And before you get exposed to the academic community and you sort of like realize that, you know, in order to prove this kind of shit, you know, you need like, you know, sources and, you know, fucking evidence and shit like that. You can't just like spin shit together. Dan Brown never said that the Da Vinci Code was real.
Yes, he did.
Seriously?
What he says is everything in this book is possible. You know, in the Da Vinci Code.
Yeah, they say that on Ancient Aliens as well, man. You know, it's possible that fucking, you know, an alien blimp flew up.
But this
my
is the
ass.
thing
it's
that
just
you're
not
missing,
very likely,
Chris.
you know?
The thing you're missing is that that's enough for a lot of people. That's true enough for quite a lot of people. It's possible, right?
Yeah.
Because that's a really good marketing slogan. Anything is possible, right? That's probably been the source of a lot of Darwin Awards.
That should be the marketing slogan for fucking
years.
socialism, mate.
It should be the marketing slogan for Darwin Awards. Just literally
Socialism.
people who die. Yeah.
Anything is possible if you just try it enough fucking times.
Yeah. Oh.
A perfect world is possible. Fly socialism.
Fly-based socialism. But yeah, I was talking in the chat earlier. Apparently, so I don't know if many people remember that when Corbyn was running, he was talking about nationalizing the internet. It turns out that, so broadband communism is actually making a comeback now with Keir Starmer, now that he's in the party. So I guess they've forgotten about Corbyn and have dissociated from the minds of the public the association between those two things.
Well, Herr Starmer does say all the right words, and he does agree with the government whenever they vote. You know, it's very, very funny. Before they came to power, they were all saying Boris was a racist. And now they turn around and say, can we please have emergency powers indefinitely for a few years? And the Labour is like, yes, please. What the actual fuck? I never thought I would fucking say this. I kind of miss Corbyn because, like, at least he'd be there, like, pushing back. Like, Starmer's just like, oh, you want dictatorial powers? Okay. We'll support you. Like, I haven't seen him, like, really push back against the Conservatives at all. It's, you know, what the fuck, man? I mean, I guess the only thing to draw from that is that if Starmer was in power, he'd be even worse, which is fucking frightening.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep. Don't ever think that the Labour were going to handle. This is the thing. This is what I mean about people being disillusioned with Trump and his handling of the corona. You think the fucking Biden? You think if Hillary Clinton had won, she'd be so much better on this?
Dude, do you know what I think? I think there's going to become a slight cult of Biden around the COVID thing because when it first happened after the election that Trump announced he wasn't going to step down, Biden literally said there will be more COVID cases as a result of this, and lo and behold, like the stats came out that week, and there was an alleged massive rise in COVID cases.
Well,
so
it's a good thing that the COVID numbers aren't like the result of
exactly
same kind of technology that was proven to be so bad in the election. Because if the election can be fucked with, then surely the COVID numbers can be fucked with. I mean, I've made this point before. Whoever controls those numbers has vast political power. I mean, vast.
Yeah, but you have to remember most people, again, it's true enough for most people. And if they see those two things together, Biden says it's going to happen. I mean, literally, as President Kamala just said, it's Biden the mystic, it's Biden the Messiah. He is here. He has arrived. Second coming of Christ is a 96-year-old man. I mean, he's probably too old to actually resurrect himself on the cross if he does die, to be honest.
You watch, man. As soon as he gets into office, all of those sexual assault things will start surfacing again, right? They'll jettison his ass, and Harris will be in like Flynn. Because
they won't have to do any of that. I mean, the first time that she's in the office with them alone, she'll just go boom.
No. I think
the weirdest assassination plot
to bolster Harris's legitimacy. Right? Harris will be able to say, "Oh, I had no idea it was this bad. This is disgraceful." Another instance of a powerful white man punching down, representing the patriarchy. I will take over as the first black Indian woman psychopath female president, and let the healing begin. Bigot, just stand over there while we, fire up the ovens or some fucking crazy shit. I don't know, man. She has got crazy eyes. Man, I have been with some crazy bitches in my life, but man, Harris has them crazy eyes. You ever watch the talk?
I gotta take a look at this. Because I haven't actually seen her talk that much, no.
Oh, mate. I do not like... Me no likey. Me no likey.
She does have quite a bit of a death stare, actually.
Oh, yeah.
In a photo. Oh, my God.
I mean, honestly,
when she's happy, it's really radiant. But when you see like an even slightly disgruntled face, it's like, oh shit, shit. She is going to commit domestic violence on me from across the internet.
Well, I wouldn't want to be Tulsi Gabbard because I mean, she can run, but she can't hide. I mean. If I was working for an insurance company and she said I wanted to take out some life insurance, I'd put the phone down pretty bloody quickly. I wouldn't be touching that.
Damn.
There's something about female politicians. I think the ambition just turns them a bit. It's probably just a correlation, not causation thing. Just so happens though that most female politicians seem to have something, especially in recent times, like Merkel. She reminds me of my old German teacher, and that's not a good thing.
Isn't she rather gentle, though? Isn't she like grandmotherly? I mean, I thought she was sort of rather...
She's like a grandmother without the grandchildren. And that's just kind of, to me, that's a bit tragic.
What about Thatcher?
And it's reflected in her face. I mean, Thatcher, she went through the Alzheimer's thing, and that wasn't great.
But not when she was prime minister, though, was it?
No, but I think what I'm getting at is there seems to be a kind of curse with it. Like Thatcher's was she had Alzheimer's in the later life, which nobody should suffer with. May had that dance, that horrific dance.
Oh, yes.
Nicola Sturgeon's mum looks like Elton John. And I'm just going to leave that there because it's dead true. It's just a very strange thing that someone pointed out to me. And then, Merkel, I find her quite terrifying. Marine Le Pen, she, tanked, and then now she's had charges pressed against her, which I don't think have stuck, but that's probably enough of a dirty record for her to have absolutely no chance next round. Can't think of anyone else actually. I think that's the big six.
Scrolling back, I mean, I think Biden's going to be the oldest president ever, isn't he? Biden. I mean, he is going to be bloody old, and surely will he last this presidency? I mean, surely you're going to get President Kamala before.
Well, it's like you say, right? The weirdest assassination plot in history is just Kamala Harris walks into the office and gives him a big shot.
Hold on. He could be both the oldest president and the only president that dies of natural causes during his presidency.
It's true.
Come on, man. I'm a president.
He's aiming for the Guinness Book.
Did you guys?
Reagan during his second term, he was functionally, dementia just completely. He was not president for the second term.
Yikes.
Yeah. I mean, who the fuck was running the country? Apparently, I remember reading like Nancy had a lot to do with it. Actually,
General Alex Haig,
Field Marshal. Right.
But actually, back onto female politicians, like everyone got that impression with Hillary, right? That she was just something was happening to her that was possibly brain. What the? Hello, Banksy.
Oh shit! It's okay. There it is. It's not live. It's okay. We're not live with that one. That's an event I went to some years ago.
What's that behind? What's that behind again? I can see some bodies there.
Weirdest reveal ever. Yeah. Weirdest reveal ever.
Was that club in Hamburg? Was it Banksy?
No, this is the Olympia. This is the Olympia London.
How are these two files in the same folder that you pulled them up without
not
noticing
in the same
the
folder.
problem?
I was looking at it. I was reminiscing over old days. I actually worked for a company, and we had a stand at that event. It's an annual event. It's held in London.
Oh my lord, that took me off
guard. Why are you doing the soy face though?
I don't know. I just did that. It was a thing at the time that came to me. It's soy.
You cunt.
I was simping for fucking Tim Pool.
It's not a Nintendo Switch, you know.
Total cunt.
I'm just saying. You know, now we have evidence. It did happen.
Photoshopped.
Deep fakes. Fake news.
Oh gosh. But Banksy, I have to say one thing, man. You seem to have taken, on a legit level, you seem to have taken it with the wrong camera, because the pixelation, I just looked at Tim Paulers before you knocked out, was pretty poor. And there's an extra camera in your hand.
Yeah, no. The camera in my
which on the one hand is balling, but
actually, let me think. No, that is the camera. The camera in my hand is just a casing for the little camera that I had, which is like a GoPro type, but it's not GoPro because it's cheap and shit. But it is the camera. Actually, I don't know. Actually, it might be that I got this guy to take this photo with my phone camera, which was an iPhone 5, which was a piece of shit as well, quality-wise. But either way, both cameras' quality would have been shit. So it didn't matter which one I took the photo with. Or
so you picked the Apple, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. I think no, because I think I was recording videos on the one with the GoPro, and I was and I just gave my phone to the random guy there and said, "Oh, could you just take a photo of me and Tim Pool?" Pa-pow.
Nice.
There we go.
Done. Yeah.
So there you go.
That's the advantage of having a shit phone that you give to someone to take a photo of. You just know they're not going to run away with it.
Yes, there is that. It's just he threw it back at me like I was scum. There you go, you piece of fucking dirt. You homeless, sad man.
Oh man, that's not nice. You even dressed up as Jessica.
Actually, guys, I take it back. We may have actually gone live with the erotica clip as well. We may have to put this on private and edit that out later on, Pablo.
Oh wait, did I miss porn while I was browsing fucking 4chan?
It wasn't porn.
Yeah, Banksy just porn bombed himself. Banksy porn bombed.
I missed it.
I porn bomb our own stream. Let me see.
Yeah, it was dick pics. If anyone asks, it was dick pics.
Yeah, I mean, look, Banks. I mean, we showed our face sometimes, man, and sometimes.
By the way, guys, I have some breaking news. Apparently, Parler has been taken off the Google Play Store and has gone down.
Son of a
what
bitch.
outage?
Are you shitting me?
No, I am not shitting you. So I'm not sure whether it will now run on Android phones if it's been delisted from the Play Store. Banksy, you know much about Android ecosystem?
No, the thing is, the Android system, even if you can run applications that are not on the Play Store. You don't have to be on the Play Store to get apps on Android. Google, iPhone, yes.
Right.
iPhone, you have to jailbreak your phone in order to actually allow it to download.
Right. Sorry, it's back up. Sorry, premature. That's what you're browsing 4chan in the background while you're fucking streaming.
There's something funny going on with the internet. Do you not find first thing in the morning that you can't get a signal on your phone?
Yeah, I'm finding that around here. Cell tower near me, I think, has gone down completely.
No, but I thought it was a COVID thing, a lockdown thing, because everybody's on the internet. I wondered whether it seems to be in the morning on weekdays, and I just wonder whether it's because all these kids are online now, whether it's messing up the.
That sounds like a terrible way to solve the problem, because I mean, like, what are people going to do in the morning if they wake up and they're out of work because of COVID? It's like that's going to be the very stressful introduction to their day. I don't know. Maybe it's just me thinking that, but.
But no. You can't get I've found quite often that you can't get a signal before about 10 o'clock, or you have trouble. You do get a signal occasionally, but it's difficult. It can take a little bit of time I thought it was just because everybody's on the internet.
Oh man, what if they start rationing the internet? How many people will flip their lids over that? I don't know how you do get a pretext
rationing the internet. Just think about that for a second. Rationing the internet.
Yeah, South Park did an episode on that.
How can they?
No way.
How can that be a thing? That's impossible.
You say that, Banksy, but anything's possible.
No, but they can.
Totalitarianism makes the impossible possible.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. No, I mean they can limit your bandwidth, sure. But they can't. I mean, and of course,
for some people, that's enough.
And the ISP can block certain websites. Obviously, they're doing that all the time with movie streaming sites and stuff.
Pirate Bay, yeah.
Of course, we all know how to get around that. That's a piece of cake. But it's not just that. They can't ration the internet though. Like, in what sense? Like, you can only have internet from 9 to 5.
Well, I mean, that was the big thing about net neutrality, wasn't it? Well, am I getting this wrong, or was that the thing with net neutrality?
No, net neutrality was effectively letting ISPs have a two-tier system on the internet, where you could, if you're Netflix and you give this ISP, I don't know, BT £1 million, then they'll give you the highest bandwidth speed. And if you're Joe Blogs running your little blog, and you're not going to pay much to BT, they'll put you on a much slower bandwidth. So your website takes 10 minutes to load. Netflix takes 2 seconds.
But if everybody's using the internet, surely there's not enough to go around, and so it like crashes, or you can't get on, or it stutters.
Well, that's the weird thing though, because I don't think. Yeah, sort of walking back a little bit here on myself, but I mean, I don't think that's possible, because there are mobile networks that offer unlimited data for such and such a amount of time. So I mean, if that's possible, then it doesn't really
to be clear,
there's only so much internet to go around.
Well, yeah, there kind of is, but it depends. Number one, what area you're in. Number two, what carrier you're with. Number three, what infrastructure is going on, and most importantly, number four, how well they're maintaining it. It's probably more likely that the coronavirus thing has cut the number of technicians available down by quite a bit, right? There's a lot of maintenance some maintenance can be done from the office. They're just logging in and checking machines, but actual physical breakdowns and stuff like that, they need to send people out. And my suspicion is that there are probably less people to send out.
Well, actually, Chris, is it interesting that I just managed to check the comments at the right time, because someone called Tim Asana said they already ration. It's called throttling, and I think you're the first person that actually introduced me to that idea recently.
Yeah. They will do that. I mean, it depends.
So you knew all about this all along, and you've just been trying to deny it.
I wouldn't go that far.
That's what I said. I said about throttling. Well, no, I mentioned throttling. I mentioned they can reduce your bandwidth.
Sorry?
I said
but Chris just denied that such a thing was possible, and then he explained that he knew about it, right?
Oh.
Well, no, throttling. I said.
I think that he's not what he seems.
No.
Okay, so it's more like, right, have you ever signed up for like a home internet thing, right? And they say unlimited internet. Okay, so when I was setting this up for my mum, this kind of irked me, right? So when I was on the phone with the person, I was like, so what's the actual data limit? And they're like, oh, it's unlimited. And I'm like, okay, so if I start like a massive online business, like as large as Amazon, right, and I fit all of that and I suck all of that through my domestic connection, you'll be cool with that? And he's like, no, obviously. I'm like, so what's the limit? He's like, oh, it's unlimited. So it's obviously not unlimited, right? Do you get what I'm saying?
Chris,
What the
thing is,
does not compute. Does not compute. Does not compute.
It's in the contract, guys. It's in the contract. I worked for ISPs, Tesco Broadband, and all the others, NTL as well. I was a tech on those guys. It's in the contract. It is all everything that they say is unlimited. It's always what was the term? It's always subject.
In the fine print.
It's always subject to what they call the fair use policy.
I just wanted them to just fucking tell me the number, but I'm not sure that the person on the phone even fucking knew.
Yeah. But the thing is, it is in the contracts. It's called the fair use policy. Most internet providers have a fair use policy. In fact, all home internet providers have a fair use policy, which will give you an upper limit. Now, don't get me wrong. With Virgin, it's like, I guess now it's like 100 gigabytes a month or some crazy. It's a reasonably large amount of downloads you can do. But if you do reach that, and back in the day when broadband speeds were like 10, 15 megabits per second, they would give you like 30, 40 gig of download a month. Now, for most people, most people wouldn't reach that. But then there are these guys who are sitting there just downloading torrents all day long, and if you hit it, then what happens is they reduced your internet speed to a 56K modem.
Yeah.
So you're back in the 1990s speed of internet. Hence,
so they wouldn't cut you off. They just choke your chicken, choke your bandwidth.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Throttling. What Tim said about throttling.
Yeah. Yeah, so thank you, Tim Asuna, for that tip off in the comments. I am actually, guys, going to take a bounce now because I've got to get a decent amount of sleep before tomorrow. That's the aim, anyway.
Oh yeah, guys. Speaking of which, let's wrap it up because Banksy has work and he's too nice to actually say anything about that. So I'll give
and I got to get some sleep as well.
Yeah, and me too.
It's been a great stream, though. Nice to meet you, Ned. Hope to see you again.
Chris.
Yeah,
okay.
Thanks
Take
for
care.
again. Thanks
Pavlov,
for joining.
Banksy, pleasure as always.
Yes.
TSG.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks everyone
Good night,
for coming.
everybody.
And me and Pablo will wrap it up for everyone. But thank you guys. I mean I don't have work tomorrow because it's officially Saturday, but I actually have other work which I've got to do. So I've got work, but not the one that pays the bills effectively. Thank you guys. Thanks everyone. And me and Pablo will wrap this bad boy up.
Okay. See you later, mate.
Take care, everyone. Have a good night. All right, Mr. Pavlov, any final thoughts on this evening's conversations? Anything you want to wrap up with?
I have one main thought in my mind. Did you like how I used you as an excuse to end the stream?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, yes, I was thinking about wrapping this up like an hour and 40 minutes ago because we're nearly 5 hours now.
Yeah, man.
And I was around the 3 hour mark. I was like, I think we should call this one at around 3 o'clock, 3 hours. But the guys were talking, the conversation was flowing. I didn't want to kill it. So I just let it be.
Same. I wasn't sure if I could just interrupt and end it, but it was a good conversation in the end. So
if it was a good convo, I don't want to like stifle it when it's so free flowing, and we're still relatively small, so we could probably get away with these 4 or 5 hour.
Of course.
And we can maybe chop it up into some highlights, and I think we do have to chop this one up, and we may have to private this one, dude, because there were some nipple slips on that footage.
No problem.
Well, I don't know how much the YouTube bots are gonna come down on us on that.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We're too small right now for them to give a shit.
True. But look, you wanna hear a 10,000 plus IQ move?
Oh yeah, go on.
Chop it into 1 minute videos and then upload one every day. We'll say we upload every day, guys. We upload every day.
Dude, we'd crush it. We could put weeks and weeks of footage on end, just
I know, right?
appearing every day. 5 hours fucking stream. That would be insane. But you would crush the algorithm that way because the algorithm will thinks this fucking channel is uploading like crazy. This channel is going insane. Right? So yeah, we would actually get some maybe some bonus, but I don't know.
Inshallah.
Inshallah, exactly. Let's keep the channel not from the Islamophobes.
We are Muslim friendly. We are very Muslim.
We are. Okay, I guess on that note we can say it's goodbye from me.
And it's Allah Akbar from me. See you later, guys.
Exactly. Have a good one, everyone.
Good night. Good night.